All right, it says we're live. Let's go ahead and check. Uh, we sound good, so we'll jump right in. This is Art's birthday week, so shout out to Art of It More, my ride or die, uh, our doughboy. He's probably celebrating his week. Hope you get good and drunk. Hope you break your monk fast and get you a couple of coffee girls and have a nice little birthday threesome. Kind of break your fast a little bit because that's probably what I would do. Oh boy, Council of Kangs. Oh, hey, we are what we are. So yeah, this has been a nutty week, man. We're still recovering from JPT. Just pearly things and that kind of crap. And now we got Miss Ebony Williams. You know, talking about bus drivers. I knew as soon as she said it, Yana Van Zant was gonna jump on her. She didn't really jump on her. She was kind of nice to her because I knew exactly what Iana Van Zant was going to say to her. That at this point, either you qualify for the dude that you want, and if you can't find him, then that's on you. That's really what she's saying. And if you don't, if you're going to put yourself in the position of a man and demand first qualifications, okay, of certain guys that you want is showing up. Don't blame them. Blame you. Like you're not owed a mate, you're not owed a man, you're not owed a husband. Okay, you get what you qualify for, and if what you qualify for is in short supply, you got to compete just like everybody else. You're not competing. You had Mr. Cartwright. You had William Cartwright. Guess what you did? You tripped over the bag. Okay, you kicked the bag down the road. Um, you knew you was a side chick. You was trying to get him to marry you. I said anytime you go with a dude more than 3 years, basically, that means you don't qualify for his wife. And she didn't. But you were a nice little wifey to him. He'd been with you for 4 years. He was engaged to you, and that should have told you something right there. He's a hedge fund manager, and you're the wifey, okay? And you got to be patient. You probably were never going to get married to him. But the thing is that you tripped over the bag. You had to do that you wanted, and you thought that you could make more demands than you could because I'm cute. She was Miss North Carolina. I'm cute. I'm a pretty girl, and I got clout. So I'm gonna kick you to the curb, and I'll go out and get me another one. Like hedge fund managers just roll off the line every day. Okay, you can just go to the hedge fund uh, manager tree down on Wall Street and pick one off. Right. Okay, he found that out. He ain't alpha with her, man. She knew she tried to flex. She was too old to get alpha whittled. She's too old to get alpha whittled. You got to get alpha whittled when you're young. She's too old to get alpha whittled. She thought that's what she deserved because of status. She didn't love that dude. If she loved that dude, she'd have stayed right. She'd have been another 4 years and not said a word. She'd have waited for that pandemic to be over and wait for him to come back if he was her alpha, and he wasn't. So I know. But she thought she deserved a guy of his caliber. She ain't no alpha with him. But she's pissed. Okay, because the demands that she made, she wouldn't. That dude was her alpha. She would have never made those kind of demands. Okay, you only made those kind of demands when you think that you're equal or that dude's a beta, because you think he's gonna bend. Because if that was the case, she stayed right over there, uh, um, sheltering with that dude and waited him out. Waited a year if you need to. And the fact that she didn't, and she talking shit to him, that means there's probably not too many guys that you do respect. Anyway, let's see if we can pull her up. Pull her up. Let's pull Mr. her and Mr. Cartwright up so you can find a picture of him and her. Because this the dude she was on with. I think she was engaged to him for Real Housewives of New York. So some of that was publicity. And strangely enough, there's the only picture I can find of them. That is weird. Let's see, put it in new tab. Let's see, here we are. That looks pretty good. That is her and Mr. Cartwright. Okay, that is her and Mr. Cartwright, and he's a fund manager for Pincus, I think, one of the big funds. And so the dude probably is worth about 20, 30 million. So and she's she's a former beauty queen. He got her when she was young. She wasn't young. She got a kind of post peak. So he got a leftover beauty queen, and plus she had a little status. And she thought she was had more status than she did. Yeah, I saw that Lake Show. Well, I figured it would be. They're pretty even. So I think it'll go 6. Well, yeah, that's her in William Cartwright, as I call it, and she ain't no Mrs. Cartwright. So he showed it with his kids, and then he went back to his wife. So she thought she was more than would only did a CNA if she owned the clinic. You ain't shit. Yeah, yeah. Basically, yeah. It wasn't a gamble, man. She's got entitlement problems. She got daddy issues and entitlement problems because she thinks she's prettier than she is, and thinks she thinks she has more power than she does. And she tried to thank you, Anacetus, for the Cash App, and appreciate Dardar for the Cash App. And there's one more in the building for the Cash App. Who's the other person? Da, 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 da. And Heru, thank you for the Cash App. Um, yeah, but this it's uh, it's funny, man. It's sometimes, man, because you can tell she's been dating mostly black guys, and even rich black guys. You can kind of talk to a little bit. You can kind of put your foot down a little bit, black, and get that black woman thing going on. But thing is, you can't do that to a white man. Okay, like it's like Daphne Springs said, he white in America, and he's Masters of the Universe white, like international, globally. Masters of the Universe white. You can't talk to him like that. He's like, "Sit, bitch, fuck you." Kicked it to the curb. Step off and go get you another man. I'm going back to my wife and kids. And that's where he went. At least my wife knows how to act. So he broke off the engagement, and she's been sour ever since. Well, I got to give her credit, man. Back in the day when she was Miss North Carolina, she was proper. I have to give her credit. She was proper. She was a proper beauty queen, and she played her that pretty girl thing all the way to fame. She's smart, she's pretty, she got the trifecta, right? She's a classic AKA. AKA's look for Masters of the Universe, but you brought that AKA bullshit, AKA attitude to a white guy. He wasn't having it. To a powerful white guy, not just any white guy, a powerful one. And he told her where to go. Yeah, well, they don't tolerate that stuff. You're supposed to be getting this drink and wearing your little black dress to the mixer, and she didn't know how to play her space. Yeah, we're talking about Ebony. Who else? Who else? No, ain't nobody got to pay, man. Everybody paying attention. That's why they went in on her. You try all of a sudden, she dating a white guy. She thinks she done made it and crossed over. She done swirled to the other side. She got dumped back to the black bin, and now it's a we problem. She gotta get a yarn and talk about we. I need one of them rich black guys to step up and take me. Not hardly. Yeah, yeah. He did. It's when she got off that show, he didn't need her anymore. Yeah, she is. Well, she's always been that way. She's entitled. Oh, did he? Well, yeah, you can tell. You can tell that it does because he's using everything that we talk about. We influence a lot of people. Uh, there was one. Let me see if I can find it and play it for you guys. MTR, Mediocre Tutorial and Reviews. Actually had a show, and um, these folks were actually these white people actually spitting red pill stuff, red pill content. Let's see if I can find them because I saw it and I couldn't. You know, okay, here it is. Let's see. Uh, let's see if we can get scroll back to it because they were talking some red pill shit, man. So the stuff that we do here is spreading because they're talking some red pill shit. And I'll show this and then unless you guys got some real questions because this is just a Coliseum. So AMA, any questions are good. Yeah. Uh, yeah. Man, my little brother, man. I'm just sorry my little brother didn't get a chance to enjoy his money. You know, that's all I'm sorry to sad about. He did his job, man, and he made an impact. He knew he would. He made a real impact on not just on the black community, but the whole world. The whole world has been impacted by Kevin being here. So, and by his impact in spreading our message, man, our message has gone global. That's like um passport bros. Okay, he just laid the ground for passport bros to grow because passport bros have been a black male travel hashtag since 2018, but it didn't grow until Kevin passed. And when Kevin passed, that left what a vacuum and different things like Andrew Tate and Pearlie and passport bros just filled in that gap. That's how come it got taken up so soon because they're already used to listening to what we're talking about. And Passport Bros just took off because Kevin fertilized the ground for those kind of seeds to grow. But anyway, let me go ahead and share the screen. And this is from MTR. Shout out to Mediocre Tutorial and Reviews. He don't need my little 2 cents, but But I want you guys to hear what they're saying, right? And what they're talking about, how far this stuff has spread. Let's see.
Jesus, that got dark in more ways than one. All right, let's get in there.
If you agree, step forward. Women have more privileges today than men.
I went back and forth on this one, thinking about the difference between more and different. I think women have distinctly different privileges than men have. But with this new feminist movement that is arising, more of the third, fourth wave, we are finding, I think, that women are placed and pedestalized above men in a lot of ways. There's affirmative action hiring and scholarships where women,
That's Black
sometimes even
Manosphere.
regardless
That's
of
Black Manosphere.
academic standing or achievement, are prioritized
That's
above men.
that's Dr.
But
Johnson.
men also have different privileges that they get to access.
All right, hold on. Let me call out some things. Notice it right here. Okay, again, it's male feminist female anti-feminist. I'm surprised she's an anti-feminist. I will say that. Why is that? Because she's letting the hyperinflated mammary glands loose onto the world. That seems like feminist behavior to me. Okay.
More.
If you are born into this life with a vagina, you inherently have 10 times more privilege than a man. From the
I agree.
time they are little, girls are always like doted on and you're so pretty and cute.
Very coddled.
They're coddled,
Yeah.
right? As they should be, you know,
Yeah.
we want that feminine nurturing energy in them. You can kind of be a degenerate woman and have a hot body and be a millionaire on OnlyFans. Men don't have that privilege. Now, women don't have to like work to get a guy. They're just hot. And then they
See, in other words, where's all that coming from? Okay, that's coming directly from the manosphere, especially the black manosphere. Okay, so all this stuff is starting to penetrate. Well, it's already penetrated, right? And these are probably people that are not associated with either one of those things, the manosphere or the black manosphere. But this stuff is actually starting to penetrate into, it's already penetrated mainstream, but they're actually adopting the same talking points that we've had.
guys come to them and spend their resources on them. A man has to prove himself. He has to build a body. He has to make money. He has to build influence. He has to become a protector, a provider. Women just have that naturally by just having a vagina, as
Well,
I
that's why
said.
it's frustrating, because the feminist movement
She
has
RP as
been
fuck.
all about women acting like they don't have rights and acting like they have it pretty hard in the modern day world. I can't think of a single thing that I don't have that a guy has, or
That
you know,
they only
like,
I would say the
yet
one
they
thing I
only
would
have.
say is the safety thing. That's the
Mhm.
only thing that I would say is that women are disadvantaged from by nature. Women are not as physically strong. I mean, you're physically strong, but as physically
I'll
strong.
take it.
These great biceps. And men just are. And if you're walking down a dark alley as a woman, you're going to feel some type of way sometimes,
That's why
right?
we need guns. It's fun. Like
For
it's
clout,
not
for
fun.
clout.
I think it's a
to-
mixed bag. I don't think the Me
Yeah.
Too movement was inherently harmful. It's the Me Too movement when you
Right.
couple it with something like believe all women. That's when it
Yes.
becomes
Yes.
Now they're feeling that backlash because now men are shying away from them. They're not approaching them. They're not dating them. They're not even hiring these women anymore because they're afraid of there's going to be trouble. So yeah, they're getting the backlash. So this stuff is starting to penetrate. That's how come the pendulum is starting to swing back the other way. Remember, I was telling you guys the pendulum is starting to swing back the other way. This is proof that the pendulum is swinging back the other way.
The
Inherently harmful.
victimization
It
of women who
encouraged
aren't
people.
really victims.
The prompt is, do women have more privileges? We have privileges simply by virtue of being women. We have privileges with affirmative action. We have privileges in family court, and we have privileges as far as being believed and forgiven. It's
Correct.
that's something that
Yes.
should be acknowledged.
That's correct.
I ain't gonna lie to you. They popped off. Yo.
Appreciated the distinction of more versus different privileges. You can't just use a broad brush and paint the entire debate and say, all right, well, this is men have more than women, that's it. Like women that must inherently then have no privileges. That's not how it works. And that's where we start to get into the idea of like intersectionality, where
Look at this. A white boy talk about intersectionality. Here we go, right? White boy. See? White boy talking about intersectionality. It's all this stuff that we take for granted as far as what we've been talking about, as far as it's not doing any good and we're wasting our time talking about women and talking about this kind of stuff. The thing is what we want this stuff to do is actually penetrate into the mainstream and into people like this, because these are the academics, right? These are the educated class. These are the policymakers of the future. And if they're starting to use this language, the language, they're going to actually carry it with them to wherever they go. It's going to actually start making changes in policy.
another woman who had a different experience, if it was a trans woman, if it was a woman of color, if it was
But
a
I
woman
don't
who
think we're
was,
including trans women into feminism.
and I
That's
think
a
we
whole
definitely
other-
should.
I don't
Like,
think we should
I don't think
at
we
all.
should.
Oh,
This is
oh
gonna
my
get
goodness.
good. Is it a coincidence that the first male feminist that we hear from has an extremely feminine voice? Is it a coincidence that the first male feminist that we hear from wants to already put in male, biologically born males into this idea of woman? Just
Though, because you've lived in both experiences, at least socially. I'm curious,
Wait,
when
what?
you transitioned to male and people started perceiving you as male, like most people did today, what privileges changed for you, or what did you see enter your life that you didn't have before?
Okay, so that's a trans man. So okay, so this person used to be a woman and is now transitioned into a man. That's why the voice is like that. That's why this person thinks that they should be included within that, and that's also why this person is a male feminist, which is so crazy because you're not a male, you're still a female because you were born a biological female.
Caveat, actually. So I say that, yes, there are some privileges that women have that men don't, but also there's privileges that men have that women don't. I don't think women are more privileged in our society because I could get a woman pregnant and I could just run away.
They can
No, you-
well, they
no,
can
no,
go
you
for
can't.
child support.
No, you can't. No, you can't. It's bullshit. Simp. Simpler. Yeah, they got
Did this man really just say that?
They got to
I
have a
am-
transformer.
Which they
But
do.
are you saying
Oh,
she can't
you
run
can
away?
run away.
Are you saying
They
she
could take
can't
your
run away
money.
from the pregnancy?
But you
yeah.
could
But
actually.
yeah,
Did this man really just say that a man can just run away and that is a privilege? That is the dumbest shit that I have ever heard in my goddamn life. What is it that you were talking about, my G? Like, that shit is so crazy to me. It's just like, a privilege would be the decision to keep the child, while the man does not have the decision to keep the child. A woman can have the child and give it up for adoption. A woman
it up just a
can
bit.
choose to terminate the pregnancy. And these are privileges that men do not have access to. If a man has a child and he runs, that is illegal. It's illegal, you moron. How is it a privilege if it's illegal? How?
I know what you're
physically,
saying.
At the end of the day, like, I don't see women having more privileges than men because we don't have the same. There's no way to objectively measure it.
Well, and in the scenario that you
This guy said that women do not have more privileges as when, women do not have more privileges than men because there's no way to weigh it. Even if you sit in front of him and you rattle off all of the double standards and all of the privileges, but there's no way to weigh it. What?
know or ask the group a question. There's more world leaders who are male, and typically I think
Good, and that's a
leadership.
good thing.
I know it's
Well, he
weird
was
coming
talking
from
to
me,
me.
but I do want to know. It doesn't bum you out that it's less likely for a woman to become president?
I don't feel bummed out because I know that if I want to pursue something that I want to do, I have every capability to do it in this country.
I don't feel bummed out. Women should not be positions of extreme leadership
Ooh,
like
wow.
presidents, et cetera, because we're
Patriarchy.
too emotional. No,
I'm
Men are
feeling a lot
emotional
of
too.
emotions
Men
right
can be
now.
impulsive.
I'm
I'm not saying that men can't be emotional.
Like we had a
Men are
president,
more
we had a president
logical.
who would literally just
And now
go
we
on
have
Twitter
president
every
whose brain
day,
doesn't
every
work.
second.
Wait, 1% so she can hear us.
To be logical and to be sound.
I think calling Trump emotional just kills his entire argument. I think Trump is the absolute opposite of emotional.
It's not something defined by gender. It's just something defined by your own psychology.
The left and right brain, it
That's just
actually
false.
is though.
That's
That's
just
not
false.
false. It's not
Come on,
false.
man.
It
Come
is
on.
not
Really?
false.
And
Really?
now your question about leadership, I think, is a very poignant question because a lot of people are asking that. Why don't we see more female presidents? Why don't we see more female CEOs or Fortune 500 companies? And again, it goes back to those gender differences. There will be
Yes.
women who will be exceptions
She's
to the
good.
generalized rule of what it means to be feminine. And those women you will see succeed in extreme leadership. But we should also discuss what the conditions of extreme leadership are. We're talking 80-hour work
Yeah.
weeks, subscribing yourself to your career and nothing else.
Correct.
Down with
And
children.
Psychologically and biologically, women tend to lean in the direction of not making those choices for
Talk to
themselves,
'em.
while men are highly competitive, they are highly analytical.
And I was just listening to a female anthropologist saying the exact same thing, what she's saying. So this is not only applies to humans, but also primates. So what she's saying is absolutely true.
Systematic, they're willing to put in that time and take extreme measures to gain career status.
Exactly.
But in an
Perfectly
egalitarian
said.
society, it's about having that choice to make that decision. And
Yes.
that's what-
And when they have that choice to make that decision, they more so.
And now you really can't tell the difference between the feminists and the anti-feminists because you have this big gray middle. So the manosphere has started to really penetrated this discussion.
often choose jobs or industries much more aligned to traditional gender roles. This guy, he's new on the block. I can already tell he's doing this simply for the viscous innards. This is a pure vagina play. He works out all day, and now he's a male feminist because he thinks that's going to double his ability to get the insides of these women. Like, how are you so far astray from reality, my G? Like, everything that you say is incorrect thus far. Everything.
what feminism
But we
is about.
do,
It's
but we
about
already
having-
have that choice.
That's
He
We
might
do.
not
I
be.
want to go
But
own
it's
my own
being-
company.
it's-
That dude may not be straight. You assuming that he's straight.
being
can.
restricted.
Like I said in the beginning, we've all agreed that the beginning of feminism was going in the right
Humanizing
direction.
women,
It
right.
was humanizing women. It was making them
Yeah,
equal to men.
the beginning was
It was
cool.
giving us the same opportunities so that we can go vote, so that I can go get a job, so that I can drive a car. Like
She can
there's
run for
other
president if she
countries
wants.
that I know that we weren't talking about other countries, but if you want to talk about feminism, go protect the women who get beat up for driving a car
Thank
in
you.
other
Yes.
countries.
Men are falling behind in society.
We'll make this the last round, and we'll kind of talk about
I
other
just think,
stuff.
I mean, we have amazing men here today. It's
Oh,
an honor
thank
to be
you.
on this
You
panel
barely
with
know
you
me.
to see this masculine energy. However, I know that men are not able to be men anymore because of the feminist
Is she a
modern
content
feminist
creator?
propaganda. I coach men in my practice, and they tell me like, I don't even know what I can do on a date anymore. Can I ask a woman out? Am I going to get in trouble for this
In her
now?
practice.
Like, I really like her. I kind of want to put my hand around her waist, but maybe that's going to, I'm going to be all over social media, this kind of thing. And I think men don't have the balls anymore to just stand up and be a man, be dangerous, be
Nah.
fierce.
I want to respond to a lot of what you
Respond,
said.
please.
Does anybody else want?
You make a really interesting point. However, I feel like a lot of the reasons why men can't actively express masculinity
Oh,
in a
God.
positive way is because of the patriarchal structures that we have.
Oh,
Part of
God.
where I'm coming from with this is I'm trans. So I was born female. Now I present as male. I came out socially and medically transitioned at 18.
Okay.
The feminist movement is what helped me feel empowered enough to be who I am and
Okay.
be a man.
And no disrespect to your process. I know it's a very strenuous thing that you go
This
through.
guy is,
but I see a
this
woman
woman
still.
guy is
I
deep.
feel feminine energy from you.
That's all right. I
And
totally
so when you
respect
say
that.
you're a man, then it's like, I don't see that.
The way I think about it is
Oh,
more
jeez.
like about
She's
personal
right,
individual freedom. And if I want to say that I have feminine energy and people view me as masculine or vice versa, then that's their problem. That's not my problem. And for me, that's what feminism is about giving people the choice to act in accordance with however the hell they want to.
But that's a
not how
very dangerous
feminism started.
society.
That's
to
not how
say-
feminism started, though. Yeah, we went from wanting equal rights for women and equality for women, and now it's
Humanizing
kind of
women. Right?
humanizing women,
Yes.
making it to where I think we all agree, women now are equal to men, and with like third and fourth wave feminism, especially fourth wave feminism, it's kind of turned into individuality, like you said.
It doesn't take a man to tell me how to be a man. It doesn't take a woman either. I can define myself as a man how I want to. I don't need somebody like Andrew Tate to be like, you're not a man unless you do this. I also don't need a woman to come up and be like, you're not a real man if you don't do this. And it's the same.
Okay, I'm starting to sense something with the big guy. Either he's also trans or a part of the Rainbow Coalition.
Femininity. I'm not gonna tell you how to be a woman. I don't think another woman should tell you how to be a woman either.
So what would you tell
So-
kids?
Yeah, like he has this, you have a daughter. Do
Yeah.
you really want to be guided by the ambiguous, define yourself as however you want to define yourself? And for her mind to be molded and shaped by men who, no disrespect, women who turn themselves into men and then turn themselves back and say there's a lot of dissatisfaction when the root of the problem wasn't the gender, it was everything
There's
else.
actually
slow
very,
down, though.
very
I
low
feel like-
Yeah,
I looked
rates
at the
of
percentages.
detransitioning, but that's
I looked at
neither here nor
percentages.
there.
That's also a minority of the population.
Feels like you're bundling a lot of ideas, which makes it hard to respond. But
Well,
I
because there's so much data to support
can you
these.
repeat what's the main question?
Do you
about
want
the
your
answer?
daughter's mind to be formed and shaped by a society that tells her it's okay to be masculine and to be a man and that she
Totally.
doesn't need a man? and
What?
It's better off for
Mm.
her to be alone and put her career first and not have children.
I think it's more likely than not that she'll probably follow a more conventional path. If my daughter grows up and she wants to dress like a boy, like great. If she, for whatever reason, is experiencing gender dysphoria, like we would navigate that together. But that to me, it doesn't scare me. And
That's,
I
think
would all
that's
the
sad.
more
I think
want to
it's
live in a
sad.
world
I
that
feel like that's sad because
Why
that's a very,
though?
because my son, I encourage him. I say, you are to be, and I really don't care the backlash. You're supposed to be attracted to women. And
Isn't
I
that a
tell
lot of
him,
pressure?
and I tell, no, and I ask him,
what
who
if
are,
he's not?
because life for transgender individuals, and my son's African American as well, is
Oh,
very
wow,
freaking
wow.
hard. I don't know if
Yeah.
you can swear, I'm
Whoa.
sorry.
You can.
It's
Wow.
very hard. Do you know this to be true?
Asking people or putting pressure on your son or putting
I
pressure
don't
on my daughter
pressure.
to
I
not
just tell him.
okay, but to not be their true self, if that's truly how they feel,
that's
it
not
feels
their
like
true
that
self.
would
No,
be
it's- they're not their true
That's
self.
this like
Thank you.
that's this way
Thank you.
society has influenced everybody to
correct.
be
We
We are
like,
so off
you know,
wrong.
So
Yeah.
when you say I can
I feel-
identify, I can be whatever I want. If I want to say I'm Beyonce today, I can now just be Beyonce.
But do you
right?
actually believe that?
I do. I kind of feel like I don't think you
Can we
believe
talk
it.
about
You
the
genuinely
problem?
Yeah,
believe
let's
it.
go
Okay,
back
so
to
it's
that.
about
Here's
men
the
falling
other- here's
behind.
the other thing. Men are falling behind. Is it because of feminism or is there socioeconomic factors that we're not looking at?
Well, how do we
Because
define
well, no.
falling behind?
Let's
Yeah,
look.
what do you see as falling
What's
behind?
falling behind? So people in America, not just men, everybody is getting poor. This has nothing to do with
Well, that's not
feminism.
true.
We're not
No,
getting
this is
That's a
this-
mental state.
No,
Get it
that's
straight.
not
That's a
true. This
mentality.
is economic data. We're
How the hell, listen, just really, like outside of all the content, how the hell can you listen to the four Super Saiyan soy boys on the left and think that ideologies like this is how you lead nations, how you lead countries? Right, like if these were the people, these were the ideologies.
Anyway, okay, I think that's enough. But the thing is, that the talking points, you can hear the stuff that they discuss here, that there are stuff they're arguing about. It's all stuff that we had, we've been talking about for the last 15 years. Okay, so these arguments, whether they're for or against, are being brought to the fore. And then, like I said, these are mainstream, intersectional, educated feminists. Okay, like I said, I thought that guy, the way he was talking, I thought the way he's bulked up, I think he's rainbow. You know, I think he's a bow man. But anyhow, it was torture. But the thing is, that's not the point where there's torture. And the thing is, a lot of stuff that they're saying and they're arguing about is stuff that we have argued about, that we have talked about, that we have reiterated. And the thing is, before that, it never penetrated the academy. It never penetrated the mainstream. Now it's commonplace in the mainstream. So if we've done that, how much more can we do? Anyhow. Well, yeah, the thing is intersectionalism. Um, intersectionalism is actually actually uh, a black, what they call it, a black manosphere talking point, because intersectionalism is a black female created idea. Okay, and it's been in the black community for the last 35 years. And it was intersectionalism was never really a white talking point until the last 5 years, and that's probably because of, number one, uh, the black manosphere and the manosphere, and you know, and the black women kind of clap back on black men. So this has become inclusive. So because now, with Kevin, because of Kevin and the manosphere, this stuff has exploded. Now we have to get a chance to examine these ideas and whether they're actually fit to be discussed, because in the academy it was never discussed. Okay, it was one way, there was no argument. Whatever women said went, and the men had to tuck their tails, because a lot of uh a lot of professors have been marched to the dean's office with just trying to debate these ideas, but now they're openly debated. Now there's room for this stuff to actually be debated. So if there's room for it to be debated, now there's room for other uh, ideas and other policies to be passed. So there's room for books like Boys and Men. There's room to talk about MGTOW. There's room to talk about what Alan Roger Curry called the beta male revolution. He actually coined that maybe 6, 7 years ago when he looked at MGTOW. He said, "Oh, this is a beta male revolution. They're gonna revolt, not just walking away from women. They're revolting against the whole government." And that's really what they were. That's really what MGTOW was about. It was never against the women. It was actually revolting against the whole government. And now this stuff has spread to the point where now they have to address it. That's what you're hearing. Yeah, Kimberly Crenshaw. In fact, Gigi just did a whole master class on intersectionality on last Sunday on the Manosphere uh, show of the week. So if you really want to check out uh, what it was said, in fact, I just did the video I put up talking about the 30 pieces of silver. That actually came from Gigi's video, and why intersectionality was number one uh, done, and also how it was weaponized against black men. So black men have been dealing with this forever, right, for the last 30 years. White men are just now starting to deal with this stuff. But anyway, any questions before I open it up? Oh shit, someone link what? But now we're just starting to talk about it. She was and like I said, she was dishonest, because basically they had to make up myths about black men to actually get this stuff passed. So any questions or comments from the Gigi analysis? Let's see. Let's go ahead and look it up. Da, 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 da. Let's see. Find Green Gorilla. You guys should be able to find. You guys know where his channel is. He just did it Sunday. You guys should be able to find it on your own. You guys act like you don't know where these people are. Let's see. That was a live. Okay, it is a live, and okay, there it is. I'll drop the link. I'll drop the link for it. And I'll give you a taste. Give you a little taste of what he was saying. And you can go look at it for yourself. I'll give you guys a taste of what he was saying. And then we'll drop the link and you guys can come up.
Okay. Was a civil rights attorney and an activist. She was the first woman appointed. This is a factoid, right? Appointed to the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights, and played a crucial role in several civil rights cases through her career. She was involved in more than just the graph and read, but in numerous cases aimed at ending segregation and promoting racial equality in the U.S. Now, of course, again, she didn't use the term intersectionality, but this is the precursor for the concept, right? Now, it's also important for people to understand that, like, this is a precedent in the law. And, in order for individuals to, get their way and to have something be a precedent, it's an onerous task, okay? So the graph and read in General Motors has never been overturned, okay? Now, there's some people who, are critical of the decision, but it's never really actually been overturned. And there's not been a newly established precedent, for real, for real. I mean, one can argue that because there's two other cases that are talked about or discussed in this paper, but like the graph and read in General Motors has not been explicitly overturned, just in case you don't know, okay? Now, there's another case, and it's called Moore versus Hughes Helicopter Incorporated, okay? So it's a black... demanded by, minority students. You got black students. I think the first African-American studies or black studies program was in San Francisco State University, if my memory serves me correctly. But, you got students who stormed campuses and boycotted and did sit-ins and stuff like this, and they demanded that they have access to education specific to their, ethnic groups or identities, or even women did the same thing, right? So that was like the 60s, though. So now here we are in the 80s, and, people need to, confirm, the reason for which, their presence is there. And so they have to develop some sort of, academic work, or they have to, engage in some academic output in order to justify their existence in the institution itself. So you're seeing the institutionalization of Black studies, gender studies, and they're coming up with theories, in order to substantiate, again, their presence.
Could be a tell that I think, with the exception of places like San Francisco State, they were institutionalized faster at the fancy places than at the less fancy places. But they became institutionalized, and they were institutionalized in a funny way, in a way that that encourages them, and I mean the disciplines.
Evidently, we see you was blocked by me, so I can't see him on YouTube. So somebody, please go ahead and hide "We see you" for me. So people are talking about me. I haven't been in Discord for a while, so I don't even know what they're talking about. So please go ahead and get rid of him. I don't even know who this person is. But anyway, let me continue.
Really, I mean, not just the individuals, to make claims that were simultaneously intellectual and political, or academic and institutional and political. So when people start talking, like in the mid to late 80s, about the special Black epistemology, or on the women's ways of knowing, that kind of stuff, I mean, these are more, at the same time, more or less genuine or honest expressions of a view of how the world works. I think a view of how the world works that's wrong fundamentally, but that's another matter.
So, look, so he's talking about the evolution of something called standpoint epistemology. I'm not going to get into the, all of the intricacies of that, but standpoint epistemology is something that says, like, okay, well, women know things about the world in a special, in a unique way, just based upon their situatedness as women. So they see and they know things as women that other people can't see and they can't know. Arcane nomenclature and shit like that, like a system of
gay or trans people as objects of study or fields of study, somehow along the way, the mission of the scholar becomes less doing work that's more narrowly gauged and directed toward a community of like-minded scholars, and I mean like-minded in the sense of people who specialize in the same areas, and becomes more a matter of doing something that looks from one angle more like public education, but it also feels like a public hectoring. And then there's this tendency to proclaim the work that, just to put it crudely and to fast forward a bit, the work that will get you into the guest chair on MSNBC, or even into the host chair if you're good enough, or if you're lucky enough, as being the equivalent of the scholarly work. And so, I mean, that's kind of where we are now.
Then we're going to talk about race-conscious womanism.
Okay, so that's the first thing. You know, I wanted to show, so it's not just, you know, you got black male scholars or people who do black male studies that are talking about intersectionality is really actually driven by economic interest and the justification for their presence in the universities and their advancement into positions of prominence, you know, on talk shows and shit, like, you know, the new public intellectuals who are kind of like going to set society straight. You know, it's kind of what it's become. But anyway, you know, here's Curry, man, and here's what he has to say about it. And then I'm gonna open up the floodgates, or if not, I'm about to bounce out.
And the black feminist economic endeavor.
Let's do it.
All right, so last week I left off with, I guess, a somewhat controversial thesis, namely that black feminism uses the race-sex identity to partner with white women for political and economic power. And I argue that what this in fact does is it allows...
Man, so he already said it. He says black feminism basically utilizes the categories of race, class, and gender to align itself with the second most powerful group in the country. That's what he says. So, you know, he says there's an economic driving force behind it. Let Curry speak, though.
Allows them to use gender oppression to hide their economic motivations behind aligning themselves with the second most powerful racial group in America. Now, I want to explain something. This is not only a political ideology, but this is also driven by a demographic change in the university. Right now, black women get 2/3 of the PhDs that's awarded to black people. So even though this is a type of discursive idea that comes about in disciplines like women's studies or black feminism, it's also driven by the demographic fact that you have black women now competing for jobs against other black men and other white women on these types of issues. Now, there's an obvious reality here that black men, black children are subject to the same types of abuses that black women are subject to.
That's very important for people to understand. Okay. Now, like, again, one could argue, like, if intersectionality is an outwardly based theoretical apparatus to, you know, kind of condemn corporations for not treating black women fairly or any other kind of women with intersectional identities fairly, okay, cool. Whatever the case may be. I mean, it's still questionable, because then the question becomes, well, what about other demographics? But what it does is it takes a step further and it turns inward. Right? It turns inward, and then it starts talking about people in the black community itself. But then what it goes on to do is it makes black men boogeymen and says that they're violent and that they're, you know, basically oppressing and dominating the community itself. And you see a lot of people, you know, mimic and ape this talking point. You know what I mean? And tomorrow, one of the things I'm going to do is to demonstrate that a lot of black men in the manosphere, you're doing the exact same goddamn thing. You're making the similar arguments that a lot of these chicks are making, black feminists are making. And I'll show you exactly how tomorrow. I'm not gonna get into this shit tonight, but a lot of you motherfuckers are making the exact same kind of arguments as these. This is not supposed to be the forum which, you know, I get nasty and start being vulgar, because it's, you know, the Black Manosphere show of the week. So I'm gonna try to refrain from using too much vulgarity and using too many obscene epithets. But, you know, in general, what I want to say is some of y'all sound like these chicks, man. Real talk. But at any rate, getting back to Curry, man.
So even though black feminism tries to make an exclusive claim to the types of sexual and gender abuses that happen, things like rape, especially prison rape I mentioned before, child abuse, poverty, these are all things that happen to the black community based on this.
So he's saying sexual abuse, especially if you start talking about prison rape, early sexual debut, sexual vulnerability, sexual violation by people in, you know, police positions, sexual assault by, or made to penetrate, sexual assault by women, domestic violence, all of this shit, black men also experience these phenomena. But what intersectionality does is, especially if you start talking about the second paper that Kimberly Crenshaw wrote, Mapping the Margins, she turns away from talking about interracial domination and oppression, and it starts talking about intraracial domination and oppression, and it makes black men, and he's, I'm not saying I'm exactly quoting Tommy Curry here, but it turns black men into boogeymen. And it puts all of the pathology and the dysfunction on black men. And it absolves them of any culpability or responsibility for what they also do. And instead of looking at the root of the problem, it roots everything, it undergirds everything in the language of male dominance. And basically he's saying like, this is some bullshit. And a lot of these chicks are doing this because it pays to do this shit. Like, you get paid, you get a check for doing this shit. You get the bag for throwing black men under the bus and saying they the dirtiest thing in sight. And they're throwing stones as well though, but they're hiding their hands and shit at the same time. Anyway, let me get back to it.
Sexuality in a white supremacist society. Now, what black feminism tries to do is it takes us, given that the patriarchal culture that we see in a larger Eurocentric society or white society, and the power of white society also translates into the power that black men have over them. So it's a domination of black women by black men. So this is where the idea I mentioned before that black male privilege gains its ground in the academy. But this is nothing more than a kind of mythology, because what happens here is that this is not sociologically proven. It's not like we're holding sociological and economic conferences or writing papers. To date, there's no peer-reviewed paper on black male privilege that actually shows how it benefits black men on the long run. So then this ideology itself gains footing because what you have is an economic motivation. Black women with PhDs trying to fight for limited academic and disciplinary spaces against black male academicians. So there's an economic driving force where black men now become the primary economic competitors in academic spaces with black feminists. So as we know from Reconstruction to now, there's a type of racial scapegoating that goes on that's pushed forward by an economic motivation that aligns with the ideological stereotypes that black people have, or black women, or black feminists in this case have, of other black men. So what we have to think about then is how these economic motivations behind this ideology of black feminism is not only pushing the types of things they put out, but also the analysis they give us of the black community.
So that's why I end with that.
All right.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm exhausted.
Okay, it wraps up that little piece. So, I'm gonna shout out my Cash App folks, and then I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link. You guys can come up, and I'll try to get questions from the chat as we go along. So, John B, thank you. D Scott, thank you. Johnny Vegas, appreciate you. And last but not least, Aquatechy, appreciate the donation and appreciate the BGS tax. All right, so I'm gonna drop the link for you guys, and you guys can come up if you so desire, and we can get the Coliseum started. Okay, let's see, let me drop the link real quick, and then I'll answer your question, Uncle D. All right. Uncle D says, given what happened in Dallas today, can this MS thing be fixed? What happened in Dallas today? I'm not quite understanding what happened in Dallas today. So somebody can fill me in.
It was an active shooter with 9 dead and I think 7 wounded.
Yeah.
7 or 11 wounded. It was an active shooter.
If okay, this is something that happened right after. Really, if you notice, anytime we have an economic crisis, like we had an economic crash in real estate in like 92 to 95, right, just before the stock market took off. You had Columbine, right, when you had the when you also had crashes, when you had crashes in like 2001, right, you also had a lot of active shooters. Okay, right after after the crash in 2008, 2009, you got what's his name in California.
Plus, you got to remember.
Yeah, so anytime you undergo economic stress, you got people that are teetering right on the line, right? The people that are on these psychotropic drugs that are right on the line. All it takes is a little like the Joker says, all they need is a little push. And this is what happened. Go ahead.
You want me to speak on this? Because
go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm not an expert.
Would you play one on YouTube? But so you always got.
The one thing I noticed is that you notice a really big push of active shooters when you have Democratic presidents. You see a lot of them.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
you see a lot of them, and I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but every time I hear about this gun, and I think it's kind of odd about Texas, the gun state, that this would go on, and thank God that it was a cop who actually stopped him. He was
Yeah.
there for another issue, and he confronted the guy and put a bullet where it belonged. And like you're right, it's about people under distress, and you know what type of people we talking about because they can't handle they really don't handle stress well,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
especially since these are the tiki torch carrying motherfuckers who
Yeah. Yeah.
said we will not be replaced. But here's the problem: you've been so instrumental, even in my class now, even in my class now, and I'm 41, and some of the people in my class are 23, 24, and 25
hmm
who are white Marines. They want to go get this training to go kill people.
Okay.
You know what the funniest part about it? They never been to combat. You spend 4 years in Marine Corps, never been to combat.
Okay.
The
Yeah.
guys you notice who go to combat, they're very low key, laid back.
Yeah, because they've been shot at. It's one
Yeah.
thing when you're shooting. It's another thing when you take an incoming. Okay,
Yeah.
that
And
straightens
it's
up your
like,
mindset really quick.
and, yeah. And I'm going to tell you one thing that you notice very quickly that I had to tell them, y'all live in two different worlds. They're like, what you mean? When the instructor actually talks about the 95 Chicago heat wave and you had 700 to 900 people died because of heat related injuries, and of course, the majority of them were black, I was like, they were like, why didn't he turn the air conditioner on? I said, motherfucker,
Oh
do you think
Lord.
these motherfuckers even had them? But it goes back to that narrow minded, I can't control myself, but they'll call us the. And I always said this,
hmm
even through research or just plain and simple common sense. You know, one of my superpowers.
hmm
When we were having shootouts in the '90s, nobody said ban guns like that. But when they do it, oh, we need a gun ban. These white boys are going crazy because they know that they have no problem shooting back at police, military, whoever.
Yeah.
Yep.
You allowed this to brew over. You didn't snuff this shit out when you had a chance. Here's my shit. And this is one of the reasons why I'm working on contracts for private schools myself.
hmm
If you would have made, and I'm gonna tell you one thing about 99.9% of these active shooters are cowards.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
because they look for soft targets, you don't see them going to shoot at like fully armed police or nothing like that. Or what they mostly do is take themselves out. If you would have snuffed this shit out quickly, and yes,
hmm
I know it was a new phenomenon for Columbine, quote unquote, but I'm pretty
No,
sure there was
not
some.
really. Not really. It had been around. We just
It's been
uh
around, but you know that's the first quote unquote major one
yeah. Well,
because it was at a school, and
not really. No, they had ones before.
it's
No, they had
they
one worse than that. Just
they
not.
had ones worse, but you know it got the publicity.
Well, yeah, publicity. I think that was. I think that was the first really internet type thing because
Yeah,
it was school.
yeah,
But yeah,
because I was
that
a
worked.
junior in high school when that happened, and that's when the internet was starting getting its legs. And I'm thinking to myself, if that would have been two black boys in that school, they'd have fucking raid that shit no problem.
Yep.
And, and this lets you know also the undiagnosed mental illness. There's nothing, and I'm going to tell people this.
hmm
None of these systems they got in place will keep guns off the street. Banning them will do nothing. Criminals will always get a hold of weapons.
Yep.
I could kill you faster with a knife from a certain distance than a
Yeah.
gun.
Yeah.
I'm like this. The same time Sandy Hook happened, a guy in China killed 21 people with a knife.
Yeah. Yeah. Because nobody. Yeah. The weapon doesn't matter. Okay. The thing is,
It's always the intent.
it's an intent. Yeah.
And when you look at these phenomenons, people will say, well, we need to ban guns. No, 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 no. This
Yeah.
proves to
Yeah.
you, one, you need to
Yeah.
let people carry and settle and protect themselves and their families.
But as far as the Republican shootings, right? You forgot about Las Vegas in 2017.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Look at what happened.
60 people.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And
That's
413 wounded. So
the largest in American history.
Yeah. He had some kind of like
toured or something for
he had a bump stock when
Yeah,
he
bump
died.
stock. Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
And it
And-
wasn't young. And basically, the thing is, they're gonna have to start monitoring these people when you put them on these drugs. Okay, because
Yeah,
nine times out of 10, because I went back, I think when Elliot Rodger did it, right? I went back and I examined like 20 different cases, right? I think there's only one guy that wasn't on some kind of psychotropic drug. Only one.
Okay.
Drugs.
Yeah. So even Columbine, they're on that Ritalin and ADHD drugs, and when they have to get them off of that kind of, when them off
And
that
you-
shit, man, they go
And
nuts.
do you know that what Ritalin does to the brain? Ritalin has the same molecules as speed.
The speed, yeah. In fact, when those kids go to college and kids need to study, they buy the Ritalin from
Yeah.
from some of these kids. Yeah.
And the craziest thing about it, speed has one of the worst withdrawals in drugs. The only thing I think is worse is alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
it's literally amphetamines and alcohol. Or barbiturates too.
Barbiturates.
Mm-hmm.
And what happens is they become manic and psychotic. And the whole world turns, just like when you look at Virginia Tech. Nobody wanted to call this motherfucker and ensure that this motherfucker needed to get some help. Everybody ignores the signs.
Yeah.
And there's one thing, and I'm going through this corporate security management course now, so pray that I get this director of security or this administrative role in policing.
I think you will, man. You got all this experience. Yeah.
I'm probably going to go for chief for some small jurisdiction while I'm still young and pretty. And the one thing you know about it is when you mitigate issues, you can't stop shit, but you could damn sure mitigate it. And the one thing you find out through research, all the signs were there, but nobody gave a fuck.
Yeah.
And that's really scary because one, you have these people on these drugs, most of all, but yet you don't allow the American citizen to protect themselves and their families. Something's got to give. If you're telling me, if me, BGS, AL, or AB Media are walking down the street, some guy pulls a gun and all four of us are armed, you may get one, but we're going to light your ass up. And and I'm going to end with this. This is no different than how the U.S. government treated free blacks after the Civil War. Yeah. You could have snuffed this shit out a long time ago and put your foot down and said, you kill an American, we taking you out quick. And it's the same shit. But yet you want to make these little political battles because it's not you. And I'm going to end with that until somebody got a question.
Yeah, I'm starting to question these people that have this, you have to flee when somebody attacks you. I'm like, come on. I'm like, sooner or later, especially with all the crap that's happening in the country now, that's got to give.
Okay.
Well,
go ahead,
evening. I'm gonna say good evening to everyone. Charles did have something to that kind of conspiracy thing. The governments of the federal and state levels and probably the city do know a lot of these things go on. They manage them. Like you look at a lot of the. I tell people to read. There's a good book called FBIs, right? FBEYES, and it talks about how much information was gathered in the 1920s, 30s, and 40s by the FBI in order to monitor, and they specifically monitored the Negro movements of that time.
They were developed to actually monitor the Negro movement and the KKK.
Yeah. And at a certain point, I think it was up to 40% of the KKK's budget was from the federal government, from having that many agents in the field.
Yeah.
Right?
Really?
And
I can believe it.
And some of it was a significant amount of it was, they're just managing them, but a chunk of it was they were supporters too. So it's like that combination of that.
Well, if you're gonna have this many armed people, you got to keep control over them.
Exactly. And then you look at like America now is a much different country, and so a lot of this is digital, and so all those data centers in Ashburn, Virginia, Salt Lake City, Las Vegas, like they are doing similar things.
In
But
San Francisco,
yep,
that's what that case went to San Francisco where they got caught.
Yeah.
Bypassing all the phone and internet traffic in San Francisco. That case went up in 2007.
Yeah.
And when Obama got it, he squashed that shit. Of course, but of course
And
he did. Yeah.
all this
and I
stuff is
know,
being monitored, and
Yeah.
and part of the beauty of like the YouTube ecosystem is that a lot of this stuff is being monitored, and people are offering their commentary on it, and they're being affected by it as well. Like there was that
Yeah.
that brief period where what's his name, Rolo, was talking about the gynocentric social order, and a lot of other white creators are talking about gynocracy. They know both of those terms. They picked the most efficient one.
Gee, I wonder where
right?
they got it from.
Exactly.
Keep going,
You know,
Joe.
because you remember when I put that video called "The White Gynocracy," and we were talking about how the state, is actually taking the place of the old-fashioned patriarchy, and
Mhm.
actually formed instead of the white patriarchal system actually forming a black gynocracy. Now the state of the they call it the Leviathan, as Hobbes calls it, has
Mhm.
formed a white gynocracy, and not just here in the
Yeah.
United States, but all over. That's how come
The Golem.
somebody like what's his name, the white supremacist. What was his name?
Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, Nick Fuentes, right? Talked about the gynocracy. He's talking about
Yeah.
wasn't talking about the black gynocracy. He's talking about the white feminist
Mm.
gynocracy. Okay, that's in place in the United States, and basically now everybody's aware of it. That's how come you hear those feminists, because they're all feminists, anti-feminists. They're all feminists basically.
Mhm.
People will
Feminist
search for
language.
a solution.
you know,
Because it's gone too far. That's the
Yeah.
problem, and
Yeah, I'm
now it's
starting to see.
recognized.
you know, I'll
Go
say,
ahead.
go ahead. I'll say
Go ahead.
this because somebody asked me a question. What do I think of the Jordan Nealer case about the rear naked choke? Okay, number one, there's a reason why police departments are not allowed to do chokeholds or neck cranks because of that. Two, even if you're a jiu-jitsu player, catch wrestler, or UFC fighter,
Raymond, Raymond. If you got an argument, man, the link is in the chat. If you got an argument, you don't have to argue from the
if
chat.
you want
Go
to
ahead.
argue about, I don't know
Yeah,
what the
that's
hell you
what
want to
it's
argue
for. I
about,
don't know what you argue about either, but it's okay.
but it's like you're not supposed to keep. There's a reason why there's a referee. Instead of actually holding his arms, which the guy on top was doing, he should have told the other guy, okay, he's had it. He's choked.
Yeah.
There's many a times I've been on the street with people with mental illness, and people always look at me, but you're different. No, I'm a cop like anybody else. I'll wrestle you. I will grab your wrists, and I will wrap my legs around your waist or your hips. You can't move.
Yeah.
And I will just, whenever you want to turn, I'll turn you. I'll squeeze. I'll try to get the air out of you and let you go till you tire. And I don't have to go for the rear naked choke unless it's, exigent circumstances,
It's a last resort. Because like at a certain point, you can switch up from holding the neck to holding the arms. And that person is pretty much prone and harmless at that point. But that's not, it's a different situation than being in it too.
I've been in it so many times. It's just that it's kind of weird because when you get information from me, I'm not talking from the sidelines. I was in it. I was on
right.
I was on 4th and inches going for the fucking first down.
Yeah.
And I look at these situations where this is what happens when you have mental illness and people don't know how to deal with it.
Right.
Unfortunately, it was a black guy killed. And a white guy doing it.
He wouldn't have stayed on that long if it was a white mentally ill person. He wouldn't stay that long.
I can't guarantee that, but I know what you mean.
No, I'm gonna say this.
They would have found a way to switch it up a little bit.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this, right? This might be a new concept, but black men are looked at as a threat by everybody else.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That's true.
This might be scary and unknown to a lot of you niggas.
They see us super niggas, all of us.
They don't see you as super niggas. They see you as Terminators.
Yeah.
I mean, look at me. I'm 5'10", 280 pounds. I walk
you are a
around.
Terminator.
But it
super
doesn't matter.
savior, but anyway.
I
But
mean,
If you're,
the French
even
call
if
it
you're
the bête
smaller,
noire, the black beast.
even if you're smaller, they say, I know I was dating this Spanish girl and she had a son, like he was around 9. He was in a fight and she was so happy he won. I'm like, okay, that's great. But you don't understand. It was a black kid. Like that made it so much better that he was able to defeat a black kid. I say this, we're like the final boss in a video game of life.
Let me put it to you this way. When Trayvon Martin was being attacked by Zimmerman, which is the proper way to put it, because he was minding his damn business. And I gotta say this, you motherfuckers allowed them to take race out of the matter. That was the only reason he followed them. Anyway, I digress. You idiots.
No, don't digress. Talk your shit, because that was some bullshit. You correct. You know.
And I mean, I've never seen such a travesty of justice. Well, yes, I have. But the point being that I'm making is, notice how he kept saying this guy was so strong and so big. And Trayvon, if you saw pictures of him, he was not a big guy.
No, a little guy. Yeah.
Yeah, just skinny.
Skinny teenager. He's only 17.
And he was gangly.
Yeah.
And it was like, David did studies for police when they said a lot of those police would age up the black males and age down the white males. And this is both black, white, Hispanic. And I told, it's like talking to people who never had to be outside of their known. And I have to always say every time I go to these classes, Father, forgive them, because they're just idiots. They don't have to live in nobody else's shadow. It's like these white guys have no experience except 4 years in the Marine Corps. And the Marine Corps does a bad job, and I got to pick on the Marines. They do a bad job of indoctrinating people to the point where their fucking thought process is nothing but linear. If I had to think of a strategy for people, I would not pick a Marine. Why? You can't think outside the box. Oh, I want to kill, destroy. No. Especially the white ones.
Never let a jarhead make a crucial decision. Trust.
And I've always said this, and it goes back into this whole full circle. If we're so threatening, why are all your active shooters tend to be white males? Exactly. I mean, hell, let's even talk about what that transgender bitch said when you played the video, BGS, about privilege. No. What she find is when people think she's a male, the world hates you. But y'all want men to do the hard lifting. Well, why can't we have female leaders? I had to tell this to my friend. I said, you know what's funny about female leaders? Most of them bitches who get there never earned it.
Yep.
Never earned it. I said men would actually respect women if they had to dig into dirt like we do and actually fight for it and earn it. But you know what you're not going to do? You're not going to fight. How can I tell it? Look at Me Too. Matter of fact, even before Me Too, you either fucked your way or you cried your way to the top. But people be like, what example can you look at that? I said the police department, of course. The military, of course. How many bitches were selling pussy in Iraq?
I don't know.
You're not lying.
I mean, they gave more bodies. They got more bodies than Arlington National Cemetery.
Well,
but guess what?
I'm gonna say this as nicely as I can. All you got to do is look at the top of the leadership and go ahead.
But does military kiss and tell when they go back home?
Of course, they kiss and tell. Only when they get caught. They think they can get out of it. But here's my shit. It's like you got places where, we just want a female. So wait a minute, she doesn't have to earn or interview? No, she already got it.
They're trying to pry their way to the same pay at the NBA. You see that?
Let me put it to you this way. I got to send you the picture, BGS.
Okay.
Baltimore Police Department said by 2030, they want 30% of their police officers to be women.
Oh, that's going to be a disaster.
Baltimore will look like Gotham.
Well,
it's not that far off in certain areas. Did you ever see there's a great scene in Dirty Harry where Clint Eastwood's talking to the woman who would wind up being on Cagney and Lacey, the dark
Yeah,
haired
yeah,
one.
yeah, yeah,
And he's talking about like, you know, if you go out here, we used to have standards for these cops. They'd be 6 feet tall. They'd be big Irish lunkheads. Who are you? And what are you going to do with a man who's like that, who's actually going to take you out? And she stands there like, you know, I've been trained by the police department. Or you've been trained to be, you know, policed by me. And he just kind of lays into her. And all the one woman on the panel is holding him up about, you know, well, you shouldn't treat this woman like this. And he's just like, I'm not treating her like this because I don't like her. I'm treating her like this because I want to save her life.
Mm-hmm.
Let me put it to you this way, right? And do me a favor, get them likes up, hit the Cash App, because I'm giving you some college level shit right now. Number one, people always ask me, do I think females need to be police? And I get asked this by different groups of people, and I give them the scenario. If we lived in feudal times or medieval times where you had to pick one member of your family to defend it, the biggest, the strongest, the roughest motherfucker,
Mm-hmm.
are you going to pick your mother?
Oh shit!
Your
Nope.
your mama ain't going. You know.
Hey,
Like
Charles.
I've told people this shit. I said, would you pick your sister or your mother?
Hell no.
And you got some of these simps who'll be like, my mother, she used to whoop my ass. I said, nigga.
You were a little boy.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I said, let me put it to you this way. By the time your ass took 13, when your mother hit you, did it hurt?
Exactly.
And then you need these simps shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
And I'll say,
who had a
like, there's extreme examples where women will like lift a car off their child to save its life, but that's still not encountering a man and like taking them on one-on-one.
Let's take that experience, right? If a woman was capable of lifting a car, and on average a man is 2 to 3 times stronger than a woman, what the fuck do you think would happen?
Yeah. Plus, those
Like,
women do wind up in traction for like weeks afterwards. You know.
Yeah, because you're ripping all the damn muscle fibers out of your
Yeah.
body because it was a
that's
full body lift.
Yeah, that's what happens. They crack bones and rip tendons and stuff like that. Yeah.
Like the end of Ghost in the Shell.
Yeah.
Charles, how do you feel when they give you a female partner, or do they give you female partners?
Well, in Baltimore police, you in the car by yourself, but you do have partners in the sense of people in your squad. How do I feel about female partners? I give all the rookie females this speech. You want to be respected, do your damn job. You're not a woman, you're not a man, you're an officer when you come out here. Don't look for nobody to do your work. If you need help, call. If you see one of us fighting and losing, you take your baton, you take a brick, you take a bottle, and you drill his ass with a drum solo. Do your job. Don't be sleeping around with none of these niggas. But guess what they do? The complete opposite. And then they wonder why they get rumors about them being hoes.
Yeah. Baltimore's a big, small town.
That's because they live by the code and you can't tell them nothing. We'll always remember
You
that.
can't tell me nothing.
Nah, they live by the code of thunder. Thundercat. Say it with me now.
Ho.
Oh, shit.
I was thinking that they're hiring more female cops nowadays because I don't know how it is in Baltimore. But I live in Orlando. Every time I see a street fight, I'm seeing more female street fighting nowadays.
Yeah.
Men.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know that can be difficult for a male cop to break that up because, consider sexual harassment because, titties be flying all over the place.
Yep.
Yeah. Bras be flying off and shit. I'm like, damn.
That ain't hard to do. Bitch, sit your ass down, and bitch, sit your ass down. And they be like, I had people fighting. I had these little college students fighting on York Road one time. And these little motherfuckers, I took them by their chest and pushed them away from each other. Then the one dude wanted to try to fight back, and I lifted my S-band tune in the sky and said, I'll cripple you. And he walked off.
And all the fights be the same. Have you ever seen two women actually fight? It's like cat fights all the time. It always
don't cat fight for a reason, damn.
It always start off like they act like they ready to squabble like a dude, but then once the conflict happens, all you can see is arms twirling. arms to her. Let's see. I'm like, bitch, anybody can run up and slap the shit out of you by this happening
but
because you don't
women,
even have no self control.
but women. I remember this video. I think I recorded it from Instagram. It was this white woman hitting this white guy who was minding his business and knocked him on the floor, and the women are laughing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm to the point where I think a couple of women need to get their ass whipped by a man. Let them feel the hammers, man. It's not that for all of y'all saying, well, you believe in domestic violence.
Yes, we do.
I'm gonna put it to you this way: if you,
I don't, but I've seen the effect
in the law.
of ducking.
When your mama's beating your ass, that's domestic violence. You know.
Very true.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you one thing. I'm gonna tell you one thing and one thing only. I believe in the law of the jungle and the land. Mr. Lion sees me. I don't bother Mr. Lion while he's eating a gazelle. Good day, Mr. Lion. Good day, Mr. Faulkner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because if you interrupt my dinner, you're next.
Yeah. But guess what happens with the law of the jungle? As my daddy say, how do you beat a big, strong nigga? You get a bigger, even stronger nigga. And last time I checked, when women be like, yo, I fight you. And I'll be like, yo, sit your ass down, even on duty. I'm not going to hit you or push you I'm going to steal you. And I'm going to do it because, when I hit you, one, I don't know if you carrying a blade on you, and two, it's going to save your life. Because the next nigga you pull up on like that, you're going to think of 3 times. And I'm sorry, women have gotten to the point where, and this is not abuse, because I would tell somebody the same thing. Look, if I don't want to get hit by nobody, I'm not going to hit them. And, we live peacefully. But when you start getting big and bad and you hitting on guys that are 2, 3, 4 times your size, and he swats you like a fly, what did you learn? Well, no. I'm going to fight this guy. I told my sister, I said, look, it's one thing if the guy came over bothering you.
Yeah.
You getting mad with this guy. You going to get him if he hit me? No, I'm going to just drag your ass in the car and let you sleep it off.
Mm-hmm.
Because you deserve it. Leave the motherfucker alone.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to end off with this. I had a female friend of mine be like, why do y'all think y'all could beat up men? I was
Too
like,
much media. Too much media.
When y'all fucking see a pit bull, when you see a pit bull, do you go slap it around? When you see a bear, do you know how big a fucking Kodiak is? Are you going to kick it in his nuts? But you do that to a man, and you kick him and hit him, and you think he's supposed to have restraint.
Yeah, because they've been socialized that boys and men, no matter how big they are, won't hit back.
Yeah, BGS.
Well, not these young niggas.
Hold on, wait a minute.
They are socialized to think that way.
Wait a minute,
They had to break their socialization.
Wait a minute. Hold on, wait a minute.
Go ahead, AB. Go ahead, AB.
Don't talk about that new Peter Pan and Wendy film like that.
I haven't even seen it. I don't.
I've looked at the
know,
reviews, and it is exactly what I thought it would be.
I don't know. And I don't
oh my
know.
gosh!
It wasn't even fun.
I'm gonna tell you, BTS, what Charles Singer once said.
What's that?
Behind every delusional woman lies an ass whooping.
That's true. Go ahead, Jules.
I was gonna say, I was always told, and every man, every black man especially, but really every man I know has always been told men don't hit women. But I've never seen the opposite, that women don't hit men. I've seen you shouldn't hit men because that man might hit you back. But I've never seen women be socialized that way. And I've had relatives I had a relative who you actually used to take advantage of that. She would, do nefarious stuff like steal shit from me. And then she would hit me and then start screaming and crying. And her mother would come in and hit me and punish me. So there's a weird, they know the power that's held. And this was just like, single digit age, 5, 6, 7 years old. Women know what power means and how to manipulate it. And it's very interesting that they are not socialized away from that, but men are socialized to take it.
I wish I could have invited you over to 1419 Cotton from the mid 70s all the way to the 90s. That man never practiced that whatsoever. You stood up. I don't care who you are in my house, man, woman, child, wife, grandchild, daughter, whatever, I'm knocking you down. And he
Oh,
wouldn't.
well,
When he said that's it, and you made another remark after that's it, you got what was coming to you. Win, lose, or draw.
yeah.
Daughter couldn't stand it, but guess what? They never talked that shit no more. Only one child did, and she got exiled for that shit. Cause she thought she would, but guess what? She would never. She talked all that shit, took that ass whooping, and then he handed the phone. Here you go and call him. Cause once you call him, then I'm gonna put a hole in your head, and we go totally be done. And that ended all of that. He didn't play that shit. So no, I never grew up under that. Don't be afraid to hit a woman. If she hit me, I'm hitting her ass back. Fuck it.
I'm gonna tell you one thing about my younger cousin, and I'm arguing with one of my aunts because she's being a bitch. Yeah, I could say that because she was actually being a bitch. And I'm looking at my cousin. She like, well, that's your aunt. Well, I'm a man. I'm a 40-year-old man. You got to respect me too. If you asking me to do something, you're gonna treat me like an adult, not speak to me like a child.
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, well, you better learn how to talk to her because I hit people. I said, sweetheart, I'm gonna tell you one thing. I'm gonna tell you one thing to your little raggedy ass. I will put you through that fucking wall, and I will dare anybody in this motherfucking house to touch me. So go ahead and think, who's man or woman enough to stop me? And my father was upstairs laughing his ass off.
Yeah, yeah. And you guys can jump in at any time because it's kind of free flowing right now. So
yeah,
if you want to jump, just
Hey,
speak up.
BGS.
Yes, sir.
Did the Russians make up this attack?
I do. You know what? I don't think that. I don't think that unless you're on the inside of Russia, you could actually hit that building. So it has to be somebody on the inside, whether it's a Russian or a dissident that is on the inside or
That's what I'm
Russian.
thinking too. I'm like,
So
there's got to be a little validity to that. 'Cause I don't think because Russia's
so it's a when governments are not above doing things like that to try to rally the base. So it's kind of hard to tell.
Or
So
it's
because
called red cell.
I don't think the Ukraine is stupid dumb enough that you try to hit the
yeah,
Russian
yeah,
problem.
that's
They're not that dumb.
there's some little fishy going
And
on
something
here.
fishy going on. So I don't think that Ukraine did it. That would be my opinion.
or
A
they
little fishy.
or they trying to or somebody's trying to kill him because they don't like this war. You know,
Okay. Now, if somebody, say the Russians or somebody else, hit the White House where Biden was in there, what do you think would happen within a few hours?
Martial law everywhere.
No. I want him to answer. What do you think would happen if a foreign entity tried a drone attack and actually hit the White House with Biden in it? What do you think was going to happen?
Oh, I know they got all these weapons to supposedly this airplanes and stuff like that. What I'm trying to say is maybe there's some.
No. That's not the question I asked you, sir.
Go ahead.
What if a foreign entity, by some kind of mishap or chance, hit an explosive drone onto the White House, and they found out who it was? And it's a nuclear power. What do you think is going to happen?
Oh yeah, they would attack them.
It's going. In other words, it's going to be DEFCON fine in this motherfucker, real fast.
I'm gonna burn this bitch down
until they and they will have to present that motherfucker that actually set up this attack and put him out front and sacrifice him, because that's a nuclear war. That's why I don't think that was Ukraine, because there would be immediate retaliation. Go ahead.
No, I agree.
Hold on. No, go ahead.
Let me put it to you this way.
Hold on,
I'm
Charles.
sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was saying I was agreeing with you. I was just throwing out another one, just a small possibility. But yeah.
Oh no!
I mean, there are people that dumb that will do some shit like that, but I don't. In this case, Ukraine's getting his ass kicked, and basically, for the most part, Russia has not touched Kyiv. Okay, they haven't really bombed Kyiv. They could bomb Kyiv until it's a smoking crater. They haven't done that. But if you do some shit like that, and they know that you did it, and you try it again, guess what happened? Kyiv is next. Okay, you won't have any government building standing in Kyiv.
You got to realize this. A lot of countries are not afraid of having, a lot of countries have a red cell unit. For those of you who don't know what a red cell unit, those are units that are conducted from former operatives of a government to test its securities, meaning they will actually. Red cell at one time was so good they put bombs next to Air Force One without being caught. They actually kidnap some motherfuckers. So even though it's kind of funny, they have the opposite colors and like Russia, they call them blue because the enemies are blue. So because we're red, white, and black. But you do that shit and you try to hit him, you're gonna validate him fucking going full force. You don't want to do that.
We don't want to do that. Yeah. Not a good
Hey,
idea.
this might be a good opportunity to hop in. Master Teacher, I appreciate you for letting me on. And Officer Charles, shout out to you. I just wanted to make one brief comment, and then I actually had a question for BGS and really anybody who want to give some insight on this. I'm a chief operations specialist out here in Japan right now. So we've been out here for about 3 years. About a month ago, you had to ask me anything, and I was thoroughly impressed, actually. It was relieving, to be honest, that there was some private civilians that were actually informed of what is going on with the whole Russia-Ukraine thing. Trying to talk to the civilians about it is like insane. It's like they're feeding whatever mainstream media has to give to them.
Right.
I know Wagner's talking about pulling out and everything, but I don't think people really understand what conventional power Russia actually could bring if they wanted to against Ukraine.
Yeah.
So, and then just another thing with the whole, you guys are also speaking on topics. I can say, since it's kind of personal, since I'm actually out here, obviously the U.S. Navy is still the world's most powerful Navy, but I have to admit, in reference to our security policy, and I don't think it's just Biden, I think whoever the next president is, Republican or Democrat, they're probably going to continue this on. It's looking like the United States is stepping away from the whole world policing, and it's going to get a lot more national specifically.
They're out of money. If I can find it, in fact, they were saying, somebody put in an article that U.S. is Air Force is actually pulling out of Taiwan because they're running out of money. Yeah.
Oh wow.
That was my, and plus you got to remember, if you think about it, I always say go back to World War II, right? Okay. Prior to 1940, who was the biggest military power on the planet?
Was it England?
Germany.
Oh yeah,
Germany. Nazi Germany, the biggest, most ferocious military power on the planet.
They had better equipment. That's why they came up with the term German engineering.
German engineering, Blitzkrieg, which is which is the shock and awe of its day. Okay, they ran roughshod all of Europe, right? Okay, who was the biggest economic and manufacturing power on the planet?
It had to be the
United States, right? What happened after 1941 when Roosevelt turned all of that manufacturing power into rolling out armaments, tanks, airplanes, and whatnot? How long did it take for the United States to catch and pass Germany?
Not 2
or 3 years.
About 2 years to pass them, right? Okay. Who is the most powerful military at the moment? Most powerful military presence on the planet right now?
America.
Oh, easily the United States right now.
Who is the biggest manufacturing base?
China.
On the planet?
Easily China.
That's why they're taking the chips out.
So that's a different story. We'll get into that right after I finish the statement, right? Okay. What if China decided we're going to go whole hog and start building armaments, tanks, planes, ships, whatnot? Okay. Well, what happened within 2 or 3 years?
They'll be the biggest.
China had the biggest military. Easily.
They had the biggest military. In fact, that's what the last report was. In fact, I might put this up on my page.
They have the biggest by number, but I seen some reports saying that their equipment is not as good. Like they have technically more ships than we do, but our ships are better quality.
Okay.
Same thing happened to the U.S. back at that time too. But the U.S. just process improved over and over, and they just used that engine.
In other words, at the end of the day, basically, numbers is numbers, ain't it? They might not be as good, but you have more of them. Especially when it comes to ships and what we call the hypersonic weapons, using hypersonic weapons.
Quantity brings its own level of quality.
Yeah, Russia and China have them.
And so basically, how good are carriers if you got carrier killers? Out there that fly at Mach 7 or 8.
Supersonics are way worse because I believe from what I heard, they can move directions. Like unlike ballistic missile, I guess it's like one direction. It's calculated. They can just change direction in the middle of going to its destination.
They can alter their course, but the thing is, at the end of the day, how hard is it hit to something moving at Mach 8?
That's hard to hit.
It's hard to hit. We don't have anything. Okay,
You better use
I know you
lasers.
said you're going to go there.
and guess who already has rail guns on their ships?
I think America does have rail guns. Yeah.
No, they don't. Who has rail guns? China has rail guns on their ships.
Oh, I know we're trying to get lasers on these airplanes. I know that.
And well, you're gonna need them. Okay, you're gonna need it, but you also need a targeting system to go along with them that can calculate this stuff. So
I know you said you was going to go.
Yeah, the laser on these platforms is supposed to be the answer for intercepting missiles, since obviously you'll run out of rounds pretty quickly.
Now you could go to toe to toe with China. You know, and this is just me. You know, and I'm not saying what would happen. You could go to toe to toe to China, and win an all-out war. You know, hopefully it's not nuclear. But the thing is, at the point, how much is that worth to you?
It's better to do economic work, which I think they're doing right now, especially with those chips.
Do I think
Which is actually my question that I'm going to open to BGS and anybody else who wants it, and then I'll back out just to listen.
Okay, about the chips, right? You talk about the new chips that TSMC is actually producing, right? You talk about those, right?
Correct.
Guess where the technology came from?
America.
IBM.
That technology, China's paying for it though.
Technology came from IBM, right? Okay,
Right.
Over Intel, right? Okay. Basically, it started out with I think it's called the I'm trying to think foundation. What is it?
I forgot. All the schematics are from America, though. Yeah.
What I'm saying is the actually chip technology came from IBM. Chinese bought it for like $20 billion. Okay, you know, so IBM can actually finish their process because it wasn't finished yet, right? And I think it's called Global Foundations was called. It used to be part of AMD. Okay, they tried to produce it with AMD first, right? They couldn't get it down low enough, so they transferred that to TSMC. TSMC not only has a plant on Taiwan, but they also have one right across the water, across the bay, and where?
I believe they're moving one in America, aren't they?
They haven't built that one yet. But where's the other one, TSMC, that nobody talks about?
Is it Norway?
It's in China.
Oh, really?
Right across the bay. Yes.
What?
The agreement was we'll help you finish your technology, but whatever you get, you have to give it to us. In other words, we have to make the same chips that this TSMC makes, but you have to give the same technology to China. China already makes 7 nanometer chips. The only difference is that the chip making, the etching machines actually made in Netherlands, right?
Yes.
But China's working on it, right? Okay, so they're not that far off. Guess who doesn't make that kind of equipment? United States. They don't make that equipment.
Yeah, they say it's a whole. I guess it's like a jigsaw puzzle to make these chips. Yes, TMC. There's the Netherlands machine. I think there's something else too that they need. I forgot the other one, but I know it's that machine.
The only thing that's stopping them from making because China has machines that make them, but they can't get down as far as TSMC does. TSMC's down like 3 nanometers. China is like behind it, but China's producing 7 nanometer chips. They're like 3 years behind, 3 or 4 years behind. But the thing is, when it comes to weapons, you don't need 3 nanometer chips. 3 nanometer chips goes in cell phones and those tiny devices. They don't need to go into military equipment. The military equipment, you can go all the way up to 20. And they produce those all day. Like China bought like the J-20, okay, which is stealth. Okay, it's as good as stealth as the F-22. No, the thing is, it has stress vectoring. Okay, there's only one other American plane that has stress vectoring, and that's the F-22. Okay,
right.
You know, American plane. Now Russia's been had it for years. Okay, so you take American technology, stealth technology, and match it with Russian technology, and what do you get? Okay. Now, is it as good as the F-22? No. But the thing is, guess what? How many F-22s have they made total? I think 235 total.
Yeah.
Not a lot.
20 years.
Not
20
a lot.
years. China has made 400 J-20s. Okay.
And the crazy thing is, they want to retire the F-22. I keep hearing reports about that. I'm like,
because it's a very expensive platform to maintain, and you know, even though it's the best in the world, there's no question about it. But the thing is, they can't even
incredibly finicky.
Yeah, they can't even export that bastard. They don't want the technology to get out. So that's how come
crazy.
So basically, they produce a cheaper version called the F-35.
Correct.
Which is not nearly as good, but the J-20 is better than F-35.
I've been hearing rumors about this Gen 6 they're making, which won't have a tail and have built-in laser beam on it.
Yeah, it could, but the thing is, how much is it going to cost, and how many can you make?
And the maintenance of
And
those things
the
is
maintenance.
crazy.
That's how come. That's what's hitting the Ukraine. The maintenance on them. You can send them the stuff. You can send them stuff like the howitzers they sent them to Ukraine. Okay, you can send it to them. They can use them, but the thing is, they can't maintain them, and that's the problem that you have.
You gotta think about it. Believe it or not, having a professional army is actually very recent in history. And when you have people who can't break down their weapons to clean them, do you know how many motherfuckers in Vietnam alone were having issues that got killed because of the lack of functionality or cleaning of the weapons?
Was it the M16?
Well, the M16 had too many sensitivities.
Yeah.
The more accurate a weapon, the more sensitivities it has.
Yeah, that's what the AK-47's always been the go-to.
It's just the AK-47 is spray and pray. You know, more people die by accident than on purpose with that bitch.
True, but it still fires.
It fires, but god damn it, I'd rather be able to pick you off, like, because I mean, if
recoil is that bad, huh?
The recoil is bad. It's just it's a close combat weapon. Like if you give me a short barrel rifle or a 300 Blackout, 300 Blackout has a better trajectory, like 35% more energy than a 7.62. But if I'm trying to go out 300 meters, which is a very good effective kill range, which is 2 to 3, you gotta want some distance, because the more I can reach out to you and you can't reach to me, the better my day going. So I always look at them as the retarded cousin.
I appreciate y'all for letting me on. I'm gonna back out. I'll listen in the back. My question for BGS and the rest of you guys is reading the tea leaves. What do you think the reality is of China actually invading Taiwan? Me personally,
Zero.
Yeah, me personally, 2027 is coming. Taiwan's got another re-election upcoming. I don't feel like they believe it's worth going to war against the United States and Australia over it. But I just want to hear your guys' thoughts on it. Thank you again.
I mean, if you want to stay for a second, right? Basically, China's more about economics, right? China, and this I've been following China since 1994, right? I kind of know how they think, right? If they economically take over the whole entire planet, what choice does Taiwan have? Except to stay in their orbit.
Yep.
Facts.
So invading them is not going to do anything good except cause more problems. Why would they invade them? And China basically, if you go back in the literature, right? China, the United States all said China wasn't going to rise and do what they're doing right now until like 2035, 2040. Okay, they're like 20 years ahead of time of their pace. Okay, they have plenty of time. Since they're ahead, they have plenty of time to wait. So if it's a no-go, they want to fall back and let the United States have it, they're perfectly willing to fall back and let the United States, kind of gain a little bit because they got time. United States doesn't have the same kind of time that China has. Okay. United States is trying to hold ground of where they are right now. And basically quickly told them it's probably almost impossible. Okay. So this United States and Europe trying to hold ground. And time is on China's side. So them invading Taiwan, unless United States does something really stupid, like send a whole garrison and putting like nuclear weapons on Taiwan soil, I don't think that's going to happen. Now, if NATO decides to try to make Taiwan part of NATO, you might have a different story. But thing is, but as far as the tea leaves right now, as it sits, I don't think Taiwan's that stupid that's even entertain that kind of stuff when you're only like 50, 60 miles away from the mainland. I would say zero. I would say zero. So, I mean, anything could happen, but I would say zero. Go ahead.
BGS. So I agree with you, right? So I forgot that guy's name. I watched him, so I think his name is Peter something. He goes around.
Peter Zahn.
Yes.
That idiot. Yeah.
Okay. So, but one part was interesting because he was talking about the demographics of China, and I do watch some people that lived in China. They actually moved out, some white dudes.
Yeah.
And they talk about how about the laying flat thing. So if you look at the laying flat demographics, because they're very xenophobic in China.
Yeah.
So they can't just import people like we do here in America.
Yeah. We don't need to. Yeah.
So do you agree with him that the demographics would just over time F them over, or no?
If they want to, if you use the Western model, it would, right? Because in the Western model, Western liberal model, we do not let old folks die, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not, because that's part of the promise of the liberal model, right? You work hard, you do hard. We're going to take care of you in your old age, right? Okay,
Mm-hmm.
because we're a liberal country, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does an authoritarian country believe in the same thing?
No, but their culture, at least them personally, they're supposed to take care of their older
They're
parents. They still have that
supposed to.
mentality.
They're supposed to. But thing is, if push comes to shove, will they let those old people die?
Looking at the history, yeah, they would. I'm looking at Mao and them.
Yeah, they
starvation.
will. They perfectly. They have no problem cleansing. In fact, the rumors are they let like 40 million people die during COVID.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
heard
The
that.
rumor.
yeah.
That's
That
the rumor.
well, to,
And
to stay at the unclassified level, that's probably confirmed.
yeah, and most of the people, yeah, it's unclassified. That's the rumor, okay? And
Mhm.
most of those folks are old, okay?
Yeah.
And they talk about some people, some old folks that weren't even dead. They had COVID, man. They were putting them in them ovens, okay? That's what I heard, and I'm
To
not.
slow it
I,
down.
I
Yeah.
can't swear by it because it's opaque, okay? But
Mm-hmm.
the thing is, if they adopt a Western model, and we've been saying this since 2003, China's going to get old before it gets rich, right? Won't have enough money to take care of the old folks when you have that imbalance, as opposed to young working class people. But the thing is, that's if you decide to uh, uh, take care of the old folks the way the West takes care of old folks.
So is that
And yeah, I'm not sure that China's going to do that. But go ahead.
so is that how a lot of authoritarian countries take care of their older people when their demographics go off? To just kill the older people?
No. What I'm saying is, in normal times, no, they wouldn't. Okay. But thing
Mhm.
is that if you had rough economic times and your country could like economic collapse, okay, in the
Mhm.
West, we'd have a hard time letting our old folks go, even
Mhm.
though we've done it in the past. But is an authoritarian country that says that the state or the society is more important than individuals. Would they
Right.
let them go? The
Mhm.
thing. So they keep using the Western model on China, but can you use the Western model on China? What do you
No.
think? What do you think?
Yeah,
Nah, the mentality is not there for that. It could work in other places of Asia, more specifically Japan, but
Yeah.
you
you
know,
got to think about it when you're dealing with like authoritarian governments. You
Mm-hmm.
playing with different rules, and
Mhm.
a lot of people don't even understand that. Like, let's take some place like Iran. Who's
Mm-hmm.
in charge of Iran?
is it the Tolas or Olas or what? I can't.
All right. All right.
The
Totally.
Ayatollah. The
Yeah.
Ayatollah.
Okay.
Guess what
Thank y'all. I'm
happens?
about out.
Okay.
Uh,
All right.
guess what happens when the president of Iran speaks out? The Ayatollah puts the president of Iran on house arrest.
Yeah.
Remember, like people forget just modern history and social studies and geometry, not
Mm.
geometry and
Geography.
global geography. You know, just like who's the head of state of England, of Great Britain?
Supposedly the king now.
It's not supposedly.
It is. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it
It
is.
King
is
Charles.
because
Because trust and believe,
They can't call it anymore.
that female prime minister that was voted in, okay,
Mhm.
she was good as long as the queen was alive. What happened when she died?
she
She's out of there.
resigned.
She's out of
And
there.
I'm,
So
I'm gonna
that
tell
tell
you,
you who's controlling what. Okay.
Irrelevant.
and I'm gonna tell you
Uh-huh.
who appoints the prime minister.
In the
King.
UK, that's voted
Yeah,
in.
It's voted,
no,
but yeah, it is voted.
it's the fucking monarch can actually get rid of him.
They
Yeah.
can,
They
but they
do have
can't.
that right. Yeah.
And they do have that right. But thing is, and
They're
it
just
kind of,
not gonna do it because
but thing is, you got to give like the Matrix, right? You got to give people what the illusion of what
you got to give the people the
illusion
illusion
of
because
choice. Yeah.
why do you
Is that what
think?
the
Why do you?
One time, one at a time. Go
Go
ahead.
ahead, finish, Charles.
No, I was just saying. Why do you think, like BGS said, she left as soon as the queen died? Oh shit, this
Yeah,
bitch about to guess.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
Another one. He got a new ruling town that disagreed with her choice. So once mom died, as long as mom alive, you can stay. So as soon as mom is gone and buried, guess what up? 30 days later, it wasn't even 30 days later, she was gone. What does
I
that
I
tell you?
was
mean,
gonna say,
the body wasn't even cold before she put it in the sun to take
You
care.
ain't shit. You
I'm
ain't
like,
shit, Charles. You wasn't even laid in state long, was she?
you weren't even laid in
yeah,
state. They didn't even put her good wig on before she
you ain't
was
you ain't
God
shit. Didn't put a good wig
it's
on, huh?
like just like when you read it, like I actually read up on this shit, just boredom. Like when you
It's a
read up on the Pope's an elected monarch. So like the shit, the kind of power that motherfucker has in religion,
Mm-hmm.
god damn.
Mm-hmm.
Like especially when you take classes like these and you find out about the motives of people who want to stalk and do assassinations and shit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you got to be very black pill to take this shit. And luckily for me, I ain't shit. So,
Well, yeah, but the thing is, like, military guys that have a peek behind the curtain, okay, and people like you, because you've seen it on the street and overseas, so you got a double dose of the black pill. So basically, you peek behind both curtains, so you can't once you see, you can't unsee.
oh yeah,
Follow the
it's
black
funny.
pill.
Like I actually had to tell a couple, like some of those young Marines, like how black pill I was. I said, let me picture this to you, son. Let me school you, son. You know how you had the
Mm-hmm.
young boy him. Like, come here, son.
yep.
Did you ever see a baby sciatic? And he was like, no, I have a couple of times. It's not
Mm,
cute.
mm.
What's the baby? Okay, I'm afraid to ask.
Sciatic is when the skin turns blue because
Ooh,
of
yeah.
light oxygen.
Okay, that's oxygen. Yeah, yeah.
And I tell people, I've said, have you ever seen what a 350 with 6 shots from a 357 does to a human head?
Yeesh.
I
I have.
have I have the watermelon, and it ain't pretty.
It's
Uh,
not a
uh,
pretty. It's
well,
not a
basically
pretty
what
thing.
basically what a modern mortar can do to a body in, like,
Hmm.
0.2 seconds. Like this one guy, he was actually from Britain, actually went to the Ukraine front line, right? So he's sitting in the bunker, and they're saying, in the trenches, saying we can't go out there because there's tanks out there and they'll find you, right? And so a couple of guys got bored. Uh, so they got tired of sitting in the in the in the trench in the bunker, and want to go out and take a smoke. So they want to take a smoke, and the guy actually went out there with him because he wanted to get some air, right? And he said they were up there like 5 minutes, and all of a sudden he lit his cigarette, looked to his left, and the guy was a hunk of flesh just gone, right? And the guy that was next to him was gone, right? He got his ass back in that trench. 2 weeks later, he was back in the UK. He got
Yeah,
black pilled immediately. Okay,
Yep.
this
yeah.
ain't this ain't no
And
comic book.
again,
Yeah, it ain't no comic book. Yeah.
That's why I try to tell them young guys who did their 4 years in the Marines. I said, y'all looking for adventure. In life, adventure will find you. And yes, I do know King Charles is the monarch of the Commonwealth.
Hmm.
Yes, yes, yes. And you got to realize a lot of people say they want this life of action. I didn't ask for the black pill. The black pill asked for me. Okay.
That's the game.
The bitch landed on me like a superhero, like Superman coming out the sky. Boom. Black pill, nigga. Oh shit. How do I escape? You don't. You
Yeah.
don't go back to normality and
Yeah.
you see the world a lot differently. Like
Yeah.
there's shit and it's funny. There's very few people who get me. And there's shit that I see that most people never see, like just microaggressions I will see in a person and I just be like, and people be like, what's wrong? You didn't see that, did you? Nah. You didn't see the way that guy looked at us? They're like, no, I didn't see him. I thought his face was straight. No, it wasn't. It's just like I could tell if you're phony smiling at me. You know why? Here's a little tidbit. When a human being is actually smiling and happy, there's a
so
certain glow.
mm,
When you truly smile, your whole face smiles, especially
Yeah.
your eyes.
Yeah.
And when you're fake smiling,
Hmm.
for example, if you want to attack and you fake smiling and your
Your eyes
eyes
don't
are
smile.
still
Don't
big,
smile. Yeah.
yeah, that's an incoming attack
Yeah.
usually.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
there's far too much wisdom on this panel. All right, we're gonna have to settle it back a little bit.
Hold on,
Okay. Well,
one last thing of wisdom, real quick.
go
I
ahead.
heard you, VGS. You did. I guess you didn't agree with Peter. I can never say his name.
Peter Zahn. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard you call him an idiot or something to that effect.
Yeah.
What you don't agree with? So I just.
I
wanna
mean,
see-
basically, he comes from what's his name? Used to be called I've been subscribed to them for a long time. It's called Rain now, but it used to be called God, Jesus, what's the name of um oh God, I can't remember the name of it. But thing is, he was actually buddies with the guy that ran it, right? And they're very United States centric, okay? And they overhype United States. They're actually United States or American shills to the point where it sometimes defies logic. Okay.
Yeah, I saw one video that like that. He was defending America spying on everybody because he was saying that we're not good at human intelligence. Russia is because Russia controls so much land.
We're good. We're good at human intelligence. Don't get that twisted. But go ahead.
Yeah, but he was trying to say that we're not good at.
We're probably the best at it.
Yeah,
because we have
Israel's probably the best, but yeah.
But he was trying to make it seem like it was a good idea that basically what Snowden exposed was actually good and Snowden's bad. It's basically what he was trying to like in his latest video I saw. But I just want to know your perspective of what you did.
I've been like I said, I've started following them and I subscribed to them 2006. So it's been like 17, 18 years I've been following them. So I know Peter Zahn. I know what they've said. I know what they said way back 20 some odd years, almost 20 years ago, right? A lot of that shit was wrong.
What did they say 20 years ago? I was trying to find.
In other words, China's going to get old before it gets rich. China should have fallen in the mid-aughts. Okay, they're going to run out of money. They can't defend themselves. They can't rise. They're going to lose steam. A whole bunch of stuff. So much for that, right? Yeah.
They still have, even if they get old, they still have 200 million people in the workforce that are doing the 996 to some degree in manufacturing services. Like they have a ton of shit going.
They can't employ all the people that they have. They were not going to run out of workers. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the point is that the Chinese missed their Chinese century. You know what I'm saying? That they're trying to get on.
Not
maybe
necessarily.
Maybe they'll.
How did they miss it?
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is that we know we're on the cusp of the African century coming on.
Yeah, how long is that going to take?
I think
hold on, one at a time, yeah. How long is that going to take? Because
I believe that.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go on.
Give me your reasoning because I've been studying this shit for since 2003. But go ahead. Give me.
Well, I mean,
I want to hear it.
I mean, I believe the Chinese have next, but it's just they have a short window. We
already have it. Okay. What do you think's going on right now? They already have it. But the thing is, when do you think America's actually going to develop and take over? When do you think? What year?
Oh, well, I'm saying within the next 100 years, probably less, 80 years or less, possibly.
Yeah, you're probably right. But the thing is, 100 years is a long time, don't you think?
Yep.
That's right. I don't deny that. I don't deny that.
When did the United States take over the world?
In 1940.
After World War II.
So between then and now, how long has that been?
80 years.
80 years.
Yeah.
So
80 years.
100 years is a very long time, don't you think?
I agree. My point is what I agree. They're gonna get on the bus. I'm just saying that it's gonna be a shorter ride than we anticipated. Because I assumed that. Because I assumed that the Chinese were gonna get on a decade or 2 decades ago. You know what I'm saying?
No, that wasn't the case. Basically, we predicted the year 2000. Okay, and they're right on the money because when did China take Hong Kong back?
There was a
1997. Who has been the biggest competitor since 1995? Is it Russia, the Soviet Union? Who has it been?
China.
China's been on the bus for a very long time, man. Who's the biggest rival now?
China.
India, I think. Isn't India rivals of them?
No, to us. I'm not talking to them.
China.
China. Okay. Who's the second biggest economy?
China.
Who's the biggest manufacturer?
China.
Well, I mean, wouldn't that suggest that the Chinese are not yet at the top?
Okay.
No, it just sounds like they just letting you stay in charge.
The only difference is GDP, right? GDP.
Mhm.
China's like maybe 3/4 of America's GDP, but guess what? Guess what China's labor costs are compared to ours?
It's cheaper.
So basically, China's at parity with us already. Okay.
Yeah.
Guess who has the most patents on the planet as far as manufacturing and technology?
I think it's safe to assume the Chinese.
The Chinese. So they've caught us already. So where are we at with this that you're talking about?
Okay. So you're saying the Chinese are already on the bus. They're already running the show, or at least at the top.
Who runs Africa right now?
China.
All right.
Huh?
Dude, just look at all the packages you get right at home.
Hold on, y'all. I'm asking.
We'll say the China.
We'll say the Chinese. I'm not trying to tell you what to think. I'm saying look at it, right? If you're gonna say it, look at it, right? Okay. Have we heard? Who leads? Remember the BRICS? Brazil, Russia, and China, and South Africa that actually doing what? We're just trying to put in a new currency to rival what? The dollar. Okay.
The dollar.
Who leads that?
The Chinese.
China and Brazil, right?
Have you heard of no Chinese by far? Who ever heard of One Belt, One Road?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Who's that?
The Chinese, of course.
Chinese. Okay. Basically, they're here already. Okay.
Yeah.
Just like this artificial intelligence. People wondering when the fourth industrial revolution is actually going to hit. People saying it's just over the horizon.
Nah, it's here.
It's here.
Okay. I mean, I agree with you. I mean, all those points, I would say is 100% on point. But what about the final factor about military strength and the military factor in general? I mean, the U.S. still runs and
time and dedication.
No. Okay. Good. Let me finish your thought.
No. If you understand what I'm saying, that's all I got to say.
Okay. You ever heard? I have a theory called the Master Blaster theory, right? Okay. You ever see Beyond Thunderdome with Mad Max?
No, I haven't.
Who runs Bartertown?
Who runs Bartertown? Yeah. In other words, the little guy that sits on top of the giant that runs Bartertown, right?
Oh, okay. Like the harlot that's riding the beach. The beach.
No. It's like the genius. Like very specific, right? Your genius doesn't have the body, but he marries the body with a idiot that's like 7 feet tall. Okay. Okay. Who's the little guy? Genius.
China.
It's China. Who's the muscle?
Russia.
Yeah.
You combine those two together, guess what you have, sir?
Wow.
Okay. Hold on a second. Okay, and I'll tell you this. I'm probably not supposed to because I don't like me repeating this, right? Guess who backed Obama down in the Mediterranean?
Who?
Russia.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, they're here already. But I'm not saying anything that nobody knows. Okay.
I know this should be behind the wall.
What I'm saying, this is open knowledge. You can look it up. I'm giving you points to actually look up and make your own decision. I'm not telling you what to think.
I'll do that. No, I'll do that. I love doing my research, but I appreciate the wisdom.
Yeah. I've been following this a very long time, man. Basically, remember the day that Donald Trump was actually inaugurated? Remember that day? Where was Chairman G? Where was he at?
I don't remember.
It was at Davos, right? At World Economic Forum, announcing what?
What?
Belt and Road. The Belt
and Road. Oh yeah. Okay.
Inaugurated. He was announcing his plan for Belt and Road. Okay.
And I just want to remind everybody they're in the middle of their SCO meeting right now. So.
The good old Shanghai Cooperative, right? Russia and China getting back together in 1995, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I mean, I know they've got next. You know what I'm saying? I just the question was whether if they're already there or not. And you're
you're laying out pretty good groundwork that they're already there. So,
I mean that's my assessment. It's up for debate. People debate it all the time. You go do your own research. You make up your own goddamn mind, as the Oracle would say. Okay. Yeah.
of course. And one point I wanted to go in on.
Go ahead.
I mean, you guys were speaking about Taiwan, and I agree with you, BJS. They don't have to invade Taiwan.
Yeah.
People don't understand that within Taiwan, there's already a political party, right? That constitute, let's say, 50%, 40% of the vote within Taiwan that are okay with you reunifying with China itself. People don't talk about this.
Yeah. How come we don't invade Cuba?
That's a great question. Probably because the protection the Russians and the Chinese may be offering.
We could invade Cuba, but the thing is, it's worth our time and it's the trouble.
Even Biden said, "Look, we don't care about Haiti. It could fly 200 feet in the air, and we wouldn't really mind."
Ooh, I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I myself am Haitian, and
same.
There's a lot of resources, there's a lot of benefits the U.S. derives from keeping Haiti.
If 1.5 billion people want to take Taiwan, how much can you do?
But look,
about
America already has a base. America has a basis on Guantanamo.
They do. If 1.5 billion people want to take Taiwan, what can you really do about it?
Nothing. Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. You can kind of blockade them and make them pay for it, but they're gonna take it. Okay, their own.
And don't forget the history of the wars with the Chinese, like what's happening in Vietnam and Korea and stuff. When the Chinese was there, they were just throwing people over there with no weapons and stuff. Got the manpower to overflood you, literally. It's like wave.
But you got to remember, they have the biggest manufacturing base on the planet.
Exactly.
So imagine it from back. So imagine back then if they had the manufacturer power that they have now, if they had all the weapons back then, they would have ran out America immediately.
They could have. But the thing is,
exactly,
would have been too scared to even broach the subject. Okay. So the thing is, have the Chinese even talked about invading Taiwan ever?
No.
Where's all this invasion of Taiwan coming from?
Well,
America.
The radical generals who don't run shit. Want to invade Taiwan, and not really.
Well, what about all those ships, those Chinese ships on the coast of Taiwan, and they're always flying really close to their airspace in Taiwan, China?
Taiwan is like Hawaii to America.
What I'm saying is, are they doing it to actually intimidate Taiwan, or who else they're trying to intimidate?
They want to contain the Chinese.
No, basically they've been trying to intimidate you.
Yeah.
Boogeyman. Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Where are the Democrats trying to literally shove Joe Biden down our throats?
Who's that trying to shove?
Democrats.
Because they ain't got nobody else. Who else do they have?
Exactly.
Yeah, they can't use Hillary again.
Well, that's true.
Who's supposed to take over? They can't.
And they won't use younger people either. Even though they do have younger Democrats.
Well, they didn't train nobody. There's something that they ain't trained nobody to take over.
Robert F. Kennedy made his announcement.
Kamala Harris is supposed to take over. Guess what happened?
That's
a.
So basically, and basically, like I said, it's 50-50 whether you would actually run again. But somebody, that's funny. This is from Philip says, sent you $10 from a script kitty. Nice. Okay.
BJ.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the only thing I can see how China can fall is if they really push forward, because they do have a lot of enemies in their sphere around the south. They always antagonize Japan, of course Taiwan, South Korea.
How do they antagonize Japan?
Japan has a freaking Sorry, my bad.
How is China antagonizing Japan? What are they doing?
Well, from what I've seen from people that live in Japan, they be sending like these missiles real close to Japan. That's why they're trying to build their navy up now.
Is that China or Korea?
Huh? Well,
That's
they're saying
Korea.
China. The Japanese people over there are saying China's doing it.
Okay. All right.
The Japanese are more concerned
Because
of the
and I
Koreans.
believe that 'cause I used to watch this guy.
One time. Okay,
Sorry,
if
sorry.
you take a break, and people jump in, so
Okay.
you're gonna have to.
Okay,
And
I'll go
I'm
for
trying
it.
to clear the. No, go ahead. Finish your thought. I'm trying to keep
Okay.
people from jumping on your conversation. So go ahead.
Okay. So I'm interested in Asia. I like Japan, I like anime, all that good stuff, right?
Uh-huh.
So there was this one guy I used to watch. What's this dude's name? Zapanetsi. He lived in China before he moved and everything get more political. He would show that in China they still have a grudge against Japan. Like they have
sure.
Yep, of course.
So
I would too if I were them.
So the Filipinos. So what? And the
So
Koreans. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm not getting this from Americans. I'm getting this from Japanese there. Like I think it was like 2 or 3 years ago. There's some missiles very close hitting towards Japan that they say that came from China.
Okay.
And that's why
did they hit Japan?
No, that's why they've been building up the military, because ever since World War II, they're not technically allowed to have a navy.
Okay.
But now they've been having a navy. They're about to send F-35.
But you know what the Japanese did to the Chinese?
Oh no, of course.
Like how bad it was over there. They make the Nazis look like, child's play. That's how bad the Japanese did a lot of these people over there. So of course people got a big ass grudge against the Japanese.
The Nazis
like
are
literally one of the literally a hero in China is a Nazi person, because a Nazi person went over there and saw what the Japanese were doing and was like, yo, this shit is beyond bad.
Well, we getting off the subject. The thing is,
my bad.
Even if Japan actually builds up a military, they're gonna do what against China?
Not a damn thing.
Supposedly try to defend themselves. They're trying to invade.
Okay. In other
But
words,
of course, they're trying to align with America too, because they know America's the real big muscle.
If a billion people with weapons want to invade Japan, guess what they can do?
Invade Japan.
And they're right there. They don't have very far to go.
But technically, didn't they have a lot of people back in the day when Japan invaded the first time?
Huh?
And
because they were rural. Remember, they got caught. Sorry.
Hold on. Let him finish his thought.
No, I was just saying, because we know Japan is technically savvy. Let's keep it real. That they're going to have America's going to have their back, because America's scared that if they take over that, boom, America's easily get over it. It's reverse Japan from. You know what I'm saying? They want that Pacific.
So why would China take over Japan again?
To get closer to America.
How they get closer?
Well, they get closer, but they want to control that whole South China Sea.
You know that China's building ports in Mexico, right?
Oh yeah.
So if you want to get close to America, where would you
Panama
go?
Too.
Yeah, where would you go if you want to get close to America?
Oh yeah, you go to Panama and stuff. Well,
No, you go to Mexico. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Is that why they're trying? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So why are you taking over Japan again? To do what?
I don't know. They're just shooting missiles. I don't understand why they shoot missiles. They're just trying to scare them.
They're basically, it's really not about the missiles. Really not about Japan. Japan can't do anything. It's about who?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if I may interject,
it's a show of force. Go ahead, interject.
I haven't. I'm not aware of any Chinese missiles, going towards Japan. I'm aware of North Korean missiles.
Yeah, that happens all the time. The thing is, I haven't heard of any missiles that China's fired toward.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. The same thing. Yeah. Are you sure you're not confusing them with the North Koreans by chance?
Well,
this reporter said it was China. It was like a year ago. It was really close. It didn't hit, of course, in Japan, but it was like really close.
Yeah.
Like
I
think that was during their drill.
Yeah, their drill. I think they were mad that America was arming Japan.
So who are they trying to send a message to again?
To America.
America. Well.
Because they had this policy that's been going on they call it wolf warrior policy or something like that.
Yeah.
That's what they've been doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically the reason that Japan actually arming themselves is because United States military power is starting to wane. So they
have to defend themselves.
Yeah, and the Ukraine wars kind of brought that out. We're not, we're not ready for a large scale war.
Yeah, Afghanistan softened us up, and Ukraine showed our underbelly.
What's up with this LGBT stuff in the military? Like, that's just making things worse.
It's been
Well,
there.
before
It's been there. What
I
you
know,
talking
but
about?
I just saw it. I saw it that they want a drag, you know what, to help recruit. I'm like, what?
There
They
have
need
been
everybody that they can.
there have been gay men in the military since the Greeks. There
Yep.
always have been.
One of the founding people who helped America win the American Revolutionary War was a German man who would regularly have men in women's clothing in these camps in, nowhere, Virginia, playing, banjos and whatnot, drinking German beer. I mean, a lot of this stuff has just always been there. It just doesn't get talked about. Don't ask, don't tell. It's kind of a thing that's always been there.
Listen.
Oh yeah, that dude was incredibly flamboyant.
I was on brag and I wasn't prepared for the amount of stuff I heard about once I got there.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, it's been there. Okay, they talk about remember the don't ask, don't tell under Clinton.
Yep.
What do you think that was about?
Oh man, see y'all didn't live it though.
I was here about the
first
women.
part. The first part of it, they did like a psych out move. They was like, "Yeah, don't worry, it ain't nothing gonna happen to you. Don't ask, don't tell, all that type of stuff." Like all of a sudden, all these people started coming out. I had this one female Sarge, and she said to one of the troops as we were sitting around the table, she told him, "Don't you do a motherfucking thing."
Mm-hmm.
And we all knew he had a little bit of fruity in him, but like, he was part of our team. We didn't care. So within 3 months later, all of a sudden they retracted it, and everybody who came out was getting kicked out.
Yeah, they did that in World War II with the blue ticket discharge.
Yeah, we had some really good, really good high-ranking people who got kicked out that we didn't want to leave, but yeah, we lost them.
Yeah, well, they took the bait, huh?
Yep. Nobody needs to know anything. I tell a lot of people, wherever you are employed, military, private sector, people don't even know if you need to have. People don't need to know if you have a family. They just need to know your first name, last name, and the serial number you need to get paid through. Like,
I mean, to be honest, the concern of the fruity pebbles in the military is I think is overplayed. I think we need to be concerned about the females that get high-ranking positions from essentially let's just say dating higher ups. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because that's a plague in the military right now.
I
Don't
kind
talk
of
about that now.
I gotta agree with that.
Fitness.
Yeah, it is.
I experienced that one my dad going. So
I mean, I was gonna join the Marines, and that's what upset me about Charles talking about our Marines now. But and one thing I learned, especially from my experience with going to the trainings and whatnot, was that a lot of the females there that were just in not undeserving of their positions and ranks. It's just they got them because they were with the right guy at the right time.
Bro, you understand one thing? Like, let me tell you.
Hold on. Let me
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
My bad, bro.
I said my piece. Go ahead, brother.
No, I was gonna say this in the military, dude. I was in the Marines. Let me tell you this. You know how these girls get to E5, like to sergeant and all that stuff. You want to know? It's literally they get pregnant. They go and take their leave to take care of the kids. Then they get ranked. Then they get pregnant again. As soon as they get back, they leave again. Next, E5.
Yeah.
Literally, they fuck their get pregnant to the point that they get go up rank.
You get a desk job. Get them
Exactly.
out of the field. Yeah.
But I mean, it's these desk jobs are not something that someone is not qualified should run. You know what I'm saying?
What else you gonna do with them?
I know. No, I understand. I'm just saying that's a worse impact.
depending on the area, though, like
it's called
there's
a
shortage.
womb hustle. It's called a womb hustle.
In certain situations, there's a shortage of, let's say, desk helpers in a way, right? So, like with some situations, like the funniest thing is always the best looking women go straight to S1, like this army. Now, the ones that got a little bit of something going on, like for real, like it's this funny thing. Supply S1, S4. Like when you go to those spots, you see the best looking women in there. But like I had a situation where I was dating somebody in a country, and you know, it like we say, it's just your turn. So I'm going to somebody. I'm going to my first sergeant's room at the time because we had to study some stuff. So we're in first sergeant room studying. Somebody is sitting on the main couch, right? Like you know how you got the not the love seat, but the little chair, the chair. Somebody's sitting in a chair with the cover over their head. Now I'm sitting here. We going over these books. We learning what we got to learn. So might it be, and then all of a sudden the cover falls off, and I look to my right because I'm sitting right next to the person with the cover, and this person looks up and looks me dead in my face, and like you could see the fear of God coming out her eyes. All of a sudden, she gets up and runs in the room, and then you know, top run or walks out and goes, "Hey, let me speak to you real quick."
Lord in Christ.
He told me real quick. He was like, "Yeah, she in there having a fit, talking about, oh, he gonna tell, you gonna tell." I was like, "Tell what?"
Yeah.
Go ahead, sit back down. I'm like, "What you talking about?" We got some stuff to study. I'm trying to do my thing. So yeah, it's and shortly she ranked up a little bit too.
Of course.
So, hey.
Don't say none, won't be none.
You know what I'm saying?
You know,
None of my business.
And that's what the whole pushback against Me Too is, because let's keep it real. A lot of women move up that way. Not just in the military, but everywhere.
Exactly.
And all
That's,
you know?
bro, and that's one thing I didn't like about the whole military, because when you see this stuff, it just get aggravating. I'm like, yo, how the fuck does this bitch get promoted before me when I'm doing all the extra work? And you know, like the fact that they can't even do any push-ups or pull-ups like you can, and yet they are passing PT. And I'm like, this bitch is fat.
Yeah,
The
but
fuck is this?
that's the effect of the sim culture here in America. You know what I'm saying? We go ahead and give the girls and the women an easy ride. You know what I mean? Because we're so damn concerned about them, and ultimately it degenerates everything else about our society. So.
But you know one thing though, the only girls that actually earned my respect in the military was the ones when they actually joined into infantry with us and actually did the hike, went to the training, went to the hikes. But these chicks, I mean, they fell apart, but at least they were actually, you know, they earned their respects and all that stuff. And I was like, yo, they did their thing. But the rest of these chicks would say it again.
And those happen to be the ugly girls.
I mean, no, actually, two of them were bad. The other one was mid, and the other one was just a dyke. The dyke chick got my respect, the full one. She carried a whole 240 on her shoulders and did a 20K hike with limp arms. Like she destroyed both the nerve endings in both of her arms. So her arms are just flailing in the breeze, and she did the hike with that. I was like, yo, she's more manly than all of us. I'll take that bitch everywhere with her.
Look,
and that hike was not
good-looking women be doing their thing.
Sorry.
But like I'm gonna say, like, military wise in the army, like I had quite a few earn my respect. Well, no, yeah, a few earn my respect. But like I was the one that I was carrying a 240 and a daggone 100 pack ruck, and then all of a sudden this pretty motherfucker, she hurting. Go ahead, grab her bag.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Nah, we let her die.
All right. Yeah.
Man,
hey yo,
that joke used to get on my nerves.
Dude, we just let her die. I was like, no, I'm not taking that. When they try to pass it, I'm like, nope, let that other chick carry. They want to be a part of us, be men, let them carry that shit. Fuck them. And I kept them. I mean, like the ones that stayed in, they passed through, but like I said, they really left there messed up by the end of the training. Like they were really fucked up.
I mean, and that's the way it should be, but you know, we know all too much that, you know, Western men, they're just they have the belief system that they need to help out. We need to help out women in whatever struggle that they're going through.
Yeah.
Therefore,
think about this.
Just lends to the generation of whatever endeavor these women are a part of.
You know,
dude, I just look at them at loose end. I look at them as like the weakest link. I'm like, dude, just put a bullet in them. Let's go on with the mission already. I'm tired. I don't got to deal with this shit.
Can't do that. Can't do that.
No,
Can't we?
There's you know the biggest hoe won this week, right?
One time.
You know, Camilla she's the biggest hoe who won. She proves that.
Yeah, that is true.
Come up.
Yeah.
70 years old. She finally got the rings. She got the crown.
Oh yeah,
She's on
that's true.
top.
She's on top.
Mm-hmm.
Camilla and Kamala, huh?
Yeah.
One hoe wins.
Yo.
Hey, that's how you work up. How you work your way up.
Hoes are winning. Hoes are winning.
I'm just gonna say this.
Yeah,
one.
man, that is shout out to Ramel. Huh? Hoes are winning, huh?
I'm just gonna say this. One, if I ever seen a female try to go for infantry or ranger school, I'm gonna laugh because I know the hoe not gonna make it. And
Oh yeah, they didn't.
trust me. And go ahead. Ask me how many women got my respect in the military. Go ahead.
How many?
How many?
0.
How many?
Wow.
Are they good in the Air
0.
Force by any chance?
0.
Look,
How long,
Officer Law. They can do anything we can do. They can do it better.
Actually it's sergeant, but who's counting, right?
Oh,
But
okay.
not number one. Anything that I could do, okay. Whoever said that shit, tell them dismiss me with that bullshit.
Yes, I can.
Charles, can I ask you? You said that you said 2 of the 4 positions that women excel at in the military. I think there was a medic, sniper,
I never said
sniper,
medic,
spy.
They do. The main women do poorly in medic because one, they got to carry your ass. It's espionage.
Yeah.
Sniper and investigations.
So it's only 3?
Wait, recon? Recon, they do well in recon?
No, they do well in investigations because they like to talk. And men talk too much with women.
Yeah.
I'm surprised at sniper. Don't they
Hold
have to be
on, sniper, yeah.
Dude, Russia had
Sniper.
Russia was good, like known for women snipers.
Let me put it to you this way. Women are smaller targets. They are much more flexible. You put a rifle in their hand, their elbows are made to carry babies. Way you carry a rifle is the same way you carry a baby. So they can hold that position very longer. You don't have to feed them as much as a goddamn man. They can fit into small places. They can hold that position longer than a man because hey, their elbows are made to do that.
I don't know. They gotta use the bathroom when they gotta use the bathroom.
Espionage. Well, you do it the same day anybody do. You piss on yourself.
Exactly.
I mean, war is hell. I mean, espionage is because if I put a chick, a lot of guys say they're red pill, but if I put a pretty chick with a nice dress on and some heels and she comes up to you talking, most guys will tell her the last time she see they pussy in the bed.
First thing they say is, "Man, you talk too much."
And then too, investigations, men feel much more comfortable getting interrogated or investigated by women and will tell them and make Freudian slips.
Look at Project Veritas. They always use women.
Even though when it comes to physical, trying to be in the infantry, ranger school, Green Beret, I got women saying, well, there's women who did it. Yeah, okay. There is no woman that will come through that training and not get broken off. And I'm going to tell you, you're going to
Charles.
Like,
you get
Charles,
different, Charles. Like G.I. Jane is not a documentary.
No, but I mean, Charles, I hear you and I agree with you, but at the same time, I'm like, we're talking about Western women, right? We're not talking about women in general, right? We're talking about
women in the school.
Okay,
She didn't
let
pass
me answer your question. Let me answer your question. I'm talking about fucking women in general.
Okay, I can hear that because I saw what the Russian women did in World War II. I'm aware of what they were able to accomplish.
I'm talking about.
There's also another thing called propaganda.
No. See, you must not understand what I said. I'm talking about the totality of women.
Yeah.
There's ever been and there ever will. Unless that bitch is from Krypton, I don't see nothing impressive.
And yo, Charles, you know one thing, like I was saying before, dude, when they made it, went to the school with us, they only passed the school. They never even made it into the course because they were so fucked up. The one chick had a broken foot and a broken hip. The other chick, like, she was out for 8 months because both her arms are dead. because the nerves got pinched, and the other chick got her ribs like shattered a little bit. The girls, they made it through, but they couldn't continue after they got out. Basically, had to get out the military after that. Some of them.
Let me put it to you this way: they never made it through. They just didn't recycle their asses. Okay,
You're goddamn right. I think about it.
You could not make it through if you're injured of any fucking course.
Yeah.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Stop that bullshit in your minds. They never made it through. They were allowed to walk, be dragged over the line. This is the bad part, right? You got all these old okay, should I go in BGS?
It's Coliseum, man. That's what we do.
Okay.
I'm gonna make it do what it do, baby.
I'm supposed to believe that a bitch who's 38 years old who had a kid is passing Ranger School?
No, never.
No.
And I'm gonna tell you something. When women have babies, how many women do you have greater athletic performance after giving birth?
None.
So
here's
another tidbit. Here's another tidbit. Ranger School, you're known to lose 25 to 30% of your fucking body weight. How can a 150 fucking pound female take a fucking 80 to 100-pound ruck and go up a fucking?
Hey Charles, here's one for you. New Maryland law changes how courts deal with child custody cases. Shout out to Dead Set Anime. Yeah.
Yep. Shout out to Dead Set. That's probably him in the background covered up.
He probably introduced stuff that they couldn't deal with, so it could be him. Yeah.
I mean,
probably could.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, real quick.
Sorry.
Let Charles continue. Go ahead. Jump in.
Go ahead, Charles.
No, go ahead. Jump in. You were gonna interject something real quick.
Well, I was gonna say, as you know, BGS, I'm right now in school to get my AMP license, right?
Okay.
And in my school, I have plenty of Air Force and Navy veterans that are teachers that are teaching me. And one thing that one of my favorite teachers has already expressed to me is the fact that they bend the rules for the females to come in and just so they can get just so they can get a quota, just so they can prove this or that.
That's what quota's about. That's what exactly. It's normally white women, isn't it too?
Yeah, white women. And they have dropped the ball so badly after all these bending of the rules, all these down how should I put it bending of the rules so that they could cut it, and they still don't cut it.
That's the whole thing. But that's why it's a farce. That's why it's a farce.
It's all BS. Yeah. And I'm not.
Go ahead.
And I'm not down. I'm not downplaying. The possibilities or the chances of women, accomplishing things. We know there's those examples that exist throughout history, but they are not the norm. There's little chance for most women to reach those points. I say my point. Go ahead, Charles.
Like anytime you bring women to a fucking unit, do the standards go up or down?
Down.
Every single time. And it reminds me, like I tell them, I said, look, if this unit was hard charging or we were going, I'm going to tell you something, the difference between men and women, right? A man with a broken foot, you ain't gonna know that motherfucker got a broken foot till after the course is done.
Yeah.
It's just the sheer willpower men have compared to women. The closest thing you see to willpower of women is giving birth. And technically, all she got to do is just push and the shit's over. A lot of times. And I mean, really, matter of fact, here's when giving birth was actually respectful.
Yeah.
When you be like, damn, that bitch almost died.
Yeah.
Like now you got these bitches popping out 8 babies like it's nothing, left and right. Boo, 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 boo. Like,
well, those.
You got to think about it. And I wish you could pull up that video of the Marine captain talking about should women be in combat, because I did it a few years ago. I'm looking at this, and I want people to really listen to what she said, because people really think that, oh, you just hating on women. No, I had to tell this to my female friend. I said, do you know what? I said, show me any period of time where female leadership was great. Show me. I dare anybody.
They'll tell you Joan of Arc. They'll tell you Joan of Arc.
She wasn't a leader.
She wasn't a leader. She was a damn renegade.
What?
She wasn't a leader.
And then I think I'll say Queen Elizabeth. They'll try to use.
No, Queen of Elizabeth. I mean, she was a leader, but she was a military leader. She delegated those duties to men.
Is that the one that was? Is that the one that was in a 12-mile march? Which one you talking about?
It was.
She's
She
a
was talking
tutor.
to some. She was talking to some reporter.
Okay.
And she.
Are you talking about the Elizabeth that was the tutor?
No.
Oh,
But it's the fact of the matter that, look, women are great within their realms.
Exactly.
This is how badly women have become obsolete, and it's so fucked up because even what's my man who was the red pill comedian,
Patrice.
O'Neal. He even said, "What happened if your pussy was fucked up?" You know, the women said, "Well,
Damn.
we'll give anal, we'll give head." He says, "Wait a minute, y'all resort yourselves just to 3 holes, and I'm supposed to respect you. Y'all never said take your time to read the nigga, go watch the movie, have an interesting conversation, but y'all just want to say you're just holes."
Well,
and I'm just looking at it like there were times when the chicks.
Recently, Congress has
Oh
mandated
yeah, this is great.
military review policies.
I want y'all to listen to this very carefully, folks.
Marine Corps, that means integrating women into the infantry. This summer, several volunteers are the first women to train for the infantry and will join their brothers in arms this fall. But not everybody believes this latest step towards equal rights is a good idea, including a female Marine officer who has been on the front line.
That's the one.
Joining me now is Captain Katie
Just
Petroni.
listen.
Good morning to you, Captain.
Good morning.
So before we talk about what may happen in the future, help me understand what women are allowed to do right now.
There's numerous support roles that women have right now. There are certain restrictions also, and that's what Congress is kind of mandating that we look into. Fields like infantry or artillery or tanks are areas that females have not been allowed to participate in.
So there was this push in the last couple of years to let women do more, to technically be on the so-called front lines. Do you agree with it?
Well, there's really no front line anymore. This isn't conventional enemy.
Watch
Females
her
have
face when
definitely
she
played
gives her the
a
answer. Watch the
strong role
reporter's
in
face.
combat operations in a supporting capacity. My specific concern is opening up infantry for females.
Why?
It's definitely not a cost. The cost definitely outweighs the benefits. It's not going to help the individual, and it's not going to help the institution. We're a warfighting institution, and combat readiness needs to be at the front and foremost when we make decisions like this. And I don't think that this change is going to benefit anybody.
But why not?
Why not? There's an understanding or a misconception outside of the Marine Corps that preventing women from taking on these roles possibly restricts our opportunities for promotion. In the Marine Corps, men and women are promoted at the same rate. So the other question then I present is longevity. We're talking about opening up opportunities for females, but my concern that I point out in the article is that there's these gender-specific medical concerns that are going to come with opening these fields that I'm not so sure we've really thought about. And on the backside of that, there's going to be a cost associated with these medical conditions. And are we ready to pay the price for that?
I guess that was my question about why you think that it's a bad idea, because you yourself, I mean, by all regards, you're a very high-achieving woman, not only in life, but in the military. And what you point out in this article is that you went through some of the rigorous training that the men did, and what happened to you?
I've faced a lot of weight loss, muscle atrophy. I also developed polycystic ovarian syndrome, which for me resulted in infertility. It's a type of combat environment these days that's very strenuous, and I was only doing a portion of what our infantry brothers do. Physically fit, definitely one of the top in the females for physical fitness. However, I degraded. And of course, I understand that every female is going to break down at a different rate.
Yeah.
But our male counterparts are breaking down also. And I just think it's an unnecessary risk that we could be taking on.
So let me understand this. If, in fact, women are going to be on these so-called front lines, I know you say they don't really exist anymore, but just for terminology, on the front lines, will it be their own personal choice to be allowed to try it out, or will they just be commanded to do that even if they don't want to?
This will be a blanket assignment. So any female who joins the Marine Corps, private, as an enlisted side, or as a second lieutenant, as an officer, can be told to serve as an infantryman. And she will have to serve in that capacity.
All right, Captain Katie Petronio, a U.S. Marine Corps member of the U.S. Marine Corps, who has written an article, and I imagine you've taken some heat for it, for standing up for what you believe in, but we appreciate you guests today.
I'm sure she got her ass rode going in off of that one. Just not from the Marine Corps, but from
I'm about to say not from us.
She's not going to speak out of turn without permission like this.
Guaranteed.
Yeah. I'm sure the Marines were fine with her. You know, explaining this is what is going to happen.
If anything, she's basically letting women know, like, nah, yep. See, a lot of these bitches who go to college with you laughing, who got that sound shit? And
they'll applause in the background. I don't know who it is, but
they'll have like these little interviews, you know, on TikTok or whatever. Should men sign up for selective service? Well, I think it's very honorable for men to sign up and protect the country. Okay, for equality, should women sign up to selective service? Should they be like, huh?
Yep. Bro, I know I have women in my family who are in the military, and they're like, I don't know why these guys are so mean to us. It's like, look, if you don't follow orders, somebody could die.
Exactly.
Timing and effectiveness and efficiency is very important in this. And you have to submit to the rank and file. They don't get that.
And you know how many times I've seen these women fall out during these hikes, like literally fall out in the fetal position, just gone. I had to get the medic on. I'm like, dude, these chicks are slowing down the hike. We're not going to get to our destination on time, and we're slowing down, like literally walking slower than we should be doing. Like they're basically a big huge detriment. That's what I was saying earlier. I'm like, dude, at a certain point, I'm like, dude, just put the dog down already and let's go.
I'll say this, though. There's two things that women actually can be competitive with men, and most women don't even know that unless they participate. And it's ultra marathons, like those 100, 200, 300 mile races, and then ultra swimming, which is like 100, 200, 300 mile races. And it's normally because women can just last that endurance, and it's not that they're faster, but that over time they'll just track it down.
With their own body weight. The thing is, you in war, you got how many pounds of gear do you have to carry?
Exactly. Yeah. But the swimming one only works because they have a lot more fat around their hips, so it keeps them in water a lot more buoyant, so they can go through it a lot easier.
Even with that, right? Here's the problem, right? When them women get shin splints, they're fucked.
Yeah.
Like there's a reason why
their bones aren't built for it. Yeah.
Their bones can't take the impact that men can. Like there's a reason why. Like I've never seen a physically superior woman. Sorry, I haven't seen that.
Yeah.
When they all run on their heels.
Even when you see these so-called bodybuilding women,
they're not that
like
small.
They had to take so many goddamn hormones. And I mean, compared to like men who naturally have hundreds of times the fucking testosterone they do, I mean, you gotta look at it like, and this is not me knocking women saying they ain't shit. This is me actually trying to protect them. Like, why the fuck would you want to do like female police officers?
Your limitations.
When female police
I'll put it this way,
right?
Charles, you wrestled for how many years? Like 10, 12, 15, 20?
Who knows?
Yeah. So I wrestled about the same amount, right? You're about 80 pounds heavier than me. I'm not wrestling you unless it's like a gentle exhibition, and I know that it's not going to wind up with me with like a forearm snap. I know my limitations.
Gabar, which one is you? Okay, you're on that one. All right. Okay.
And what's funny is this, right? when Baltimore Police Department said they want 30 women, 30% of their fucking officers to be female.
Okay.
Look at what you're producing now. Most of your females are going to run to DDU, which are the detectives.
Yeah.
They're going to run to child abuse. They're not going to be in patrol.
Okay.
And then when you put them in male units, they keep trying to fuck the males. That's what happens when boys and girls are left alone too damn much. And it's like, you really want, and what is the benefit of having 30% women when you still got the same big ass knuckleheads who don't respect you?
Well, we
And
get a
I'm
female
like,
perspective.
and I'm like, fuck their perspective. And I'm like,
put them out, put them out there, and let them get their ass whipped. And
let nature take its course.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
And I'm like, when you go through the academy, the men have to bench press their body weight plus 60 pounds. The women just have to do 60% of their body weight. Yes. People will make this. Well, females, they don't have the pectoral muscles of men. Yeah, because their breast is fatty tissue. And that's just, biological. But at the same time, you want to go out there and make the same amount of money as me, but are we going to put you on the most dangerous post in America? And I have literally manned the most dangerous post in the fucking America. Not Baltimore, not Maryland, but America. At one point, 524 Post was one of the most dangerous fucking posts in America. And you're telling me that what happened with that white girl, police officer, happens very frequently all across the fucking country.
You talking about that lady that got beat up on camera on a dash thing?
Not just beat us, not just the one that was beat up, but the one who got fucked by the entire department.
Sergeant, Sergeant, we need a female's perspective, okay?
Yeah, we talking about like up from under somebody.
Husband's so bad in those departments, huh?
Well, the females have this listening, and they're very sensitive to the needs. Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
Exactly. Yeah. No. We need it. Okay.
Well, I mean, it's the egocentrism of it all, where it's like the idea of somebody throwing rocks from a covered position when somebody else is just out in the open. Because when females say they can do all of these things, or it's like you should give them the opportunity to do so, it's from a position where they're always going to have their ass covered by somebody else, because they're going to say, "Oh, either they're female, so they need help," or some in that fashion. But when they're out there and have to do the whole thing, and they break themselves down, or they get broken down by the elements or by the work itself, they weren't going to say, "Well, it's like, no, I wasn't really capable of it, or I was ready for it." They'll go ahead and throw it off at somebody else and say it's something else's fault that I couldn't get this thing done.
Well, that's our job. I mean, you bring the females in, you know what I mean? You let them do their role, which is the cushy spots, and you have the men do the hard jobs, you know what I mean? But we need the female perspective. So.
Well, yeah, exactly. And that's
we do.
But,
why?
No, we don't. We don't. I don't know where we get this from.
No,
I like to say,
and that's a cycle.
One time.
Sorry, yeah, and that's the cycle back, and that's a cycle right back around when we were talking about how you had a whole bunch of females, especially in the military, getting promoted ahead of people that actually do their job when they get cycled out of their job and get put to an office. Well, what the perspective of that is, hey, the person that's in that office, they're somewhat interchangeable. You know what I mean? Somebody can be trained easily to go ahead and do that job, but when it comes to having the physical and also the mental capabilities to do a hard physical job and be good at that job, they need you to stay where the hell you are, because there's only so many people that can do that. And so many people in the pipeline that are able to do that. So they're going to keep you right there because you're good at your job. And they probably won't promote you or get you higher, so you would move out of that job, because they need to make sure they think you replace you before they push you on. And somebody is going to be womb hustling. If somebody's gonna be womb hustling, they can slide in and out almost every other position that's in an office,
I'm gonna
and
tell
it
you
don't
this.
matter.
I'm gonna tell you this, Sam C. For all those women who so-called passed Ranger School, I want somebody to show me their records. Oh, you can't because they lost them. Notice they got rid of all those bitches' records, which I already told you they on some funny shit. And see, this is bad when you got a bunch of these Me Too bitches, and we don't get a chance to serve our brothers because guess what you're gonna do? You're gonna hold your brothers back, and God forbid you're the only female out there. One, I'm gonna tell you why it's bad business for women to join combat units. Number one, you're out there in the field, you gotta fight. Women just mentally can't take it. Number two, when women get around men and stuff goes bad, the first thing they're gonna do is somebody's gonna claim somebody touched me, especially if they don't get their way. And if something does happen, which is bound to happen, even if it's consensual and they get caught, I was forced.
Yep.
And instead of putting yourself, what good, every time they take the statistics of women who are with units and they have to get through a fucking field, they notice the combat readiness of that unit goes down. What's more important, to please political ideology, which is usually a lie, or to be combat effective? It's bad enough you had, and I got to talk about this real quick, BGS. None of those guys, have you ever noticed when they have these little panels with men and women? And my boy, shout out to my boy Sherrod. They never put real men there. They put these soy boys or these LGBT.
Yeah.
That guy looked like Brock Lesnar with a skirt. That nigga, how you big as shit? You call yourself a feminist? And they would never put a nigga like me on there.
Well, he was a fruity pebble, so
Yeah,
They were like
he's a little rainbow coat, rainbow
a
head.
little
So,
rainbow. That
yeah.
motherfucker pissing fruity pebbles.
But officer, I mean, look, we need the female perspective, okay?
Shut up! I hate
you. I'm gonna give you. Okay, y'all ready? Y'all need to donate to BGS. Hell, swing some of that money my way, but donate to BGS. I'm gonna give you what the female perspective is when it comes to
Okay.
combat.
All right.
How can I get my lazy ass through this shit?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you, I would love to hear a transgender, so-called white woman man tell me that I'm privileged. Tell me how privileged a black male in America is. Go ahead.
Sergeant.
Did you see that video on TikTok?
See, what we need is a real bad perspective, and
Sergeant.
there were no men there. I think the fucking tranny had a fucking longer dick than the rest of them motherfuckers.
Damn. Hold on.
At least, the only person on that fucking audience who was getting some testosterone was that bitch.
Sergeant.
Nigga.
The only one that had testosterone was the one that was dealing with the brother. Okay?
We can tell this one we get demonetized.
Look. But when I was saying, I was talking to a lot of teachers. When I was saying I talked to a lot of teachers, right? That are ex-military. I mean, I know the sergeant can speak on it, but a lot of veterans are pissed about that fact. They understand that this is degrading the military apparatus in totality. You know what I mean? I mean, and it's undeniable at this point. All the statistics support it. The individual interactions and experiences support this, but we're not stopping on it. So, I mean, at this point, we just have to acknowledge that we need the female perspective. Period.
I'm just gonna say this.
Why so? Why so?
BJS, I'm being sarcastic.
Okay,
Lord in Christ.
I'm just gonna tell you this one, right? Number one, that one dude on that shit, he was so deep in the closet that he was seeing Christmas gifts. I mean, shit.
I'm surprised you don't have high heels in a recording of all you single ladies.
Well, that's because you can't. It's very hard to find a size 14 pump. That's why it means.
China makes anything.
Yeah,
I'm
but
gonna need you to slow down.
and yeah, they're gonna be making lady parts too. But anyway,
they already are.
I
They
mean,
really are.
I mean, when the chick told them that she's the anti-feminist, I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
one day you gonna see me on somebody's panel, Charles, from where? Baltimore. Race this nigga. They're gonna be like, well, I think you're sexist. What makes me sexist? Because you don't think women can do what men can do? Yeah, start by peeing, stand it up. Then we'll talk.
Hey, did you guys see that
Wait.
video?
Hold on.
They got a Sheenus. I've seen that.
A who?
A Sheenus.
Oh yes. Oh yeah, they do have. Yeah.
They were trying to sell it to women in the sports. Go to the arena and you can strap that thing on.
Lesbians have been using that for years.
Yeah, you know, every time you see a lesbian grab her crotch, what's she grabbing for? Hopes and dreams?
A strap. I'll be wearing a strap.
A phantom penis.
Phantom, yeah.
You know, they got these phantom pains of a penis. Here's my thing, right? If you're a lesbian and you tell me said this shit, this is some of the funniest shit, and I have lesbian friends, and they hate it when I crack on them like this. I'll be like, wait a minute, you like women, but why do you dress like a man? Well, you know, I feel comfortable, but you're a woman. Y'all got comfortable clothes. And then they be pausing and they be like, well, you know, that is right. But I feel more comfortable. I said, look, what's even more confusing is the chicks who y'all date look like regular women, but they date y'all. They're basically dating the equivalent of a Ken doll. You know, accessories not included.
Look,
Look,
some of these chicks be walking around here with 12-inch strap-ons, walking around with them on.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Dude,
I had an incident happen. Wait, yeah, this isn't.
You said they're walking around with it?
Yeah, listen.
I met a couple of them.
I got another story.
They try to go to urinals.
Let them tell a story. Let them tell a story.
I had this one chick, right? I think this is in it was Augusta. I had this one chick, nice little shorty. Found out she was a stripper. Didn't know she was a stripper, but like that.
Damn. So you say.
Hindered my situation. No, actually, I was engineering somebody's set, and then they told me, "Hey, man, you did a good job. Why don't you come over here and party up with us?" So we go to the party, and like he starts saying, "Yeah, man, we got these girls, this girl, this girl." I'm like, "Wait, hold. Show me that picture again." You're like, "Yeah, man. Oh yeah, she bad." I'm like, "Nigga, that's my girl." But so that's how I found out she was a stripper. But like we got past that by breaking up, and then later on, we were sitting here, we was talking, one day, and she was telling me about her new boo or whatever she was going. I was like, hey, yeah, whatever. So she was like, hey, I'm throwing a party. Why don't you come through? So on and so forth. I'm sitting here at the party, and the shorty that's there, I didn't know she was like, she went gay. She was like, yeah, I'm going gay because I don't have to worry about the whole, like, being in love, like, the thing between us. I'm like, whatever. Okay, yeah. But the thing was funny was the gay girl knew about me. So I'm sitting here like, oh, okay. Hey, how you doing? She looking at me in bad ways. So we sitting on the couch having a conversation, and she just gets rowdy in a way. And she's like, I bet you my shit bigger than yours. So I grabbed the motherfucker and said, yeah, I bet you it is. You paid for yours. But like she was walking around like, with a 12-inch strapped on all the time. She walked around with it on all the time.
Yeah, well, she want that bulge, man.
Lord in Christ. I mean, I know there are some examples, but when it comes to black women, it's hard for me to believe that most of them are legit, actual, like, not attracted to fucking men no more. I mean, in my school, in fact, I got a female that has professed her love towards me, and she is literally married to another black woman. So, I
Yeah.
mean,
Oh, every lesbian, every butch lesbian has
yeah,
a favorite
yeah,
penis. They do.
exactly.
Charles,
And
Charles,
I
Charles,
ain't never
Charles can
fuck.
tell you that.
I ain't never laid it down with her yet. You know what I'm
It doesn't
saying?
matter. But
I'm gonna
the
tell
thing
you,
is, she's attracted to you. Well, go ahead,
Oh,
Mike.
I get a lot of fucking butch dyke chicks
Hmm.
Yeah.
hitting on me.
they want to wrestle you.
I don't know
They,
what it
no,
is.
they get very feminine
No.
around me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
If you
yeah.
just
there's
like
a
you can just
That's
reason.
it.
Put them in the pile driver.
They're still women. They're still women at the end of
Yeah,
the day.
they're
Exactly.
girls.
But
They're
There's a
girls.
reason
they
that's
will
been
get
One time, one
happening
the.
to
time,
me
one
a
time,
I
lot.
one time,
remember,
one time,
I
one time.
remember
Yeah.
one of the strangest times I go to a domestic, and I got this butch female and the everyday female, like the everyday brother, and you know, and it's like I'm talking to one. And the everyday, normal female, she gave me her number on the slide. And then the dyke one gave me their phone number on the slide.
Mm-hmm.
Like, number one, you confirmed that bitches ain't shit. Number three, I'm going to enjoy this threesome.
Yeah, kind of.
Well, no, trust me.
Man,
When they both drop their clothes off, you can't tell the difference.
look,
Sure
I
enough,
ain't
they
gonna lie
got
to
some of
you.
the better bodies.
Yes,
Unless
yes,
she was wearing a strap
yes.
on or some
No,
shit
no, no.
too.
Real quick.
No
Please,
strap.
please, real quick. She was.
The only thing swinging in the room is me. So shut.
Look.
Bring a whole
She
nother
was.
meaning to stay
She has
strapped.
professed her love for me. She has professed her love for me. She has expressed that her wife, her so-called wife, is already dealing with other men. You know what I'm saying? And what's insane, is that like she wants to deal with me. She wants to get on my team. She professes that she's submissive and knows how to be a wife, even though she's been married to this female for 2 years, 2 to 3 years. I mean, bro, look, I believe maybe white girls may be actually legitly lesbian. It's hard for me to believe that black women, I'm sorry, B dubs are actually lesbian. It's hard for me to believe that. And
No,
then when
they
you hear
are.
their background stories, and you understand what the shit they've gone through in their lives, you're like,
Yes.
yo, you're only doing this because of what you've experienced,
And,
because of
and,
what's happening.
women being bisexual and lesbian is a completely different thing than men are. Men are
Yeah,
completely
Mm-hmm.
they're
different.
very circular, and when it comes
Yeah,
to that
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
shit,
When that kind
They're
of stuff,
way
Mm-hmm.
out there.
they
and
go
I'm gonna
back and
tell
forth all
you,
the time. Once men go that way, you're not allowed back. Okay.
nah, well back.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna tell you,
Not
the
quite.
average
Not quite.
woman
No, they're
probably
not.
ain't going.
Like I said, once if you get tagged gay, you gay forever, boss.
But
Yeah,
Dude, I'm
There's
like
a
Riley off of Boondocks. Nigga, you
Yeah,
gay.
yeah.
to
You
a
gay.
the
to a
bad
degree,
part
but I
now
know
is
I do know
like a lot of these
One
chicks
time,
actually look
one
good
time.
when they actually put girl clothes on. That's the
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
bad part. You don't like I'm gonna say in LA, you can't tell that they actually are these butches until they get back in their mode after they
Nigga.
already smashed, and then you're like,
Nigga, she's from LA. That's what's
Yeah,
crazy.
oh.
yeah.
this nigga be like,
We're out here in Dallas, but she's from LA.
this nigga just said he can't tell until they both get out the bed and wonder whose pair of Jordans these are.
Boy, Christ. Boy, Christ. No. This one dresses on some tomboy shit, but when she talks to me, when she texts me, she's a girl. She's a girly girl.
Just make sure when you
She's
go
just
see her,
pretending to be a man. Sorry,
just
sorry,
make
officer.
just
Sorry.
make sure when you go see her, make sure she doesn't have a strap on, and I mean
I
both
will not.
down and
I will not. No. No. I turned her down already. I had to tell her I can't do it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, she
If you
tried.
think
mean,
you're
I'll say it's
lonely now,
I
wait
told her.
until you
I
get a
don't
dyke, girl.
Yeah. I mean, even though it was,
Here we go.
somewhat, even though
Got
so
it.
much, it was I don't know, like, how do you describe that shit? Like,
I,
brush the dust off your shoulders kind of shit. Like, oh shit, I know I'm that guy. Even though it was a case like that, I just couldn't do it. One, you don't dress feminine. Two, I know you're a sweetheart and I see the feminine energy in you, but I
Nah,
can't. I'm sorry.
I
if
knew
you
something
feel
was up when she
lonely
tried to put
now,
me in a headlock and I was fighting
Yeah.
back.
Oh shit. Oh, crap. Plus, I already got a wife and kids, so I don't need to. You know what
well,
I'm
I had a dyke put me in a headlock once, no hands, but anyway.
saying? Damn, officer. Damn, sergeant.
yeah,
Here
Yo,
we
because
look,
go.
look,
what I was
why
going
are
to
you
try
doing
and what
something,
I was
right?
trying to say earlier was that there are a decent amount of men who are on that side who do sleep with
Yeah.
women who are not
Yeah.
bi. They don't claim that they're bi, but they'll say that a hole is a hole, and the women are good with it because they get a guy for
Yeah.
that night.
Yeah.
And that does pop up, but the women don't talk about it. The men
No, but
know about the women who swing back and forth, but who claim to be, full on the full bull daggers, whatever. But they don't talk about it. There's like this weird arms race of nobody's really coming out with what actually goes on between all this stuff, but it does exist. It's very few gold star folks who've never touched the group they say that they are not interested.
I mean, I hear you, but like honestly, this is a case where she just certain experiences had led her to the point where she chose to go down this path. But really, I honestly, sincerely believe that a lot of these girls, especially within our group, they just felt that, look, I have better experiences with females, therefore I'll deal with females until they come down to the reality that a lot of these bitches ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? Like they ain't shit. You're a stopgap until they find that man that they really want to be with. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just saying,
That's what she was experiencing. Like,
these are the bitches that actually end up needing to say they need therapy, but instead of going to therapy, they just rather be fucking somebody else.
Yeah,
they say fucking is their therapy.
It's not the female ones that actually flip over real quick. It's the ones that's the actual, like, the butch ones that change up, because once they start going through the stuff that we go through, dealing with their parts, or dealing with their counterparts, they start realizing, wait, maybe
the females go back and forth. The lipstick ones, they go back and forth all the time. They constantly flip back and forth.
Yeah, because they lipstick, but like the ones that's like staunch, like they don't want to mess with dudes, they come creep every once in a while.
Yeah, they have a favorite penis. Yeah, they have one.
I mean, look, they're talking. I got her to the point where she's willing to go back to putting on a dress. You know what I'm saying? We'll go back to putting on makeup.
She's tired. She's tired of carrying that load because what happens.
Exactly.
What happens with butch lesbians, right? The ones that what call studs, right? They play the man's role, right? So they have to provide and protect for these chicks.
It's exhausting.
And it's exhausting. And basically, they say, you know what? I'm tired of taking care of people. I want to be taken care of. That's when
I want to be taken care of. Yeah.
And so I want to
be a queen.
That's what I was saying.
They'll cut a deal. Okay, how much pussy do you want per week? Okay.
Well, and the crazy part. Sorry, yes, go on.
No, they'll make a deal with you. Go ahead.
Well, the crazy part is that she's older than me. I mean, I'm 29. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to give too much information, but she's already in her 40s, and she's over here.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? She's tired of taking care of this woman. She wants to be the woman. You know what I'm saying?
Woman. Yeah, exactly. I've heard that many, especially when they get past 35. Yeah.
Exactly. She wants to be the woman. She's tired of all this extra shit.
Man, I worked with a chick, man. And she was bad, man. She was young.
Yeah.
She was slim, chocolate, had a nice little booty on her, right? Oh man, beautiful, chocolate woman, right?
She showed me a picture of her.
Butch lesbian, man.
Yeah.
In her 20s, nothing, man. She got closer than her.
She could have got it, yeah.
She trying to cut a deal, man. So
yeah.
Aren't you? I said, baby, aren't you like? Don't you bat for the other team? She said, man, I'm tired of taking care of these bitches.
Yeah. I mean, she showed me a picture of her in prom back in 1990 something. You know what I'm saying? And I was born in 93. Right. She was showing me these pictures, and I'm like, yo, you really could have gotten it, but girl, you're in your 40s. You a whole decade older than me.
Yeah, she's trying to cash in, man.
And look, she's okay. She's okay with getting on the team. She knows I'm married. You know what I mean? She knows I have kids and all that, and she's okay with getting on the team. But look, you're in your 40s. I'm sorry, like I like you and all. You're a sweetheart, and I see the feminine spirit in you. But I can't. I'm sorry. I can't.
You wait a minute. You left her on the bus stop, man.
Girl, come on. This girl.
You left her on the bus stop, man.
Look, man,
She's trying to
she's
catch that
married.
last bus, man.
She's married. You know what I mean? She's already in the bus. You know what I'm saying? I'm not
There you
gonna
go.
have her get off the bus.
So
Okay.
BGS, this is
Yes,
a perfect segue into something that happened recently.
Okay.
So the brat just went to go into a situation of trying to get pregnant, and they just said that they couldn't find any viable sperm that was of the Africanoid sequence. So
And you
like
believed it, huh?
I just
And
want to
you
know what y'all
believed it,
think
huh?
about this situation.
Oh, I got one word for you that I make too. Bullshit.
Oh shit.
Go ahead. But go ahead, y'all. Jump in.
BJS. I mean,
Yeah.
you know me. I'm gonna bother you about this, but I want to give you an update. So I just completed my 4th block, and so now I'm finally eligible to take the first FAA test.
Okay, cool.
The general test. All
Okay.
praises.
Okay.
I'm gonna take that, and then I have a year to complete the practical test and the oral test, and then
Okay.
I'll be an aircraft mechanic. And I'll be done with my school probably next year, July or June.
Okay.
Um,
So if talking about mechanic, they make a lot of money, man. I got
aircraft mechanic, exactly.
I got my one of my, I call my little play nephew, man. He's been that way for a long time. Y'all make a killing, you know.
I mean, I hope so.
Man,
I mean, I see. I already
with
work for Del.
all those what is those what we call it, those 737s that they try to retrofit that always fuck up. Yeah, y'all be
And the
working for it.
Airbuses, and the
Yeah,
Airbuses.
yeah.
I mean, and see, the thing is that I've already been working with my current airlines for 7 to 8 years at this point,
Yeah.
and therefore, when I transfer over to mechanic,
Yeah.
I'll also get that pay grade as well, which is around 51.
Yeah.
And on top of that, I'll get the having 2 license, which will add an extra $8 on top of my paycheck, which will bring it around $60 an hour.
Yeah, you're trying to repairing tech is not going to go out of style anytime soon, because the more tech you put up,
Exactly.
the more things they have to go wrong with it. Like even with say like drones, okay,
I was just about to tell
delivery shit, okay, they still got to be fixed, okay, when they break down.
Exactly.
Okay.
And then as well as we include, if we also include the reality that automation and AI technology and so on and so forth,
Good question. Are you able to get a security clearance?
Excuse me?
Do you think you're capable of getting a security clearance?
I mean, are you talking about in regards to like the U.S. government, or are you just talking about at airports?
Because
US.
are you're former military, right?
No, I'm not former military.
Oh, okay.
I attempted to join, but I had some issues. I'll tell you about that another time.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, I'm cleared because I already work in the airline industries. I'm already employed at the airports.
I was about to say, look up a company called General Atomics.
I'll look into it, but I don't know if I want to give up on my flight benefits. To be honest.
Follow your plan.
If I wasn't already married, I'd be a passport, bro. To be honest.
Follow your plan, man. Follow your plan.
You'll be able to, with an A&P, you could jump up to 140 off rip.
Yeah.
Ooh, that sounds good. But the flight benefits, I don't know if I can give up on that quite.
Benefits worth a lot, man. So it's a whole package.
Yeah. And plus, I already started my 401k, so I don't want to give up on that. But the point I'm making is that also I'll get for having 2 licenses, which is the airframe and the power plant license. I'll also get $8 on top of that 51 an hour, therefore making it basically $60 an hour. And that and I already have a lot of people I'm involved with. I'll be able to invest in a lot more things, and we can actually have a community. I'm saying not a pseudo community, but an actual community.
I'm gonna drop down so this other person in the back can come.
Oh, brother, don't go nowhere though. I mean, you're over here acting great.
We got room. We got one more.
Okay.
And I had a quick question.
There's nobody else on the board.
Oh, no. But the final thing I wanted to say to BGS was, I just completed my 4th block.
Cool.
So now I'm eligible now to take the first FAA test, the written test.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm on my way, and I'm gonna keep you informed of what's going on.
Okay, cool.
That argument. Black Lion, crazy.
What did Black Lion say? Oh, being a passport, bro. Myself. Oh, you want bad argument? Hey, sign up anyway, man. Sign up anyway. It's cheap. It's cheaper and better overseas, as they say.
Yeah.
Oh,
So talking about passport bros, I was in a good conversation today,
Okay.
and man, the behind the scenes stuff versus what Ed and what's his name Marty were going against with that lady
Okay.
Amira.
Okay.
That lady Amira knows nothing about what she was talking about. Every guy was on the
She,
same page as I was,
yeah, she
and
doesn't. Yeah, you can tell that she don't know what she's talking about. Yeah.
like all the guys are like, look, if you want to go over there and like hoe it up, like they have brothels, they have courtesans if you really got money and you want to spend,
Yeah.
but if you're looking to do this,
Mm-hmm.
these are traditional countries where you're going to be, you're going to be a patriarch. You're going to have to understand what that role means. You can find a woman who will do all the things you want as a wife, mother,
Yeah.
all that stuff,
Yeah.
but you're going to be the guy.
You.
And
Anytime you go overseas, I don't care. What it is, man. You're gonna have to adapt to the culture.
yeah,
It's a
and I'm saying like
process.
the biggest thing is like the biggest thing that most of these men don't get if they, and it was only like two of them, right? It
Mm-hmm.
was like the best thing you're going to get about it is that you're going to be treated like a man.
Yeah.
In a good way. You
Yeah.
get the
Amen.
kind treatment from a woman that most black men in America do not get.
Yeah.
Meaning
You don't
this
get
woman will
treated
be
like a you don't get treated like a man. Because
yeah.
if you
They
think
will,
that being treated like a man in America is anything like that out there anywhere, it's totally. I swear to you, when I first went to Germany, it fucked my head up. Going
yeah.
to all the other countries that I went to, that
Mhm.
was one that was a whole nother thing. Like each one of them had their own
Yeah.
special situation towards how their women acted. I
Yeah.
didn't think about it until I came back.
Yeah.
Because you'll get the desire part is always there, right? But you get treated like someone who really matters, and and a lot of men don't get that here, and
Mhm.
that's a big thing that a lot of these guys, the guys who I was talking to, didn't quite get, like, and plus the fact that you're automatically incredibly valuable in that you could change people's lives for
The,
like
the,
200
the,
$100 a month.
somebody's never seen it for themselves cannot get it. You have to see it for
Yeah.
yourself.
Yeah.
So trying to
I
explain it to them
advise
is not going to do anything.
I
Yeah, a
advise
lady
if
being
you are
soft and sensitive and kind, who wants to rub your arms and your legs and
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
like when Tate was talking about, ma'am, I need coffee now. She's like, oh, how would you like it? That is what happens
Yeah.
over there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
I
they're
advise this
kind
part
to
right
you.
here, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
If you
Yeah.
want to heal a little bit from the whole racial situation that goes on in America,
Mm-hmm.
right? Just to reverse the situation that's in your head,
Yeah.
step into Germany first. Once you step on that land, right, and you get accustomed, well, you ain't even got to really get accustomed. Like it's special. It's areas that you can see clearly that they're kind of they're catering to certain cultures and people and so on and so
Mm-hmm.
forth.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not even that they're catering to that situation. It's just that once you step on that land as, let's say, a black male American,
Mm-hmm.
all of a sudden you're going to be flooded by situations that you did not ever expect to be flooded for before. You're going to try to run away from them because like you're going to think the cops going to try to come beat you up something. I don't know. Depending on where you're from, right?
Yeah.
But they are like, I hate to like do this little comparison part, but like when I was out there, I was a hater. Like I was like, oh, get the fuck away from me. I mean, oh, excuse me. But like, I wasn't really like trying to deal with that. But they are hate, like they thick. Like the and I hope y'all understand, I'm not even just talking about white women, because I think I made that mistake too when I got to Germany, that I was thinking that all it was like, certain types of women that was out there and that's pretty much it. No, it's like going to New York. Everything is there. Everything is thick.
I mean, I hear you, brother. But just the fact that that Germany is known to be a white woman haven, you know what I'm saying, or a white woman nation, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna turn off a lot of brothers with that. I would suggest Latin America, because there's abundance of black and Hispanic or mestizos and whatnot. that would be a better option to suggest.
But that's why
German women love black men.
They do. With if you want to heal that racial situation that you're going through out here in America, because a lot of people have this thing that's going on in their head where they like, you know, the way they look at white people and so on and so forth. And once you actually go to those places, that area, like it ain't even just Germany. It's like from Vicenza, like to Holland, everywhere.
I agree with you.
I
agree with you. But
stay away from the
that's
eastern
for us
side
to
of Germany.
Sorry.
Stay away from the eastern side of Germany, just because that culture is like 20 years behind, right?
Well,
but like, you know, you think Berlin and West, right? And you're gonna get most of Western Europe, basically from Berlin West, is going to be a multicultural, you know, place. You look at the demographics of most of it, like Paris, Amsterdam, Rotterdam, London. They're all demographically around the major city centers are around the demographically same as the Western North America, really. Like, you know, it's like 10 to 15% Black, 10 to 15% North African, which would be like Indian, you know, the Latina, like it's very diverse. Like, and a lot of times, the German women themselves, like the actual, you know, the white women that are there, will be just as kind. The men can be as well, especially if they're married and they're already settled. You gotta get. Here's
I agree with you. I agree with you, but the problem is that
you have to get used to. You have to get used to the women. They will have their dad's big old apple head, and you can get used to that. And you want to get with a white woman from the Western European area,
shorten it up, Jules.
You'll be okay. But outside of that,
you gotta watch out.
See the issue, brother. Real quick. See, the issue is it's not the women and it's not the culture of Germany. It's brothers. Okay, we all suffer from, you know, this pro-black dear mama syndrome, and that immediately turns off most brothers from considering even white women. So it's not so much
what I said. Like I
hear you, but that's gonna. I hear you, but that's what's gonna stop us ultimately, or it's gonna stop brothers ultimately from going to Germany.
Why?
So that's why I suggest. Well, because brothers don't want to be tagged with the, you know, oh, you want white women and da 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 da. You know what I'm saying?
Well, when you go over there, if you have enough guts to go over there, it doesn't matter. Okay.
Well, that's what it's required. That's what it requires, brothers, to have guts, thinking black men.
If you're already afraid of that, you're not going to Germany, okay?
Exactly. So I'd prefer to encourage brothers to go to Latin America.
They're already going to Latin America. The brothers that want to deal with white women will go to Germany, okay?
Oh yeah,
This is what I'm trying to say to
you. Like me personally, I could go to Europe, but I don't want to go there because I'd rather go deal with
one time.
The thing about Germany is this, though. The thing about Germany is this. Like I said before, I wasn't into white women. I was dealing with like I said, it's like New York, where everything is there. Everything is there. Yeah. Like if you want a Brazilian, go to the area where Brazilians be. If you want a daggone African from a certain part, they got certain areas for them too. Like it just matter on what you want. Like I had a thick Israeli with an afro. The afro got me. But but like what I'm trying to say to you is everything is there.
And I agree with that.
And like what I want to also like reiterate is this: if you want to heal mentally from the situation of just being blackity black, oh I'm black, y'all type mindset that we got programmed in us, because I had that. I had it. I got to fight it.
You know what the fastest way to heal is take your ass to the continent and be surrounded by other black people. That's the fastest way to heal.
Yeah.
I mean,
look, I'm around them every day out here.
No. Go to the continent, okay?
Go to
the continent.
Can I say something?
Plane, you will actually heal. Trust me.
Yeah. And can I say something? It's just like, look, man, I'm sick of white people. I don't want to hang around with them. I'm living in America long enough. Why do I want to go to the homeland of these motherfuckers? I'd rather just go where my people came from.
That's fair.
In other words, basically, it will show you that racism is an American construct.
Exactly.
That's what he's trying to say.
Thank you for understanding me.
Exactly. That's
get that part. Yeah.
One at a time. Go ahead.
No, thank you for understanding that part.
Yeah, I know. I understand what you're saying.
I agree. I just know that with the brothers we deal with these Negroes, they deal with a lot of dear mama syndrome, and they don't want to disappoint.
They before they get on the plane, they're gonna have to get over that shit. Okay.
Yep.
Exactly. So if we're gonna get them anywhere to go, if we're gonna get them to fly anywhere, it'd be a place where we're gonna have a large percentage of black folk.
No matter where you go, sisters are actually gonna be unhappy that you went there. Look
of course.
at the passport bros going. Hold on a second. Can I finish?
Yeah.
It's all right. I'll let you guys talk. Can I finish? Okay.
Please do.
Okay.
Please do.
Basically, they went to Thailand. Guess what the sisters start talk about them, right?
Lady boys.
30-foot bitches, these lady boys, all kinds of shit. They went to the Philippines. Were they happy about that? Okay.
Nope.
Okay. They went to Brazil. Are they happy about that? Okay. They go to
Nope.
Colombia. They're not happy. Mexico. They're not going to be happy with anything that you do outside dealing with them, right? So So I tell them, brothers, don't even give a shit. Stop listening to your women. Go be happy.
Yeah.
And once you get there, no matter where you are, whether it's in Europe, whether it's in Asia, whether it's in Latin America or the continent, right? Wherever you are, you're gonna change because that shit don't exist where you're at. Okay. Now go ahead, Jules.
Oh yeah.
I had a question when you were done.
Hold on.
Go ahead, Jules.
Let Jules, and then you get your question. Go ahead, Jules.
Okay.
Yeah, cool. The continent is actually now one of the better places to go if you just want to go for something that's culturally different but kind of familiar. And then you also have some Western conveniences in a few places. It's better than it was 10, 20 years ago. And a lot of people from the West would not have been comfortable then. But I always point to people like, look, go to Puerto Rico, get out of San Juan, because you don't need a passport, but you can see like culturally different environment. And you'll see a lot of black people there too.
What's that little club area that everybody go to with the 3 clubs, 4 clubs right in the same area? Sand Hill or something like that?
There's Old San Juan and there's a couple of clubs around there, but I don't really hang out in San Juan. I usually go to the western side of the island.
Talking about Philippines or Puerto
Rico?
No,
Puerto Rico.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I think he's talking about. But I usually go to the western side of the island because it's a lot more rural, it's a lot more calm.
It's still America though.
It is, but you don't need a passport to go there, but it's culturally different.
It is
right?
different.
So,
yeah.
The point is to get
and cheaper. Somebody got a question and want to get in?
Yeah, that's me.
Go ahead.
It was about UCMJ and veterans' rights or whatnot, and has been out there to address that as far as these military spouses calling people's commanders on their to kind of ruin their careers, and things of the sort.
I remember growing up in a military town where they shut down the base because so many guys were coming in who were not in the military and they were fucking wives. Like that shit is never going to change.
No. He talking about something else. Because
if you got an answer, go ahead and give it to him.
Yeah, I haven't been in long enough. I mean, I've been out for a while. I don't know what the
they got an answer for that. It's called "Don't Get Married in the Military."
Niggas ain't gonna listen to you, or white boys gonna listen to you.
All the benefits that come with getting married.
Yeah,
no, they don't, because there ain't no benefit of getting married.
They gonna take the bait. They off base housing, extra pay, all that kind of stuff. They're gonna take it.
I took the bait.
You know what?
And more people do. So
you know what's funny? People always ask me, Charles, why are you so smart? Because a smart man learns from his mistakes. A brilliant man learns from the mistakes of other niggas.
Yeah.
But
you don't have to make that mistake and suffer the consequences.
We're dealing with our people.
The only marriages I've seen together in the military is when it's a marriage where there's a solid agreement. You like this lifestyle? You stay the fuck right here. I'd be damned if I give half my pension to a bitch who ain't do the work. I'll go to an 8-hour shift. All right, bitch, it's time for you to put the gun belt on. All right, I got it.
Look,
Sergeant, you're smart and you were raised by your father. You know what I'm saying?
One of the things that you used to always hear about, like, especially if you get a deployment on any of these bases, all of a sudden the MPs, like, you didn't even have to worry about the like new guys coming on base and stuff like that to do it. The MPs already know when somebody leaving, and soon as you leave, they looking at the daggone area, checking it out, and that's gonna be Jody up in your wow.
Damn.
That's how it was on one spot. I ain't gonna say which one it was, but it doesn't matter because I was just about to say it doesn't matter because it was almost all of them that I know of. Or like if you're looking for, that's right. Anybody know about the White Rocks?
White Rocks is no.
Yeah.
I mean,
y'all know about the
Y'all
White
ever
Rock?
get to talk about the flamingos and stuff like that, the pineapples?
Or if it's a white rock and a big white rock in front of the house.
Okay.
Know about that?
Or like the pineapple on the porch?
Oh wait, see, I ain't know about the pineapple on the porch.
Y'all ain't
But,
shit.
so like if it's like for instance, you got you gotta look for the spade or the spade tattoo. That's one.
Yeah.
If it's not the spade tattoo, then you gotta look for the white rock.
Oh, okay. The Ace of Spades.
Mm-hmm.
Ace of Spades. White women and Ace of Spades.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Then you gotta look for the white rock. If that's not the other one, man, I think it was it was a flag or something like that.
BJS, are you sure this is not supposed to be behind the wall?
No, this is cool. This is fine. No, the stuff I get in trouble for is not this. Okay.
Okay.
They like me talking about this kind of stuff.
Well, we got to go into Ukraine and shit too. So
I had to jump out of the
I want to bring it back to that when I got time.
As long as it's not too deep, we can talk about it.
Yeah.
Go on.
Go look.
White Rocks.
Hey, they done trained me up from way back years ago. I know what not to say now.
I remember the first time we talked, man. I told you that, hey, don't let me get you in trouble, okay? Because you said a whole bunch of things. And nope. I said I don't want to know, and you don't want to tell me. Okay.
And you have security clearance, so you better calm down with all that.
I know. I don't care. I don't care. I always.
I wasn't even thinking about YouTube.
You want to talk about torture?
No, this was on Discord, man. I know. I said I don't want to know. You don't want to tell me. I said don't tell me. I tell all the military guys, if you got something that ain't supposed to know, do not tell me. Okay.
Have I ever told you something you weren't supposed to know?
I hope not.
I don't know.
At that particular time,
I guess
was
they
just
be like this. I guess they be like, this nigga too open. And by the way,
I mean,
I'm
smart enough. I'm smart enough to figure the shit out already. So the stuff I do know that I just infer is probably enough. I don't need to know. Said, well, I know where he got it from. I said, nope. I don't want to know. Say, prove that somebody. I always say, prove that somebody actually told me this. Okay. Okay. So just prove it. I said, when they come back, it's not on tape. I ain't say it. Nobody told me. I'm just a real good guesser. That's all.
I'm gonna tell you one thing about being out here in Grand Junction. It's so torturous.
Oh, I check this out, y'all. I'm gonna check this. This is from Dolly. I probably have to use this. This is cool. Hold on a second. See if you can find it. I got to use this one. That's too. Straight cats. Jedi.
That's a big benefit to that, though.
I like it. Yeah, I like it. Yeah.
And there's no union card check or any of that type of bullshit.
Nah, it's just real simple. Yeah, real simple stuff. Yeah.
Every week, people decide whether they're in or out, and there's no big announcement. There are, but
BGS. I will no longer be a part of the manosphere.
Give him 15 minutes.
I'm just as tortured out here as a soul being out in Grand Junction. Oh man, we're the bad.
Now, would you guys, if
I'm sorry,
the ministry, would you guys believe me?
No.
All right. I didn't think so.
I had to.
There's other people.
I had to unfollow the attorney. I had to unfollow MTR.
MTR's like he's trying to make content. Him versus Pearly now. They all falling apart over there. You know, that's what I call that space.
It's so sad because they're the legacy. They appear to be the legacy, at least publicly.
What they don't understand about Pearl is going to move on because she got people behind her. Okay, she got people pulling her up, and there's nothing you can say that's going to actually derail Pearl. So
she's already moved on.
Yeah,
when you listen to her current podcast, it's like she's already moved on to something better or something more, and it's clear that it's hardly affected her. In fact, she's probably going to gain more from from all the attacks from the so-called black spaces.
What usually happens?
Yeah, she got
It's all said and done.
She got Ben Shapiro's manager, man. So that means she got people pulling for her on the other side. So
exactly,
she's gonna transition to sort of like conservative red pill talking points. So she's already.
I mean, BJ, she's already has. That's the point I'm trying to make.
She hasn't yet.
What usually happens when somebody transitions from being with us to going over there back over to their side? Like for instance, I like using this as an example, but Justin Timberlake.
Oh yeah, Justin Timberlake. What's his name? The rapper back in the day. What was his name?
Kid Rock.
No, not Kid Rock.
Kid Rock did it too. Kid Rock did it too.
What's his name?
Vanilla Ice. He did it.
The other one.
Which one? Eminem.
The better one. No, Eminem. Yeah.
I mean, Eminem
stayed. He didn't really transition back over.
No. I'm gonna stop you right there. There's way more. Eminem is like Jesus Christ and all the Latter-day Saints to white boys when it comes to hip hop.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is.
So that's the only Eminem.
Tip of the spear.
If Eminem would have been black, he would have been a above average rapper.
Yeah.
Okay. So the only people that hype him up are white boys.
Yeah.
So
and they got the money to spend in the volume.
He probably would have been along the lines of Kendrick. I mean,
no.
Kendrick is way better than him. So,
dude, you're basically spitting on Kendrick's name right now, dude. That's disrespectful.
No, never that. Kendrick is an OG. He's. I mean, again, I'm a millennial, so Kendrick is my OG. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna still list because like I'm sticking with Sully and Kendrick like that. But like the situation that I'm referring to is that they come over, they get the little they get some seasoning on their stuff. Like, and this is like with political pundits, music, all that type of stuff. Like Tucker Carlson gonna go black for a little bit and then come out with his own show on YouTube probably.
I mean, here's the biggest part.
Get an audience wherever you can.
Like people try to confuse Pearly with the black. Nobody who's ever been affiliated with her ever even said she was. Hell, nobody even said MTR was.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of these. I remember when O'Shea said, "I'm not gonna be affiliated with the Black Manosphere." You know what nigga said? Bye, nigga.
Bye.
Like nobody gave a fuck. I mean, everybody got tired of his sitting ass. But anyway, I mean, well, these black Negroes need to learn this stuff, nigga. You buy pussy in the worst places in the world. Stop it.
Yeah, he does. Going on travel bros while you tricking in Uganda. Yeah, okay.
You try to criticize other niggas. I mean, I can tell when women finance. I can tell when women finance a nigga because they try to really shut down the bros. Well, you niggas need to be more successful for a bunch of ungrateful bitches.
Oh, yeah. I mean, O'Shea tries to talk about playing the black. He wants to say help the black community and the black men and the women and all this, but he's like, bro, he's been in Uganda. Has he touched foot on American soil in the past 10 years?
Yeah, I think
he's got
more.
He's been back. Yeah, he's been back.
I guess.
Okay. But that's what I'm saying. It's a big
one time. Yeah.
Did he graduate yet? I thought he was out there for school.
Yeah, he already graduated.
I think he said so.
Yeah,
2 years ago.
Yeah, like 2 years ago. Yeah.
Podiatrist.
I don't think he pursued a residency or internships, but he's got his degree. So
he's got his degree, and plus he's making more money doing what he's doing. So
yeah, exactly. And like,
remember, he always saying he got those sandals and flip flops on them chicks.
Yeah, if he's a resident outside, I'll put it this way: a resident in the U.S. will make $50K a year. He makes more than that in a month.
Yeah, I think he's pulling in like 30 grand a month, so he's doing all right.
Yeah, and a residency in America.
There you go. Now think about that. Think about the exchange rate of being making what somebody just told me the other day. They was like, "Yo, if you go over there with 2 G's, you pretty much a king." I'm like, "The hell is you talking about?" He was like, "Yo, look, the amount of money we make going over there just to we could go over there every other month." set some money up and then start like, buying land and houses. I'm like, yo, you ain't going to Nigeria and scam me. But
you got to remember the average salary per year over there is like $5,000. So
and then on top of that, you can't truly do business. And this is what a friend of mine who I went to serve with said it. He's trying to get my company to help him and protect his people going over there. You can't hire fucking security from Nigeria or Ghana. You can't do that because them niggas are gonna slick you. I mean, I hate it when they do. That's one thing I always hate when I see Africans do is when they get that big flash, that big white smile. Like, yeah, my brother. No, nigga, get away from my wallet. No. Like the power of Christ for safety. No, I'm not giving you no money. Like, yeah, if you pay us, we will protect us with our lives. When you go back the next day, your whole fucking whatever insert business here will be cleaned the fuck out. Motherfuckers be wearing Blazers versus Bulls fresh T-shirts from when they said the Blazers were gonna win. I mean, goddamn, them motherfuckers will scam the fuck out of you. And here's my joint. I'm sorry. When I'm listening to y'all, when y'all were talking about going over to Germany, I've been to Germany a couple of times. I'm like, that's how you really know you don't really find white women attractive. Like,
what do you think about Melanie King's drama being called out for changing her kids' channel to her channel with children still subscribed to her channel? That's called money. If YouTube allows her to do it, so be it. She can't do the same content on her channel if she's gonna do that. So
she did what?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
If she did that, I haven't heard about it because I don't really follow her like that. So you have to enlighten me.
She getting a little spicy over there from what I've been hearing.
But thing is, there's certain content that you cannot do with when children actually subscribe to you. They'll shut your channel down. So she has to make the adjustment.
Which reminds me, I mean, when you started this podcast, you were talking about that. What's her name? Eboni K.
Eboni K. Williams. Yeah. What about her?
Look. Listen. Look, the Manosphere has accomplished this job, like you and the distinguished Edward has said before.
Yeah.
The wars have already been won. The point at this point is just to enlighten as many brothers as we can. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And ultimately, what she's doing just proves, the discontent a lot of these women have for black men. Ultimately, so that should be our chief concern. Ultimately, just to enlighten our brothers.
You want your camera on, Ed? Got your camera on. Okay, you good? All right. All right, go ahead. Finish.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's over. I'm that guy that's always in your guys' comment section saying it's over. It doesn't matter. The youth have made a decision. I mean, it doesn't matter ultimately anymore. We just gotta inform.
Hey, with AI going on and laying off people, especially female jobs, it's a route now. Okay,
it's
a route.
Yeah.
It's a route.
Messy.
It's over. It's over. It don't matter.
Yeah, fuck them Lakers.
I've been preaching the words
don't do
of
that.
BGS.
Oh, who's first?
I've been preaching the words of BGS for the last few years, right?
Oh, really?
Because here's the thing. Like, I got people coming back to me now saying, "Dag, you was right."
Yeah.
Patience is always a formula to the gospel of BGS. You gotta have patience. It takes time, but the I told you so's will come. But what did remember what to call it in what was the robot iRobot? You said sometimes I told you so doesn't quite see it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I always say, but basically, Library can actually tell you most of my stuff is like maybe anywhere from 18 months to 2 years ahead.
Oh yeah. Yep. Okay. Yeah.
That's fair.
Most of the time. Yeah.
That's fair. Because I mean, look. When I'm sitting here and I'm seeing this is 2018. Also 2018, 2019.
Right.
And I'm sitting here seeing. Okay, so this is the discussion on the SYSBM.
Right.
This is the women discovering that. Oh yeah, black men have other options outside of the black community within America.
Right.
And then fast forward 2020, and now it's, oh yeah, also black men have options outside of America in general.
Yeah.
So I mean, and my question the whole time was ultimately like, so how are these women going to respond to knowing that black men have options that has options outside of America?
Yeah.
And they double down. Ultimately, they double down.
The thing I was talking about.
Yo, you know what? No, you know what's funny, right? I was like the other day, I was I was talking to my stepfather and my little brothers, right? And I just ended up telling my little brother, like, look, man, bitches only bring you nothing but negatives to your bank account, right? And my mom was right in the next room, and she heard me say that, and she tried to grab my little brother, try to convince him like otherwise. And when she tried to say like, no, they're not, try to give something, she couldn't give any good example or anything to the point. And so my little brother looked at me, he's like, so you were right, bro. Like, exactly. I'm telling you, chicks don't bring nothing but negatives to your bank account. Fuck them. Even your own mother can't even prove me wrong on this.
The other thing I was telling people about was the whole situation of, y'all got to find another way or something else to do, because it's not going to attack the blue collars first. It's going to attack the white collar first.
Yeah.
And everybody was telling me like, oh man, you don't know what you're talking about. It's going to do this. I'm like, yo, listen, we're going to need plumbers. We're going to need AC techs. We're going to need these motherfuckers. We need fingers and thumbs.
Yeah.
And if you're not in a situation where your finger and your thumb is something that could be used, or you can utilize that later on, you will be priced out. You know why? Because they're already preparing for all the other little situations. Think about McDonald's, and like, oh yeah, I did see that new McDonald's with the
with workerless McDonald's,
and I'm like, I'm like, yo, so you think they're gonna go after that first? Like, they testing it there, and this was stuff we were saying years ago.
Yeah. Basically, it's much easier to actually implement. You're already working on computers. Much easier to implement an AI from there rather than build a robot.
Let me tell you right now, I just like I had one of my trader robots. Actually, no, most of them went down because the new API, right? So I had to rewrite the whole API, like go through all the different code and figure out where the API was connected to the old one, and then replace it with the new one. So I had to read this and then do that at the same time. Do that bitch in ChatGPT. And it literally cleared up the things that I had to do within like a couple of minutes. And I just kept pressing the button, like, okay, give me more. And then it cleared it up, and now my bots is back working.
Yep, it's faster, and that's the thing. When I first saw it, I said, "Ah, shit," because me and MGTOW Universe, he's been a programmer for like 17 years. And he said it's not going to change anything. He said, "Man, okay, it's not that it's going to eliminate all programmers, but it's going to cut down on an awful lot of them.
Yeah, I don't it ain't just black people; it's everybody. But it just always amazed me how the blood of Jesus Christ is twinkling for real. Because even dudes get delusional, and I get to the point where I'm like, okay, we'll see, because I might not be right, but we'll see. And then dudes start calling when I say what I say. Yeah, man, 'cause I'm not arguing. If you want to believe what you want to believe, some people want to protect their delusion. I mean, as far as O'Shea, I think O'Shea is like at 60K, if not like 80 or 90. Because he was at 40. He was at 40 when he was pretty like a little bit after the Rumble, FYI. And O'Shea, he don't care. He basically just putting out content. It is what it is. He's on like video number 70 with Pearl. So like from a YouTube standpoint,
I blocked his whole entire pages. Sorry.
Well, I'm subscribing to him on another channel. It's just he's putting out a lot of content, and it pretty much overwhelms other stuff. So on my secondary channel, I am.
You said 70 though. You said 70 though. I mean, are you serious or are you bullshitting?
No, I'm not bullshitting. I counted. I stopped counting at 48, and that was 3 weeks ago. And I've looked. There's others between both his channels here. And the reason why he does that, I actually got a video coming out. It's going to say, is O'Shea, is he a grifter or a YouTube genius? Because the reality is he did that on purpose. He did that so whenever something is just pearly things, he can literally go to that like a bank. Because now it just, every time he does a video with just Pearl, the algorithm like automatically like launches his stuff. Because it's so used to doing that and people interact with it. like you can see it in the progression of the newer videos, like the one he did where Pearl did a bitch thing. I'm not even gonna front, talking about making fun of MTR and his cancer.
Yeah.
Like they had like 30 views in like 5 hours, 30,000. So yeah, so
are you saying he's a grifter, or are you just
no, it's a clickbaity title, but what I'm saying is some people are gonna believe that. Some people believe O'Shea's a grifter, but at the same time, the thing I'm gonna focus on is this is what everybody thinks, but if you look to the actual YouTubing, the art of YouTubing versus like coming at it the way we come at it and understanding the business side of it and the whys behind that. So hopefully it's educational. So but people already believe what they want to believe about O'Shea, and O'Shea ain't perfect. I never say he was. So, but anyway,
I mean, he's clearly demonstrated that he's pro-black. He's stated over and over he's pro-black. So I don't know if I'd call it a grifter himself, but I mean, he's clearly wants to capitalize.
Well, people say he's like a red pill grifter. People would say he's a red pill grifter more than anything. They probably believe the pro-black thing.
I'll hear that.
Here's one thing. Here's one thing he's actually pointed out is that you can actually make money talking shit on a girl who's not nearly as charismatic as the man who died a year ago, Kevin. Right? But you can still make just as much money, and you can point out the flaws in her arguments and the flaws in the way she's actually trying to approach it, and you can still make money and push what you want on the pro-black end, on the red pill end, whatever. So other people can learn. I mean, O'Shea's not a dummy, and anyone who's watching what he's doing can see. I mean, he's making what he earns, and he's earning.
The celebrity junk. If you look at it, the celebrity junk is the celebrities. If you want more of the quote unquote something that's closer to the red pill stuff, that's not gonna annoy you, I would say just subscribe to his regular channel. The problem is if you subscribe to his regular channel and his celebrity junk, it's an overwhelm because what he is, he's got them Ugandans. Look, SPK, he's got the Russian dude that does his edits, and he's got SPK that does his edits too. And he had a couple of other dudes, but the other guy passed, So he has like a whole production team, and really all he probably does is he does the voiceover. That's it. And even that, what's good, everybody? I mean, that's automatic. That's every video. So he don't even. I doubt he even does that. I think he just adds the other stuff, and then they do. So that's why he can do so much content so fast.
Is the unofficial JPT channel? That's fucked up.
I mean, but yeah, and I mean, obviously that's why I wanted to bring that up because y'all talk about the exchange rate and stuff. And obviously, he's probably paying him really well for there, And then obviously O'Shea's probably tricking too, trick having. As So I mean, hey, it is what it is. But he did get that medical degree. But what's the point in doing a 24-hour doing residency when you already had that? I think he did that just because of he wanted to do it. Like his dad was like a nurse or something, and he wanted to complete that, which I can respect that. I just want to comment on that. But as far as these this other shit where these chicks. Like Ebony, it's like, look, man, they're done. SWP said something I absolutely agree with. F the role reversal. Let her buy a dog and die alone. You shouldn't even she shouldn't even have, what SWP said is you shouldn't even have, and by the way, he finally got a cash app, so he finally got over it. So,
yeah.
Well, it's more than, I mean, Hurricane, it's more than we're done.
What he said is she shouldn't even have the option to date down. Go ahead.
Well, it's more than she's done. I'm generalizing it to the whole community. It's over. You know what I'm saying? Like it's over.
I hear that.
Go ahead, good. Let me finish.
Well, I hear that. I hear that part about it's over. But the thing is, we tend to deal with the macro and the micro and interchange that. So, the purpose of talking about the Ebony thing, because that's Shamaki way do, which he's hustling, the lotomy economy. He's talking about, well, y'all, people are bashing black women. I'm just kidding. No, it's not about, nobody's bashing black women. What we're doing is saying it's not black men's fault and it's not society's fault that she basically is not going to make it to the Gold Digger Hall of Fame. She didn't win enough Shira 7, MVP. She failed.
Well,
she had the access. Yeah, go ahead.
She's a water drop in the bucket. I mean, how many examples of sisters that are in their 30s and 40s that are they failed? They failed. They're not getting what they want. They won't. What I'm talking about, you know, and I know you said you already understand, but ultimately it's over. It doesn't matter anymore. Like they're the what is it? The kicking and the screaming as they're going down the drain. Like it really don't matter anymore.
It's like
The
basically like
reason
the
why you have
Titanic
to.
right now. Oh, I wanted to say one thing. It's like the Titanic, but it's like instead of the women and children making it to the lifeboats, it's all the men is on the lifeboats while all the bitches are drowning in the Titanic now.
Well, so there's two opinions. You have the content creator's opinion, where obviously we gonna find a way to make an excuse to make content, and then you have the commenters' opinion, which I definitely understand. I'm not saying you're wrong, but the purpose as to why we still do what we do is because you have dudes that in a vacuum of not really, really breaking this stuff down, what'll happen is dudes want to save their mama. And then here's the problem. They look at these women through the eyes like they looking at their mama. So they want to, this is why they get this, you could do this, you could do that. It's like, dude, you need to save yourself. As a black man, you need to stop trying to let these people pull you down and actually let go of that. Because the reality, they don't give a fuck about you anyway. They will drown you. And that's why we still do what we do. Because you still got, like, for instance, the millennials get it a little bit more. But dudes that are like my age and maybe like 30, like, between my age rate, I'm 36, even from like 30 to 40, they still on this. Well, you can get a single mother, and then you got dudes like Boyce Watkins, Steve Harvey, Umar Johnson, all talking about, they all have this pressure to try to get dudes to sell themselves out for women that don't care. I mean, BTS said, BTS said, you have to listen to her voice. She sounds like she has stage 4 feminism.
To take me as I can.
Like, even in her throat, you can hear it in her throat. I'm like, yo, this like it's a chick on a Mortal Kombat called Sindel where she can scream, but she has a demon in her voice that comes out when she screams. That's literally like when you hear it on a Breakfast Club. Yo, even DJ Envy had the nut up for one, and was like, like, what are you talking about? And Shay Sade called it, man. Shay Sade, because I was going in on that title she did, but in the video she cooked her. She said like she's grifted. Nobody said she had a book coming out. I didn't know that. She got a book to all this fake pro-black bullshit.
She's been hyping it for every show. So
what's beautiful is the setup.
Ain't no, at least us covering it hasn't talked about it.
The layup was so epic to see how it just like transgressed into what it turned into.
Yeah,
it was like she did it with a purpose. She was like, "Would you date a bus driver?" And then when the whole thing started walking, it was like she was walking her in to the situation of her own
Iyanna
demise.
Yeah. But Iyanna don't belong. Iyanna don't belong in the conversation. Iyanna, like, I'm gonna tell you something. Y'all may like that, but I'm gonna tell you why. Because if you're like, if let's say I'm talking to somebody that's like pro-black, this team, help black women, right?
Okay.
Iyanna, first of all, this bus driver bullshit. It's like you're 69 years old and you're still talking at the. First of all, let's be real. Iyanna is not dating. If Iyanna was in her position, she wouldn't date a bus driver.
Yes, she would. She would.
I don't believe she would. I don't believe she would.
The guys she married to didn't have no money.
There's a way.
Okay?
Here you go.
I'm gonna say just about that.
You're a BGS let's say follower. Let's go there because I was looking for another word that was funnier. But we've already seen the progression of her in her situation.
Yeah.
When she was on the show, what was it, Sally Jesse Raphael or whatever it was?
Yeah.
And like she was going against Shahrazad Ali. Like we saw those videos and stuff like that. We saw other like I wasn't.
Oh, you talk about Iyanna?
Yeah. I wasn't old enough to see it on TV back then, or like cognitively be able to pay attention to it. But like we saw the progression of what this woman turned into, and then after she turned into this whole situation of I can't deal with these black women no more, they out of line, and then try to pull back on it because like we was using it and eating it up. Then she was like she still got ate up some more from it. I think after a certain what is that, fear and pain, I think it's fear and pain. but are like the major aspects of like being able to change people. So
yeah. Iyanla
like
got kicked out, man. She's in the
yeah,
wilderness.
I
I
Yeah,
think
was on
yeah,
the
she
I
got
was in the
death
committee.
threats. They got real mad. My
I'll tell
point
you.
with,
I'll
I
tell you
mean,
one
Yana's
real
gonna
quick. Let me
insert
tell
her.
you one quick one.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hold on. Like probably 6 months ago, I was on a committee that was trying to bring guest speakers in, right? And Iyanla's been on the speakers bureau for like at least 20 years, right?
Yeah, or
And she
more.
was on it getting paid high money when
Yeah,
she was on the Oprah network.
yeah.
But at a certain point, she had a rate that got cut because she got not just cut off of not just off TV, but she also got cut because she was just not getting booked anywhere. So there was like she was blacklisted to a certain degree. And I know that when you're on air, you'll get like a premium. When you're off air, you'll get like a slight cut. But she was a deeper cut to that. And when I tried to bring it up to the CEO of the company I was with, they were like, "No, we can't bring it." And there were women at that company, black women, who were like, "No, we don't want to see her here." Like she's
Yeah, and
in the
that's why
wilderness.
they deserve. And this is why. And here's the thing: whenever the truth is given to them, they don't want it. This is why I don't have a problem. I really don't get that annoyed by dudes like the Shamaki Way and Derek Jackson lying to them, because that's what they want. They want to be lied to all the way down. They want to be given morphine to be made comfortable. But going back to Ebony Williams, at the reason why black men asserted,
Before you
some black
go,
men were upset.
hey,
Shamaki Way is nothing more than another Derek Jackson. He's capitalizing, like you said.
He's
He's
trying to do it.
capitalizing.
He's trying to
Yeah,
do
fix
he
it.
your
knows what it is.
Yeah, yeah.
You know
but
what I'm
Well,
saying?
yeah, and you can tell. You can tell.
Yeah, but
Yeah, and the point is has that, and the point has nothing to do with him as much as it's to show that this is what you want. So don't sit here and talk about why are you being lied to when you're not actively supporting that. And I'm not. I mean, somebody's gonna fill in that. Go ahead.
the thing is, while I keep trying to impress you, and basically, Iyanla Van Zant knows exactly what she's doing when she said that, right? She knows about feminism. She knows what place that these women are actually in. She reads all this stuff, right? And the thing is, she knows the stats. Okay, there's not enough guys that at the level that you want them at. Okay, and she talked about the broad range of women. It's not just talking about her in particular, right? That if you don't decide to date down, you're gonna die alone. There's no way
Yep.
around that.
Exactly.
Okay, you're not gonna have
Exactly.
kids. You're not gonna have a family because there's not
Exactly.
enough men at your level because you took the job that your man's supposed to have, right? So you're gonna have to date down. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm talking about across the board. White
I,
boys are going through the same shit. That's what she's trying to tell her. She wants
no,
thing.
I.
Thing
Someone
is
has background noise. I
the
got to
thing.
mute
hey,
them.
Yeah,
the
I think it's that word. That thing.
the
The thing
yeah.
is when what Ebony said, she wasn't talking about just herself. She's talking about
Mm-hmm.
all black women. She wanted to talk,
Yeah, I understand that. That's why she was talking in that intersectional speak, like when they
and,
were talking.
and that's why Iyanla Van Zandt hit her between the eyes with that question because she asked for it. Okay, if you had said just me, just yourself, she said, well, then you need to qualify for the guys that you want. Maybe go down a little bit. But she tried to talk about that across the board. Talk about black women across the board and their crowns, right? Not just at
Mm-hmm.
class levels, right? Talking about
Yeah, she was
everybody.
speaking groups,
She was speaking
generalities.
group,
No,
and
no, I understand that, and that's why it's one of the reasons why she got blacklisted.
but the thing is, that's why she hit it with that question, and that's how come people are going. Even the women are actually going in on her because you're supposed to be as a group. You're speaking as a group, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And she dropped the ball, and then she doubled down on that shit. That's why she's in
Well,
trouble.
Well,
what
yeah,
are
and
the
then you
women
got.
saying? Because I keep hearing people saying the women are coming at her. What are they saying? Like, oh, you
In,
you
in,
you gave away
before you go,
secrets.
Ed,
in other
Ed, turn
words,
on your volume adjustment on your mic because it's like I gotta take off my earphones every time you like
who's
go
that? Me?
high.
Is it me?
No, Ed, you
Okay,
gotta turn on
okay,
his volume adjustment because
okay,
he redlining like crazy.
okay. Well, in other words, basically, what they're saying, what they're saying
Is
is,
it better now?
yeah, it's a lot better. In other
Yeah,
words, what they're saying is, you're not only shitting on the bus drivers, okay, and you double down and you're shitting on the working class women because guess what? Guess how many of single people of any gender in the black community actually make over 100K?
Damn.
Very
Two
few.
fucking percent. Okay,
Yep.
you're shitting on 98% of the people. Only 16% of all black people, of the working class black people, single black people make over 50 grand a month, 50 grand a year.
If
Okay?
you're a black man, if you're a man,
go ahead.
If you're a man who makes 85,000, you're in the top 15%.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's funny because I heard this speech from women before, like the Padawan. You know how they do on Instagram or TikTok, they interview each other, and he interviewed this girl who was 18 years old, and she said, "Well, could you be with a man who makes only 30,000? No, he got to make 130,000." He's like, "Wait a minute, how much do you make?" "I don't have a job." He said, "Cut the video. Cut the goddamn video."
So no, I hear what you all are saying. My argument.
Ed, hold on, let him finish.
And what it tells you is that this is so ingrained in them that you got to do. You pretty much got to leave them the fuck alone.
I gotta add something.
And it's sad because when you look at somebody 18 who's got these high standards and don't work, you already know this chick is going to die alone. She knows she's going to die alone. Okay. First and foremost, even if she finds a nigga like that, who's going to put up with that?
That's true.
Who's gonna that? No
God
woman
damn
ever
it.
says.
I didn't mean to do that.
No woman ever says this shit. Who can put up with my bullshit?
Well, they think brothers are supposed to naturally.
And then right after let Charles finish, then Ed can get in, and then
go ahead, finish. Sorry.
But that's the key. That's the key denominator that nobody talks about. Who's gonna put up with that shit? Nobody wants to put up with that shit. Nobody wants to put up with her. For some odd reason, what are you gonna get out of it? What value do you add to a man's life? You're nothing but stress.
Yeah,
go ahead.
And plus, she dated a hedge fund manager, right, for 4 years. She ain't gonna replace him. But go ahead, Ed. Top tier white dude, Master Universe. You're not gonna replace him. That's
and she had like she left the relationship, but and then when you hear why, it was for the dumbest shit, talking about because he decided to quarantine with his children.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you really forgot you black, like in this. But anyway, even if you would have been white, still like, but y'all kind of swung it to where I wanted to take it.
She thought she was Mrs. Cartwright. That's what she thought.
Ed. They're women before they're black. And we need to all remember that.
You didn't say it right, BGS. You didn't say it right.
What's that?
You will never be Mrs. Cartwright.
You'll never be Mrs. Cartwright. No, they're black. They're black before they're women. Okay, let's not get it twisted.
Are you sure?
No, when we're talking about what they believe.
Oh yeah. Black women are on some other level, man.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, because I thought
a white woman would have never done what she did ever.
Well, because the way I've viewed it, the way I've seen it, I'm sorry, I'm gonna let you go, Ed. But the way I've viewed it is that they're the only group that's operated as their gender before that their actual race, before the actual ethnic demography.
No, they actually operate race before gender. Okay, they mix it. It's what intersectionality.
Well, then how do we explain? How do we explain why they've aligned with the feminist white man? Yeah, go ahead. Sorry. No, go ahead, Ed. I'm sorry.
BGS, your volume is going down on your mic.
I know that this software is fucking with me because it keeps shifting the volume down.
It's because we're a bunch of loud Negroes.
No.
Oh my God! All right.
Windows.
Go ahead, Ed.
Go ahead.
We'll come back to this.
No, good.
No, what I was gonna say is like what's important. Like all y'all, what y'all said is facts. But the thing about her in particular, because the society clearly is not gonna hold her accountable to like her own choices. The argument they always try to make is society failed me, and that's why I don't have a relationship. Now you have to understand, with her, she had the looks, she had access. She dated a white dude for 4 years, so you can't say she could do what a lot of other black women wasn't able to do. Yet you still didn't come out of it, and you still have folks on YouTube and other places trying to act like what Yana Van's talking about. Oh, well, Yana Van trying to date a bus driver. Yo, so at what point? So I don't even know why we even have her in the conversation at this point. Because because my thing is, I'm talking about Ebony. What is the real conversation? Like, does she actually believe that at 40 years old that she should be able to get a millionaire?
That's not the conversation. You're missing the goddamn point. It's not
No,
about
I'm
just
kind of being sarcastic at the same time
no,
with
no,
those
no, no, no,
people
no.
that are
That's not.
saying that.
That's not. They're still saying, but that's not the point. People get the point. It's about class, right? It's about class, about class and because these chicks have been complaining about this for the last 30 years. I can't get a guy on my level. Bitch, date the fuck down or die alone.
Yep.
You said what's going on, everybody? You said BGS a long time ago, 2017, 2016. They gotta. It's even worse. They gotta buy their spouse.
Yeah, they're gonna have
to. I don't believe, honestly, I don't believe, I understand Iana's going to say date down or die alone, but I don't even think that should be the men's position. The men's position should be date out or die alone. Because we know, because first of all, because in order for them to date down, let's be very clear here. There is no scenario, like maybe 0.00001% that a woman is not going to make the life of a guy that she dates down to a living hell. So you're pretty much sacrificing that man. And so I'm fighting for him. I'm saying for any dude.
The thing is, that's the way they set the system up, right? Cross border, cross race. They set the system up like that, right? Bitch, date down or die along. Shut the fuck up.
I hear that. But what I would tell a dude is you are an idiot and you are putting yourself in a like if you're a white dude, you're putting yourself in a situation where you're going to call her the N-word, and if you're a black dude, you're going to put yourself in a situation where you're going to put hands on a chick. Well, if you walk into a situation like that, you are pretty much effing yourself. Because she is the hatred that comes out of women like that. Iana Van Zant is 69. She comes from a different breed. These millennial chicks are not on that. Like, so yeah, even if I give you Iana Van Zant did it, she comes from a different age. She's in your generation, BTS.
But you're missing the goddamn point.
I get the point. But what I'm saying is, I'm not even saying to date down no more.
Ed. This is what you tell a chick that comes at you like that. Bitch, date down or die alone.
No.
Or deal with white men. Like you said, Ed, deal with white men. Like, or deal with other groups of men.
White guys gonna tell them the same goddamn thing.
Of course. That's why we tell them deal with other men.
Here is the argument. I don't want to hear that because the argument that they come back with. See, the thing is, we have this belief that we're having a conversation. I'm talking about with them. We're not having a conversation with them. Like they think it's a negotiation where they're saying, "Oh, I can't believe you telling me that." I don't care what you do. That's why I say, go get you a white boy.
They're not talking to you. They're talking to the white guys and saying that the men that you give us are inadequate. Come get us, okay?
Come get us.
White guys are telling us date the fuck down and die the fuck
because they're concubines. They're concubines of white supremacy.
And I'm gonna say this and I'm done. All the black men.
Yeah, all the black men need to say because it's cracking.
Oh, sorry. All the black men need to say to go get Mr. Cartwright, because the problem is in the black conversation, it is always going to come down to you're expecting less, telling them to get less. You hate black women. I don't want to hear that. I'm like, go get you a non-black man. Stop dating black men. That's my argument.
They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that.
They're not going to do it.
I get what they're not going to do.
Yeah, you know that. You know that. They're not going to do it. But the point of you saying
Ed just want to save the dudes, though. That's what he's saying. He wants to save the men.
It's calling their bluff. It's called calling this argument. I don't care what they do, but from a black man's
you're pointing at the wrong target, Ed.
But what black men
Hey, one at a time, y'all. Goddamn, I know you guys are excited. Ed, you got
what black men need to start doing is saying, you are going to do what I say, or we're not even having
No. Basically, you got two choices, right? Okay. Either accept the pool of men, white or black, no matter who you pick, that's in America, or die the fuck alone. Those are your two choices.
Exactly.
I don't care.
Well, no, the third choice is bitch about it.
No.
Ed, I agree with your premise.
Board, white, black, Latinos, they're all the same now. Okay.
At this point,
you
yeah.
got two choices to actually either date the fuck down and take the guys that are available to you, or actually die alone. Those are your two choices. I don't care who the fuck you pick, and walk away.
It's funny thing. I just came back from a wedding, and I was doing some side work, and the father of the bride gave everybody a tip for $100, and I was already getting like $26 an hour.
Okay.
And I was looking at this wedding, and I was like, man, shoot, shoot, I ain't been to a black wedding in a minute. Shit.
Yeah, it's been a minute for me too. I mean, like I said, dude, I'm gonna tell you straight up. When I look at the women that I went to high school with, we literally, I think back to it, we literally can aim at all the, whether they're black or not, aim at all the females who are gonna be married, at least in their 20s. And I swear we had a 98% accuracy. Now, granted, you got a lot of sisters that they got great relationships with their baby, the father of their kid. But even the black women, you could tell all of it. You be like, and so my point is, again, I hear you. It's like we're kind of arguing over like microscopic stuff, but I'm not even.
Basically, that's what Yana Van Zant, when she put the bus driver a thing in front of her, she's telling her, bitch, date down or die alone.
Yeah.
She's trying to tell her
but you got too many brothers.
In a nice way.
But you got too many brothers that they sit here and they try to negotiate. They argue it from a posture of negotiation.
Yeah. No, and Ed, I get your position. You're concerned.
We can hear you.
Go ahead, Art. Go ahead, Art.
All right, because one thing we have to understand is that we're not on this mountain alone. There's other groups of men that are in our position when it comes to dating.
Asian men,
Asian, white, even white men are in this position. This is what when I did that video about Marianne Slaughter, where she was talking about a lot of these women are wanting men on their level, but they can't find them. And then Marianne Slaughter was saying that, well, why don't you date someone? Why don't you, since you're in a provider role, because you chose a provider job, be the provider and let the man lead the household, and they don't want that. They still want a man on their level or higher because they still want to have that same. They don't want the stress of a provider. That's what Ivana Van was.
They're not trained.
Hold on. Let it finish.
That is what Ivana Van was pretty much trying to tell her. You're in a provider role. You make all this fucking money. If you want to be with somebody, then you will get someone who makes less than you and treat them the same way that a provider treats someone that's in this house that's taking care of the fucking house. She doesn't want that. And that's the problem that's what's in the society, because even Marianne Slaughter says when women are faced with the same thing, white women in general are faced with the same thing, they still buck against the system. This is where feminism is failing right now.
Yeah, and they're not blaming feminism. What they're doing is they're trying to say, well, it's the men that are derelict. And this is why really what needs to, and you're already starting to see it, is there needs to be a shift where the men are just, like you already see it, even with the white boys. The white boys are turning to the video game. The ones that can leave are leaving. The white boys are turning to Asians. The white boys are already shifting. And I want to see more black men. You kind of see with Panama Bros and stuff like that. And I want to see it go faster, but that's just me. That's just a preference.
The white boys been doing it for years.
Hold on, bro. Go ahead.
The only black dude that was at that wedding was with a spicy Latina, thick Latina.
Yep.
Only black dude. I don't even think he might have not even been black. He might have been like black and like Spanish. Yeah.
Okay. Who's next?
Yeah, I was gonna say I'd be at the lower end of what she would consider like acceptable in the white collar level, and she still wouldn't take me. I would refuse to be with her. She's an abomination. And I say part of that is because
an abomination.
Like,
you ain't shit.
She is. Because look.
Oh, that's a good word.
Yeah, no. I'm a white collar professional, but like, and I have a lot of white collar and black collar and blue collar professionals in my family, and a lot of black people do. And so when I hear her talking shit about a bus driver, I hear her talking shit about my dad. Who
same here, my stepfather.
And I'm like, I did very well for myself, and I still do. But like, you're gonna talk shit about the guy who worked a lot for me to get to where I am. You're just taking a dump on all of his effort, and I couldn't be with someone like
see,
that.
that's the thing we have to understand about women. They don't care about that. When
And
she hears
I wouldn't care about them.
Well, hold on. When she hears bus driver, she's looking at status.
Mm-hmm.
That's what.
And when I hear,
hold on. Let him finish.
When she's looking at bus driver, it doesn't matter how much money she made or he made. It doesn't matter about his status. See, a woman would take a white collar guy over the bus driver, even though the bus driver makes more money. It's because it's status and how it looks to her friends.
Okay.
One time. Let him finish before you guys go. Okay.
Because her circle of friends are more important to her, and that's one of the reasons why she will make a decision on a guy, which is stupid as fuck, but that's the way it is.
So this is gonna sound crazy, but for real, it's like we're talking about somebody that has AIDS at this point. Like serious. Like Ebony is done. She's about to be 40 in 3 months. So the fact that she's made, I get she's like an avatar for a hit on all these women. Cool. But the thing is, all these women are done. I've been saying this. Look, Courtney Michelle, all these women that's trying to reinvent themselves and trying to, like, they're done. And with the dudes, when I hear a lot of this, it's almost like we're trying to understand why they do. It's their job to come to us. So the reality is, until they have had a lot of stuff that, quite frankly, they're not going to do, it might as well. I mean, I'm just saying in general. I'm not talking about what we're talking about now, but I'm saying in a greater conversation, it might as well not even be a conversation. Because I'm on what F Jason Black, but Jason Black talk about they need to quintuple up with one dude if he needs to be over. I'm like, whatever. Oh, you need to get with a lesbian. I could care less. What I'm telling you right now, I am not telling these dudes to deal with a chick like that. Nigga, I will deal with a Love Dorsey with a kid before I deal with a bitch like that. Because a chick like Ebony, I will put my hands on her.
What's going to happen, they're going to open up the brothels again. It's going to be
Yeah, I mean, because dudes, so, I mean, that's all I'm saying. I mean, dudes she shouldn't even be able to have a conversation with nobody, honestly, as far as dudes.
But two things you said. I mean, one is the importance of informing the men so that they can ultimately make a decision for themselves.
Exactly.
Right. And the second part, and the second part is in regards to the women. It's just look. Honestly, go if you don't like brothers or you don't like all this negative shit that brothers offer you. Fine, go deal with someone else and call them on their bluff, like you've been saying. I think that was one of the most ingenious things you've ever said, Ed. Call them on their bluff. Go ahead and go deal with them.
I use what you told me. Sorry.
Let me say this real quick. We already got talking points already spreading across the world, right?
Yeah.
So now we need litmus tests. Let's figure out some litmus tests.
What do you mean?
Because there's certain things that, like, especially when if you out here talking to these women, there's triggers, right? And one of the things is you trying to save these guys from their mistakes of, like, of even dealing with them. So get them on the front end of even talking to them in the first place, or even being in their presence. So if they have a litmus test, if they know how to, like, just apply this little, like, phrase, and then the moment that they hear her reaction and they see her reaction and hear her answer, they already know how to deal with her.
I'm trying to vet her.
Yeah, I mean, but even that's problematic. But just to answer your question, like, one thing a chick told me that was ingenious, which was, do you choose the father? Do you believe women choose the father of their children? That's something you can have a general conversation, and you can assess how she answers it.
It's real easy. Litmus test. Have you ever heard of Kevin Samuels?
I mean, to be honest,
you going direct.
To be honest,
everything you need to know real quickly.
Exactly. But the reality, what I have found is these dudes are not stupid. Even SWP, like when you look at SWP and how he like poo-poos over Six the Goddess, they know what they're doing. They know if a chick is a single mother, they do it anyway. And what a lot of these dudes don't like about us is they want to do it anyway and say they didn't know or be deluded. We let them know, dude. You knew that chick had some shit. and you did it anyway, so you a goofy. That's what they don't like. They don't like this.
Exactly. Hurricane.
Yeah.
Hurricane. Brother, listen. That's why I say it doesn't matter to have these conversations with these women. The point is to deprogram as many of the men as we possibly can, right?
Man,
let
them bump their heads because they're not gonna believe you
Of
nowhere.
course.
Yeah.
Of course. I mean, but when it comes to the individuals like how do you say his name, Ed? Shamankiwe or some shit?
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest,
Obi Allen too.
He's
Obi
married.
Allen.
Yeah, Shamaki's married. Yeah, he's
and the other one, what's the name? The one that married his high school sweetheart that was hold out throughout college.
No, not Derek. The roommates podcast.
No, not that one. The older brother that got the light skinned one, the one that already had kids and all that. What's his name again? Oh, Lord in Christ! You know what I'm talking about. He has a big he effectively put on Cynthia G.
Boyce Watkins.
Boyce Watkins. When it comes to them, there's nothing we can tell them. They are committed to being, slaves to slaves to the gun.
Oh yeah.
So there's nothing we can tell them.
Wait. Hold on. Repeat his offense.
He married a baby mama that he's been loving since he was in college, and he finally
I
got
heard
her.
something that she got whored out the whole way through college.
Exactly.
I mean, who hasn't? Who hasn't? But she
I went to college.
married.
These girls are
But
nasty.
she was she was married to somebody else, and then she turned around when that relationship didn't. I guess it ended. It ran its course. I mean, they were married for a while.
Yeah.
That was like over 10 years. So that it ran its course. Then she picked it up on some, well, yours, I have an image of blah, blah, blah. But even if you let boys go on that, which I'm not saying too, Boyce is out here openly talking about, I don't want to be a nigga too. And if you got these dudes that grow some hair on their balls, and then they hear Kevin Samuels and repeat I'm not dealing with no person with no kid. But like, dude, shut up. Like, you really telling me that you would tell a dude in his late 20s, early 30s to get with a chick that's a single mother.
He would.
And truth be told,
the point is that there's some brothers that we'll never be able to convict anything.
He's a product of a single mom himself.
Exactly, they're gynocrats. So the point is that
hold on. Let's finish.
The point is that we convince as many of brothers as we can to come out of the gynocracy. As for the rest of them, we accept that, hey, they're going to die on that hill. But ultimately, it doesn't matter anymore because the youth, the youngins. Look, I'm a millennial. You know what I'm saying? But I see, based on what I see with my Zillennial brothers, that they've made their decision. They're not. They don't choose the gynocracy. They choose what works best for them ultimately. So that's ultimately what matters at this point.
No, you're right. And in the Z's, and we said it in the Z's, every year is the countdown, like that 24 TV show, because the Z's are about 23, 24 now. So in 6 years, they're gonna occupy the whole prime dating market. So
and that's why they're mad at Ebony, because she's fucking up the game.
Yep.
That's what a
lot of them believe. That's what a lot of them believe.
No, Ebony, for their talking points, Ebony is fucking up the game. She is.
Yep.
Yeah, no,
that's why DJ Envy and the Breakfast Club went in on her. You're fucking up.
Yeah, DJ Envy wouldn't have did that if he wouldn't have felt that the women was in his. He even said it, like, I'm looking at the comments and And
yeah, he
just
did.
The way she tried to explain that shit, like the way she tried to explain it was just goofy.
Because she doesn't give a shit.
It's really delusion. It's really delusion when you really think about it. Because I mean, like black people as a whole. I mean, she's speaking like she's like in the words of Mr. Z on Mount she's on Mount Olympus, and black people are on Mount Olympus with her, and we're manufacturing buses.
Like I said,
you Nicholas have to qualify to be where I'm at, because she was on Mount Olympus.
It's not like I mean, black women really should marry a dude from the hut. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Yeah,
like
well,
that's how bad
if
it is for them.
Now,
yeah.
I
They
want
don't
to take
see it
all
like
this
that.
Yeah, you
92.
guys can't all talk at one time. God damn it.
I'm
They
sorry.
don't see it like that. You know
I
that
just want to make a
it's
point on
that
that.
bad.
Okay, you can right after Broke Genius finish, you can make your point.
Yeah, I mean it's really really bad. Like they should be on their knees, till it
It takes time. They're not going to be
yeah.
on their knees. It took 30 years to get in this position. It's going to take 30 years to get out of it. So, finish your thought.
Yeah, I mean it's just they just are delusional, and what Yana asked was basically something that to try to help her see that she was delusional, and now the whole world is seeing it.
Yeah, seeing
You
it.
know,
Yeah, in other words, she's speaking for all the black women. Yana Van Zandt. If she's going to speak for them all, would you take that sacrifice and date a bus driver? You said you wouldn't. So guess where you stand. That's not going to dissolve this backlash. Go ahead, Art. Get in.
There was a I don't know if you did a BGS or Dr. Tia Son Johnson posted on your community tab. There was a picture of a black woman on a pedestal, and the black man asked her to give him a helping hand, and she said, "Nope, I'm not doing it. If you can get up here, then you should get up here on your own."
Oh yeah.
She was put on a pedestal.
She put on a pedestal. Yep, and basically, and he said, "Come down here." And she says, "No, come up here."
Yeah,
Yeah,
and that's
but I'm gonna tell you.
And
no, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish, Art.
And that's the dilemma that we're in. Black women have been put on a pedestal.
That's the dilemma that they're in because they're up there by themselves.
Yeah.
Black men have moved on. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because then we played what are we gonna do? And it's like there's no we, because until I even if I hear it, I still don't give a fuck. But until I start hearing what the fuck you gonna do, because whenever we had these conversations, and I'm not we, but preference on it ain't never what the fuck they gonna do. It's always, well, y'all need to step up. I'm like, yo, and I'm gonna tell you something. Shout out to DC, because DC broke this down. The code breaker did like 5 hours on that 23 minutes, which is like impressive even for me. And my thing, I get what Paradox kept saying it over and over, but I get what he was saying. Honestly, the next step is dudes like DC, shout out to DC, niggas like that, y'all need to stop fucking these chicks. Maybe not DC personally, but like the Pookie version of DC, not the where he's at with the clearances. Y'all need to stop dealing like for real. That's the next thing.
They need to keep fucking them. They need to keep fucking them.
Well,
no, because that's the only thing they gonna really understand.
Yeah,
you don't understand that.
It doesn't matter whether they understand it now. Who's next? Somebody trying to get in?
That's their way of actually being able to sustain themselves by fucking. By hitting these women. You don't understand that.
Well, they getting paid. That's different. But these niggas don't be getting paid.
Who's trying to get in?
They're getting paid by being able to have some place to stay.
I mean, we're talking about gynocrats, okay? We're talking about gynocratic men, okay? I mean, so ultimately they're gonna
dip into it. Sometimes.
I'm sorry, what?
Especially with AIs coming in and their jobs being on the line, where they had their little $100,000 jobs getting ready to get replaced. Okay, let shit hit the fan for them.
See, the only thing that get me mad about this whole situation is if it was us who got that hand up, like that leg up, that hand up, we would have got to the top and then threw that arm down.
Yeah, but they don't want to be under you anyway, so they're not going to do it. They did that from the very beginning. We just weren't listening because we didn't actually believe them until now. Now we believe them.
Until now. I mean, ultimately, when it comes to it, look, they've made their decision. They're doubling down. They're choosing white supremacy.
Yeah.
They're hoping that ultimately they're gonna wage their bets with white supremacy. It's gonna pay off for them in the end. Okay.
And then white girls gonna come right behind you and take your regular guy.
Exactly. So ultimately, there's nothing we have. So ultimately, there's nothing we have to say to them. There's nothing we have to say to the gynocratic men. They have made their choices.
Yeah,
I think everything's going to come.
They choose.
One time.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Finish your thought.
They choose their mamas ultimately because they see all the sisters as ultimately as their mamas. They choose them, and therefore they're going to deal with the repercussions of them. And there's nothing we can do about them. We've talked to them. They don't want to hear it. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to hear.
Remember, we're not doing what we're doing to so much so change our minds.
I think.
Well,
Like,
we're
is this
trying to change the
is kind
minds
of
of
like
the.
that
You guys
same
are trying to change the
language.
minds of the men.
Real quick, Ed. Somebody else is trying to get in. But real quick, Ed. What do you want
I
to say?
think it's.
Well, I'm just
Oh,
saying
go
the
ahead.
argument. What we do is counter propaganda and awareness raising activity.
And we done that. So now it's already out there.
Mission accomplished. Yeah, exactly.
Mission accomplished. Who's next?
I think at the end of this summer, when everything starts ramping up for the election and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's when there's going to be lines being drawn, because there's going to be this situation. Like, I think we're already past the whole 25 percentile, not voting for the let's say the Republican the Democratic candidate, right?
Yeah.
Now, if some way, somehow, this man is still running, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Right. And for the F of it, for the French toast of it, they just choose to go his direction.
Okay, good for them.
I think that will be like a major like tipping point, turning point, needle in a haystack type situation. Only because it'll be a situation of saying at that very moment, we are our own entity when it comes down to men in America who are black.
It's going to reverse. And somebody else, hold on, Ed. Somebody else trying to get in? No, yes, no. Okay, go ahead, Ed. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Brooke Jeans.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brooke.
No, he can go. He can go.
All right, go ahead.
No,
Ed.
I'm just saying from a political standpoint. I mean, at the end of the day, these chicks are trying to politicize their womb problems, their social status problems, and their inability to have relationships. A lot of black women are undiagnosed. I mean, the level of narcissism that is in them, and like I said, you can literally hear it. Like, that bitch needs an exorcism.
Damn, this dude literally said what I was gonna say.
Like, that shit sound like the exorcism of Eboni Williams. Like, I swear, I just got done seeing one of them newer movies, man. Like, bring me the priest.
Yeah,
like that's literally how she fucking sounded.
When she was on the Breakfast Club to do a follow up to her what she was saying about the bus driver, you could see the black woman with the glasses, with the funny looking glasses on the far left, just look at her like, bitch, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, I mean, cause she just seems like she seems like she's bipolar. You know, like, cause she just
not really. She's a typical sister. She's a typical sister.
In my opinion, that's how she seems.
No, she's not bipolar.
But the thing is, the reason why I say that is because she's just rambling like point by point. You know,
she's having a temper tantrum. That's what she's having.
Yeah, that and what it is too is I get what you're saying, but what it is, like in if this was like a family dynamic. You have dudes that really don't give a fuck. I guess DDS is like probably one of them dudes in his family. They want to lecture. It's kind of like I have like second cousins, or like my mom's cousins, that they were like that when I was young. And what she really needs is to say, "Yo, what did your mom do? What was she like? Real talk." And they would say, her first name, because what any man like you act like you're one generation out the project. What are you talking? You act like you were born with a silver spoon in your mouth. You like you don't know nothing else. Like, are you serious? You're one generation out of this shit. Stop trying to act like you're just so far beyond.
You don't know those Bugetto girls from back in the hood? You don't know the ones that they looked a little good, all of a sudden they start acting different when they get.
Well, I mean, those are the same bitches. They be fucking they be sophomores and sophomores and freshmen fucking niggas that are like 23, 24 in high school. And then what did Kendrick Lamar did a fucking song back then? What happened? They 3 kids and 3 this. Keratin was like that.
Ed, look, I mean, effectively, these are the type of girls that are able to deal with them. Well, we call them the preps. In my era, we call them preppy white boys. They're able to deal with them, and now they think they're blonde white girls.
She ain't able to deal with nobody.
They usually went to Catholic school.
She said it herself. She's not able to deal with nobody.
Who's that?
She's a Eboni Williams.
No,
I mean, basically, she's a product of a single mom. And in my opinion, like Iyanla was talking to a demon
No.
That's why she had to say.
She's a spoiled. She's a spoiled, entitled, AKA that thinks she deserves more than
Yeah,
she.
like I said, from the Kamala Harris School of Fuckery.
Yes.
You know, I dated a chick that was an AK, and she got married when she met her spouse in college.
Yeah,
you know, that's
that
happened. But the thing
they usually know how to do it.
Basically, she just got finished dating, engaged to a hedge fund manager, as she earned $20 million a year. Okay, that's a hard.
Yeah, I mean, look at Susan Rice.
Yeah.
Look at Susan Rice and look at Susan Rice and look at Kamala Harris. She fucked up. She got the white dude. She threw a temper tantrum because the white dude. I'm gonna tell you something. I bet you that white dude. This is theory. I bet you that white dude got a hold of that damn book. That book about dating black women. And I bet you he found out he dodged the bullet. Because real talk, that shit sound like a test to me. I'm a quarantine with my kids and I'm gonna see how she reacts. It's the same thing with Travis Kelce and that K Nicole chick, and then she threw Cam Newton under the bus.
She was never gonna be Mrs. Cartwright. Okay?
Yeah. She just, I mean, and the thing about it is, these women. It's like I said, that Breakfast Club thing told the tale for me because when she was sitting there trying to run games. Yeah, go ahead, Art.
No, I said the issue is that it's the same thing what B just said. These women got to compete.
Yeah.
And her losing that white man is because she didn't compete.
Man, I'm gonna tell you what. She fell harder than fucking Edward's mic right now. I mean, god damn. Gotta fix that kid.
I'm gonna tell, like I said, I'm telling brothers, tell them date out.
I'm like this.
They already are.
I'm like this. Number one, when you look at chicks like her, there's no convincing.
Yeah.
There's absolutely no convincing. You'll die before she even convinces herself.
But that's not the point.
She thought that's the point. In other words, stop. I would tell a guy, don't even look at it. This is the example. Why put yourself through it? Now, you go through all these bitches, and then you're talking about a chick who actually dated a guy who made millions. So imagine what these chicks thinking with these extra regular chicks. They think in the same fucking way. The poison is fucking spreading in the system.
Yeah.
Poison is horrible.
The reason why I tell them to say date out is because these chicks are all like, even when she was doing this on the Breakfast Club, they try to run that pro-black game on folks talk about, oh, I care about my people. There is no we. You go over there. I'm not saying this on some anger shit. You need to go over there when you go to Europe or whatever, and you need to run that shit on Hispanic, white, like, because black men you're too good for black men. We're not even, SOZ said something really slick. He said, these women always saying they're intimidated. I was like, the men should be. If you're worth $1 million, what the fuck can these dudes offer you regardless of race? You're walking into a situation that is not going to be good. You're talking about like a unicorn chick that actually, and let's be clear here, if you get a unicorn chick, that's because she likes how you look. That's what that is. And maybe you can work with that, but if you're not in that bracket, then you're walking into a situation. So she can say whatever she want to say about the society. But if you an idiot talking about, I'm about to, we're going to make it work, you a fool. You a fool if you try to do that. Now, I will say this, to be fair, you got women like Issa Rae, but Issa Rae ain't ADOS. If she's with a banker, obviously she makes more money than him, but he makes his own, he's not no louse. And it's somebody else I'm thinking about too, Fantasia, too. So, some of these women do chill the fuck out, but those guys are like over 6-figure guys themselves. It's just they realize they're outside of the realm because of entertainment.
They're not going to chill out. I just went through an anecdotal situation where, and I was just like, most of it was me observing after a while. I'm a nice 6 figures at this point now, right? I done jumped 3 different job fields. I'm doing DevOps now, and like I'm talking to these women, and literally,
but this is her dude from Warburg Pincus. Okay, he ain't he's Master Universe level. Okay?
Yeah. And,
Is this the dude that
problem
left?
with the problem I have with
that left her basically.
Yeah, she didn't compete.
The problem I had with the chick that I just left was she just got finished messing with another millionaire dude, and they don't like. It's like they can't let go what they like. Whatever it was that they had. I'm like, look, like I'm not doing these trips to like to Maldives and all that type of stuff like that. I get like, he gave a Lambo, all that type of stuff. Like, I'm like, yeah, all right, that's cool. But like, I'm only sitting at the number I'm sitting at. And the real interesting thing about it is the way that their brains work. Like, and this is me observing one up close and trying
we're going like 20 more minutes, guys. So,
and like, she's a real estate agent, making nice money, selling like 8 houses a day, like nice money.
Okay.
And
I don't know, BJS.
She got her own like it's a nice little community that I'm built up, and she making some money off of it.
Yeah.
But like the thing that I'm seeing is this though. When it comes down to it, though, the way that they because they can't let go. Like for men, we'll get a girl. Shit, like I had a doctor one month, and then the next month I was like dealing with a chick that worked at let's say at the bar or whatever like that. Right, it was no problem. Jumping between the daggone situations. They can't let go of, if they went up, they can't come back down.
Yeah, you're right, and that's why with the way you describing that.
Go right at him. Go ahead. Finish it.
Those are like situations.
Hold on.
Those are like
okay. No, go ahead, Ed.
Okay, those are like, I mean, you're jumping from situationships, dating, fucking, that's great. These women, you're right, they can't. And the thing is, our job is dudes have to know that. That's why that octane thing is so powerful. You have to understand that going in. So it's like, what is your objective? Your objective is to get in, get out, clear your head, like what they were talking about on Hitch, or is your job, or are you trying to actually proliferate an actual relationship with this chick? Because not you, I'm just saying dudes in general in the situation you described. Because if somebody were to tell me, yeah, man, she's cool, we black, we can work together, I'm like, you're an idiot. Because she will never respect you. Remember, respect is most men's love language, right? That respect is just not there because she's always comparing. And I'm not even saying that chick is a bad person for that. The reality is that dude ruined her. That's the equivalent of being alpha imprinted and being an alpha widow by way of class. It's over for her. She's never gonna come off of that.
She's only mad because he took the gifts back.
Yeah.
And I gotta say my last part. That's what she's mad about. He took the gifts back, but I'm gonna say my last part.
Shout out to Lisa.
Go ahead.
Give me them goddamn keys. But the car, give me that too. But but
and then she take it out on the next nigga.
It's the fact of the matter is, these bitches are bad chess players and poker players, and they're showing their fucking poker face all over the fucking way, and they'll double down on stupid. It's not just her; it's every chick that I meet. At some point, they just can't help but to be this way. Like I said before, they're too dumb to be stupid. Don't expect anything smart.
Okay. Somebody want to ask me a question?
Yeah.
I'm out.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Funny.
Go ahead.
Woo! I mean, I'm sorry, BGS, but you labeled this Coliseum, so therefore we got 4 more hours to go.
No. That is the old Coliseum. 4 hours.
I'll do this. If you guys want to go more, I can do it on my channel.
What link is this Coliseum? Because all these years, I have never been on the Coliseum.
Yeah.
No, you have been. You've been on the Coliseum plenty of times.
I don't
listen in.
My Saturday night program was always the Coliseum. That's what we call it.
Oh, okay.
You've been on it plenty of times.
They talk all that bullshit. That's why that passport bro got them panicking and shit.
Yeah.
You just ain't been on my channel no
more. No, I think that was Light Bearer.
You know a lot of
I've been.
It was him too. I
You
remember
know,
him.
a lot of these women, what they do is, and my sister was, my eldest sister was like this. They'll get friends and kind of keep their peer group to where they don't get checked. You know, basically, even if they do get checked, they'll like lash out. They'll, basically get in an argument with the chick, or not stop talking to her, because they'll, wherever they at in life and whatever they choose as far as men,
Okay.
they don't want to be challenged to go against that. So all of their peers will be yes women, and basically, the whole go ahead girl
No,
team.
absolutely, man.
And then when they fuck up in life, and then a lot of times these women low key just they die earlier than normal, before 40 or before even 60,
Well,
because that's a hard life without no man. I mean, we're not designed to be by ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Like we weren't even made to be by ourselves. I mean,
well,
obviously.
another thing too is a lot of these dudes, man, they be having this self-loathing and this guilt because they will hear this shit. This is why I tell even a lot of this purple pill conversation you hear like Daily Rap Crew and all these dudes. It's like you gotta stop, or even like Mr. Z listening to these hoes like Real Talk with Yanni and all that bullshit. It's like, yo, you know what they did. Like we pretty much mapped out the prequel trilogy, the trilogy, and the sequel trilogy. There is no secret. They have admitted it out of their own mouth.
Yeah.
There is no, well, we're just saying. So what happens is these dudes will absorb this and they'll focus this situation on their own mom. And then they start blaming black men. They start saying, what we gonna do? Well, we gotta do something. Or we gonna let the community just go that? Yes. Because they already made that decision.
That's the socialization that's happening.
Yeah, that's the culture.
You're not going to get that out overnight. It's not
Yeah.
going to happen that
No,
way.
I understand that, but I'm just reiterating. That is why we a lot of stuff seems repetitive, but that's why we do it in these situations because these chicks they will lie until
Yeah.
somebody believes
Yeah.
it. And sometimes the way black women talk, you be believing they lie.
And for the guys that always complain about the space of what we talk about, go make your own space. Stop trying to change the space that's already been
I mean,
solidified.
SBE died in like 2 or 3 days.
Hell,
Man,
they
I'm a
couldn't even
grown
defend
man. I
They
talk
couldn't
about the
defend it.
fuck I want to talk
Yeah.
about.
Yeah. If your shit was pulling, then nobody would be saying anything. Your shit's not pulling, so
They be like SBE. That's why it sound like a movie. SBE Strikes Back.
If you
The
popping,
Return
you
to
popping.
SBE.
I still don't understand what SBE is, man, because they never really explained
Sassy
what it
black
was.
men.
Okay, sassy
I
black
mean, I know what it is. But the problem is what it is not how they use it. What it is the idea that black men are trying to force black women back to the table to negotiate, which
They're
is
already
not
back.
what we do.
They're
Which
already
is
back
not
to the
what we do. Yeah, but that's not what we do. Like this
No.
idea that we can we can shame and explain black women,
Nah, they
which is
just
not what
touching
the
on.
black manosphere does. But
It's funny that you said
what
that.
it
It's funny that you said that because when you really look at it, like he said, he's 18 to about let's say 18 months or so ahead, right? They're on our shit that we were talking about
Yeah.
back then.
Yeah.
So they thinking that we still trying to bring them to the table. We done moved on now.
That's what Passport Bros has demonstrated. They've moved on.
Yeah.
We was talking about
Yeah, I mean they don't even talk of don't say they don't
7
talk
years ago.
But people are making money
Just
off of it because that's what women want. It's mostly women
Like
led
I've
groups. Go ahead.
like I've said, look, what we've demonstrated, what the manosphere has demonstrated, I should say, is that back in 2018, 2019, SYSBM was the focal point of the conversation, proving black men have options within America. And then fast forward a couple of years later, Passport Bros then became the focal point. And ultimately, the women figured out or have learned, kicking and screaming, they have to come to the conclusion that, hey, brothers got options. You know what I'm saying?
And even the white guys that got on board said we got options too. So.
Exactly.
I just
So the number one
laugh at the
statement
fact when
is
I was
what's next?
covering when I was covering the Shamaki way on my channel, when he just out of nowhere pulled out passport, yeah, man, and passport,
Yeah, yeah.
I'm like, dude, let's be clear here. So you really saying you don't believe black men should have any kind of leverage or negotiating power? They should just take. I'm
He's
done
a
clearing it.
gonocrat.
Then
He
let
don't
the
want black
problem.
men to go anywhere.
He's a pookie, man. He's a pookie.
Yeah,
He's
Pookies
a gonocrat.
have a
So
problem
It's
with
just
again,
like, how do you
passport.
dudes just try to double talk?
so
You're messing up the game for the pookies, man. Of course they're gonna be
Yep.
upset.
so again, the statement is what's next?
What's next?
Because
Yeah.
like the way I feel right now, like anything that we talk about in this space, when it comes down to certain groups and certain like let's say certain channels, I want to make sure I make it clear. When it comes down to that part, it seems as if once certain people say certain things, all of a sudden it starts to bounce and echo off of certain other channels, and then from there, boom, it starts to reverberating and having a let's say a vibration that goes in, because I'm looking for a resonance is what I'm actually looking for. So once we get to resonance again, they'll be late, and we'll be figuring out the next move again after that.
The
So
move,
my
not
thing is, what's the next move?
the move like bears when BGS had a meltdown with Bitter Truth. We gotta import, and then once those imports come in and they see the children, the families from that, then what I'm saying is. Like I'm talking about in mass. I'm not talking because it's already, bro. I've been wanting to be a passport bro technically for the last like probably 15 years. I already know brothers that already have families. They done went to
You want to know?
Ethiopia.
You want to know what's next? That's what's next. Next
Eth-
front in the
uh,
GOP's war, women no fault divorce, right? They're trying
Yeah.
to get rid of no fault divorce. That's the next. That's what's next. Okay, that's what's next.
Wait.
yeah,
Oh, I've been away for a while. Oh, this is beautiful.
This just happened. This Steven Crowder,
Yeah. Yeah.
May 2nd, 2023. That's what's next.
yeah.
And
Because
it's
basically what's
encapsulates for
happening is more and more of the stuff is proliferating into the mainstream because it can't be ignored. That's
exactly.
so what you
Exactly.
really gonna see is gonna be like reruns to us, but in reality, the people are gonna talk like this is the first time that this is being said. Like the truth be told, that
Even
conversation
though
they had on the Breakfast Club, that hasn't been had before.
Yeah, so
Not
like
like
even
that,
though
where they were brazen like that.
yeah, so some of my
even though
friends
the
Hold on,
manosphere,
yeah, I
even
didn't
though the
finish
manos
what I was
go
saying,
Go
man.
ahead.
I didn't finish what I was saying.
Well,
go
finish.
ahead.
Yeah, it was like a couple of guys I know. They went to Morocco and then Ethiopia to find women to marry, and I'm talking about they brought them back overseas, and then they had children with them and everything.
Yeah.
That's old. That's like I'm talking 2007, 2008.
Yeah. They've been doing that for years. Yeah. The thing is,
Yeah, I mean,
the
and that's
divorce,
not that's
the divorce rate for foreign wives is like 10%. So you have a
Yeah.
7% better chance doing that than marrying a black woman here.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, we're not concerned about what the women feel, and what the women say at this point anymore. It's really about what. Mhm.
Oh, go ahead. No, finish.
Well, I mean, it's really about what we're going to do, and I agree with you that ultimately the choices or the options that are going to or the choices that are going to be made is going to be made in the hands of us millennials and the zillennials.
Yeah.
And my situation. I'm married to an Indian woman,
Yeah.
and I ultimately think a lot of us are just going to ultimately congregate with each other. Most high, I mean, God willing, right?
It's
We're going to
people of color.
congregate with each other.
Where are
People of
you
color.
located in the United States?
What
in Texas.
region? What region? Texas.
In Texas, yeah.
I
Okay.
heard
Oh,
about
that's
Yeah.
mixing.
Okay.
The new mixing pot. Texas.
Exactly. But I come from the West Coast. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? I come from the Northwest, which I personally call the integrated capital. You know what I'm saying?
And Texas is next.
Exactly. I was shocked when I originally came down here and realized how many black men with Hispanic
Latino.
women,
Oh yeah.
with even white women. I mean,
Yeah.
I was absolutely shocked. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? But the point is what I'm saying is that what we're going to see is that there's going to be two separate black communities. We're going to see a black community. I mean, this is just my perspective, and you guys can tell me if I'm wrong on this. But we're going to see two black communities. We're going to see a black community of thinking black men with with black women and with non-black women that are going to create a traditional like community, and then we're going to see the current the current
You
black
already
or
have that. You
not
already
really.
have that.
You already have that. You do have that.
exactly, and we're just going to build upon that
So,
ultimately.
so what's going to happen is the black community is an entity probably will disappear within a couple
Exactly,
of
it's going to
generations.
disappear. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen.
Well,
And it's
So,
sad to see, you know what I mean, because obviously that's our brothers, that's our sisters over there,
yeah,
you know what I mean.
it's basically the brothers and sisters will adapt just like everybody else. That's what's going to happen.
There you
what?
go.
Why
Look at what happened
Chicago?
to.
Oh, go
Somebody
ahead.
else was trying to get in. They've
Go
been
ahead.
trying to get in for a while.
Yeah, what you see in Chicago and in other parts of the country where
Mm-hmm.
they making these news stories and stuff like that. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I'm bringing old talking points. These are single mom strongholds basically.
Mm-hmm.
Where pretty much what you got going on like in Chicago. I'll just speak for Chicago because
Yeah.
I'm from there. So in the south and west side of Chicago, primarily where black people live, you all the black people that were like bourgeoisie, upper class, whatever, middle class, they have already moved out. I'm talking 20 years ago, even what before that. What's left is basically you have more of a underclass that's just stayed behind, and that's where you have the poverty and the single mom led homes, and it's just kind of like these people are just there trying to survive, and that's why you have all of these news stories. The people that live there, they already moved. They moved to different parts of the country, different parts of the Chicagoland area. I mean, so a lot of these cities are like that. you
Let
know
me add to that because this is really interesting that they actually succeeded in what they actually wanted to do, but they
Yeah.
instead of doing it the way that they did it before, like let's say for instance in Brazil and other places like that, when they wanted to lighten the area up, they just sent a large population of the beautiful people into there.
Yeah.
Now what they did was, okay, well, these people got too much pride in their situation, so instead of us cutting, they cut off the head, but they was like, well, the head isn't good enough, and they went for the jugular. Like they just like literally poisoned the heart, and the heart just tore up the rest of the body.
Bullshit. No, that's not what happened.
Yeah,
They
I agree.
pretty
They'll
much
never be able to do
they
it.
pretty much no. It needs to be said what really happened. Black women have been on what they were on. They just
Allies, yeah,
stumbled
since
upon it
slavery.
and opened it up. Black
Yeah.
but this ain't no where they because we keep on trying to make it like black women are victims. Black women
That's not
betrayed
what
the
I'm
black
saying.
One
community.
at a time. Yeah.
That's not what I'm saying.
Black
Though,
women all never
Let's
wanted
finish.
to be under black men in the first place. It
Hold
wasn't
on.
they weren't poisoned, they weren't manipulated. They were given an opportunity and they ran with it.
Hold
That's
on.
what happened.
In every other situation is what I'm going off of. Like I'm looking at all like because what I just said was an international way of in which they actually did it to multiple areas. They did it to Hawaii. They did it to Brazil. They did it to Venezuela, and it was mostly because they wanted to lighten those areas up. And then the only way that they could lighten them up is by destroying them the first time was like with some areas they just started sending large populations of their people into those areas in order to be able to lighten that area up. Well, they've done it again, but in order because with us we had a different problem. We're very unique when it comes to the rest of the world and the rest of diaspora is what I should say. And what this situation is now is we've kept it as long as we could, but once they figured out that linchpin, which was the minds of our women, they just it was a 20-year process pretty much.
Well, understand. Well, Lightbear. Another thing to understand, Lightbear, is white people are are going to disappear. Like you say that as if now the world is a white race, white ran in control. The white people are in a very bad state, especially in Europe. They're a lot worse in Europe than they are in the United States, actually. And so you say that as if they're done, actually.
they know what they know. And the thing is, like, I've had
No, they
women,
don't.
I've had white women come straight up to me and say shit about genes. But I was married to a Korean, and she said something similar to the same thing. But I noticed that a lot of them say the same thing though. Like,
what do they say?
When it comes down to like, oh yeah, y'all, like they say certain things like, oh, y'all got the best genes. Like when it comes down to like the way that y'all like, are like the way you're all made up and built and stuff like that, your bodies, your skin, like they are saying this, like they're literally saying this to me. So like over the years is what I should say.
About 5 more minutes, guys. So Art, were you trying to get in?
I mean, BJS, you need to stop playing. This is a Coliseum, okay?
Hey, when I hit this button, you're gonna find out.
Well,
okay?
yeah, I just wanted to be clear because this is because the thing is that at the end of the day, the way this should have been dealt with, you got these 92s that want to be white. Let them be white and let them die that way.
Hey,
let them be in that delusion, and then you see
this
happens.
headline, Lightbearer? You see this headline with people of color? Okay, that's what's driving it.
Yeah,
okay?
so
That's
at
what
the
it
end
is.
of the day, it's not really breaking up any because white folks are losing population. So it's really more of everything is coming. And by the way, Brazil is still black.
They don't
Like
consider
they lighten it up a little bit, but
they don't
it's
consider
still
it a
Hold
loss.
on, Hurricane. Go ahead and let Art go. Go ahead and let Art go because I'm trying to go out there.
Yeah.
All right.
They don't consider it a loss.
And then Z, if you're listening, you better hop in here because I need a fellow Haitian on here.
Brazil's blacker than us.
Yeah. Go ahead, Art.
Well, this is the thing. The white population is not in the United States, and they can't get anything from Europe or any other white nation. So they're going, because I remember I asked BGS this question like maybe 7 years ago on his woman's channel, where are they going to put mulatto children as a class?
Yeah,
and and this is where you get people of color from.
Mm-hmm.
That is the new class now. If you're a person of color, and color exuberates everybody under that spectrum of like, you're not quite white, you're not quite black, you're not quite Asian, but you got a mishmash of people. That is what they're going for in the United States. That is going to be the new class system that
that group is like heavy out here. I've never seen it anywhere else. The way they congregate and like they actually are acknowledging the fact that they are a separate group now. I was like, oh shoot, this been torn down a couple of times.
No, let me finish.
This like y'all like, because I spoke to somebody before about it, and they were like, oh, I'm not really this, but I'm that, I'm this, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I get that part, but like you do understand, like this has happened time and time, like a couple of times before. They've torn it down before. Now they're letting it happen. Why?
Yeah. Because white people are dying. That's why. Somebody want to get in? Yeah.
I mean, I hear you, brother. But maybe BGS can corroborate my point. Again, like I said, I'm from the West Coast. I'm from the Pacific Northwest, and as far as I'm aware, most interracial children that are born through black men consider themselves black and operate in that manner.
They do now, until they change the classification, right?
That's true. That's true. I mean, once they do that, then it'll be up in here.
Well, why? What?
The point I'm trying to make.
Hold on. What did I just put on the screen?
Yeah, you're right.
Group is what? Mixed kids, right?
Multiracial.
They're going to change the classification.
Yeah, I mean,
they will.
Try to give more meaning to it.
The point I'm trying to make is that our children, you know what I mean. For example, my son, he's going to be raised. He is being raised to understand that he is, a Negro, so-called black, right?
Once he goes through the school system and the college system, guess what? How is he going to think?
Well, remember, we're raising, we're homeschooling him.
Okay.
But the college system, like you said, that might be a different subject.
And your child is a mixed child, right? Who's he going to play with? Other mixed children.
Well, I mean, we keep them primarily in black, in black spaces.
And I'm saying, how old is the child?
One at a time.
How old is the child?
Well, my son right now is only 5, so he's
He's
still very
5.
young.
What are you gonna do when he gets to high school?
That is a
Can you
And,
highlight SS said, please?
what you what you what you gonna do when he gets to middle school? Okay, high school,
shit.
college. Okay,
This is the
okay.
No,
same
I mean,
issue.
and this is what the artists. I already know where artists going. This is a lot of y'all ain't gonna be able to let that go. That's what I'm talking about that hill. Like my thing is, at the end of the day, you cannot have a black community the way your women are operating.
It's
All
not a
that
black
hold
community.
on
Yeah.
shit, we're been past that.
I mean, I'm not. In fact, I don't even claim. I won't allow us to claim the black community no more. The so-called pro-black Democrats have claimed the black community. They can have it.
Wait, is that the
If
girl
you're
who's
not if
saying
you're not
you
if you're
raising
not
him
claim,
to be a Negro?
if you're not
We'll
claiming
we'll claim our own community. We'll create our own community.
Oh my
I
God!
mean, not create, but we'll establish something else.
it's already created for you, sir.
Exactly.
I
Oh,
work.
okay. And
The thing is, that's
that's
the one
the
thing.
people of color community.
One time.
Yeah, that's
And
the one thing I used to run up against the SYSBM dudes is they have this kind of thing about this. In my opinion, it's a fantasy where y'all gonna create this magical black community that's also a multicolor. And I used to say, be under no illusion. You're being absorbed.
Yes.
People of
That's
color.
what that is.
People of color. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is all that's going on. You are being absorbed by the greater society.
Yeah.
Oh God.
And I'm not. It's fine. I'm just saying. Don't act like that's how it is.
One time, y'all.
Hold on. Art, go on, Art.
We're gonna go into closing thoughts after this last round of responses. Okay, go ahead.
You keep saying that, BJS.
No, I'm getting ready to push this button.
I will end this for him. Okay.
No, I'm getting ready to push this button. I'm talking about last round.
Yeah, I know. Like, everybody be like, what happened? But for real, and look, man, I'm gonna tell you, I applaud you for homeschooling your kids first and then raising him that way so he can have a semblance. Because I'm not saying it's just gonna all disappear and just never exist. But folks need to. But one thing that black men need to do that doesn't get talked about, and I'm sure you're doing. I'm talking about dudes that date out and stuff. Is you have to have a strong cultural foundation. If you're in your mind that you want your kid to identify, have a strong sense of what his blackness is, there's a responsibility there you're going to have to pass that. Clearly, what you've demonstrated is you know that and you're doing that with the homeschool art. So that's not at you. But a lot of SYSBM guys, because people come to SYSBM for different reasons, to be fair. But if you're in that camp, don't just be on some, it's autopilot and blackness will always be here. Don't do that. That's what I would say to anybody.
Before Art goes,
who does your kid play with?
I mean, other than his family, it's literally black children. You know, American Negroes.
Is your wife one of the more melanated Indians, or
no? She's actually Punjabi, so she's actually pretty light skinned.
All right.
Okay, so
we're looking at you, Kamala Harris.
Yeah. I already know what my closing thoughts is.
Go ahead. Wait, before we go there,
no, you got to close the thought.
Okay, go ahead, bro.
Just make sure you don't say he ate.
I just want to say one thing before
my closing thoughts.
Let him get his closing thought in. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah. My closing thoughts is if Gabar can hook me up with a, you know what I'm saying. I'm already work for an Indian IT company. I know how to make what do I know how to make? Chicken masala. I mean, pretty bland.
Tiki masala.
Okay, get on a plane and bring her back.
Okay.
That's right. Yeah, because the Indians, they don't. In fact, my brother-in-law, he's getting married this month at the end of the month, and his you know, my parents-in-law, my in-laws, they found him a wife back in India.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's what they
don't even pick from the Indians here in America. They get the Indians over there.
They got a billion of them, and it's another excuse to bring another one over.
It's right. Go. If you want one, they're easy to find. There's plenty of them. Just get on a plane, go get one, and bring her back.
There's plenty of Africans that already go to school over there. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, Art. Go ahead, Art.
No, somebody wanted to finish because they had something to say.
That's the one. That's the one thing. Like a lot of these passport bros, they're like, "Yo, I fuck with BGS, but that bring her back shit."
If you have to be here, if you don't have to be here, don't be here. If you have to be here, you have a better chance of marrying a foreign bride than marrying one here.
No, I defend that because my thing is, if you're going over there, the point of you traveling is obviously to see the world, stuff like that, but it's also to get a feel so your brain can be recalibrated. So later on, if you look for stuff like that, it ain't like, oh, it's the first time I'm traveling and doing that, so you got googly eyes and shit.
All right. Allow me to say this real quick. Look, as you guys know, I work in the airline industry, and I work plenty of brothers. Look, that's exactly how they move. Okay, they get these wives or long-term girlfriends that are overseas, and they leave them over there. Yeah. But if they can't, if they prefer for them to come over here, they'll bring them over here.
Yeah.
Regardless, the result is still the same. They have better outcomes than dealing with the women that are already here. And as in regards to these, in regards to,
if you can't stay over there, what choice do you have?
Exactly. And even when we're dealing with these,
you say that, but thing is, that's not always possible. Thing is, you got to get past something that's possible.
Yeah, I think beautiful lies kind of covers that really well.
Hey,
he's trying to end the screen, guys.
Yeah, one at a time.
In regards, obviously, you know, I'm Haitian and my wife is Indian, so I can say this from both perspectives. That look, even our group of people that come here understand that a lot of these women are corrupted, so it's better to probably grab them from overseas and bring them here. You'll have better outcomes.
Yeah, better
ultimately. Yeah, but go ahead, Art. I'm sorry.
Closing thoughts. Go ahead.
Well, I got three things.
Go ahead.
All right. One, when it comes to educating your systems by yourself, yeah, that's good. That's great. But unless you have a community of people to reinforce those ideals, they were being reinforced by the greater society, because your children are going to have to deal with the greater society. They're going to have to deal with people outside of your influence. Because trust and believe, I'm pretty sure your kids watch TV. Your kids probably watch a lot of TV. Your kids are going to actually have to deal with children outside of what your teachings are. Your kids are going to have to deal with adults. So there's always that outside influence that you're going to have to deal with. And unless you're going to have to put them in a fucking bottle and keep them in there and actually have a group of people in a community that reinforces the same ideals that you are, they will always be pressured to be dealing with the outside from you. So that's just that. That's just the reality of it. When you're talking about raising kids and educating kids, they still have to deal with that, the greater society. It's inevitable. But I just gonna leave on two jokes. BJ should love this one. I'm gonna share it.
How was your birthday, by the way?
And it was okay. I had steak.
Salud.
Steak and sweet potatoes.
Ah, sweet potatoes. Go ahead. You ate shit. But go ahead.
Now, can you share that real quick?
Oh no. Okay.
You should like this one.
How different generations play basketball.
That's true. Right. On elbows. That's true. That's right. That's facts.
The extra large shirt.
That's what it, yeah.
That's me.
Yeah, that's Gen X. Yeah. Allen Iverson. Yeah.
Oh, Lord and Christ. The super travel.
Yeah. Oh, the LeBron James. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. And the next
one. You ain't shit, Art. You ain't shit, Art.
I never claimed to be, sir. And the next one, This is funny for all you red pill motherfuckers out there. There you go. You can share that.
Okay.
So, madam, why do you feel you deserve custody of this child?
Well, I brought him into this world, so I should get custody of him.
That's a simple but fair enough reason. And you, sir, why do you feel you deserve custody of this child?
Well, if I put money into a Pepsi machine and a Pepsi comes out, is it mine or the machine's?
Damn.
Good point. Good ass point. That's true.
Good point.
Good point. Damn. I never thought of it that way.
Yo.
That's fucked up.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. Anybody else? Closing thoughts.
All right. I'm gonna just go now since he done took one of my points. This is just it made me go back to this thought process that I had a while ago during the conversation. There was a solar flare not too long ago, and it missed us, right? But they said it actually put a little bit more of a little pep in our step when it came to like the global situation of everybody connecting.
Right.
So, you know, I guess like we the cells of the situation that felt the tragedy of almost dying. But yeah, like it's a lot of connection going on here from what I'm seeing. My thing is figure out what your litmus test is going to be. Like I was going to say something like, you know, the Kevin Samuels thing or the situation of if we divorce, I'm taking the kids. Took my joint. Go to remote.co. Check that out.
Yeah, there was one, I think somebody sent me. I'll put it up. I can't find it right now. I talked about that. I actually showed it at the very beginning of the show about Baltimore actually pushing, Maryland actually pushing for 50-50 custody.
Yeah,
as a state law. Yeah.
Go to remote.co. If you're going to be a passport bro, check out remote.co.
All right.
You know, got some jobs up there. And last but not least, agentgpt.reworked. Reworked is spelled REWORKD.
Okay.
Okay. And go ahead, go play with that real quick. Y'all gonna have some fun.
Okay. All right. Okay.
It don't like if you get a key, it'll keep going until like you gotta pay some money for it. But every time it figures out one thing, it'll figure out another thing and then go down a rabbit hole for you. You ain't even gotta go down a rabbit hole no more. Type in whatever rabbit hole you want to go down, and it'll go down for you.
It'll keep going, huh?
Like that? Yeah. Like that? Damn.
It would take somebody like you to figure that shit out, though.
Yeah.
That's all I'll say about that.
Yeah, I'm muted. I'm laughing back here.
That's all I'll say. I'm not gonna say no more. But yeah, but you would come up with some shit like that about rabbit holes and stuff like that. But that's all I'll say.
For real.
Who else? Who's next?
BGS, Art. I mean, come on. We still got 3 more hours on the shot clock.
No, we got 3 minutes, okay? And when I 10 years ago I had 3 hours. Now I can
look. I finally got enough seniority to have the weekend, you know, somewhat off. You know what I'm saying? So I'm finally here. Well, I mean, I've been on a couple of arts Coliseums, but you know, I'm finally here. You know what I mean?
Got a throwback Coliseum, huh?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but look,
because I switched jobs.
Yeah.
No, I'm just fronting with y'all because I barely get my sleep as it is because I'm burning both ends of the candlestick, going to school and going to work.
Shit, that's how I feel right now.
Go ahead and enlarge. Let's see. What you're trying to show us.
Well, you know, all I'm saying is, you know, look, I'm trying to keep it alive, you know, and I support and endorse the Black community as it is, or I should say, Black men in particular, within the Black community. I want us to ultimately win, whether it's with, you know, our sisters or not. You know what I mean? The ultimate goal is the happiness of Black men. You know, and that's the whole reason I invest in my children, you know, homeschooling and all that. That's the whole reason I'm going to school, you know what I mean? So that ultimately I can build, I can buy land. That's part of the reason why I moved down here to Texas, so I can buy land and, you know, we can create our own little communities here and there. if at all possible. But ultimately, I appreciate the work that you, that Art, that Charles, that Edward is doing, because I see it as we're just trying to inform our brothers of, hey, look, we're living in a democracy, and ultimately, with that information, you make the proper decision, if whatever decision that fits you.
Yeah,
know, that be
just make the best decision for you.
exactly,
Don't worry about the women. If the
exactly,
women want to get on board, let them get on board, as long as they follow your program.
Yeah.
If they're not going to follow your
exactly,
program, keep them at an arm's distance, because all they're going to do
exactly,
is destroy the shit that you have.
Remember, you got 4 billion
exactly,
women on the planet. You got 4 billion women to
exactly.
choose from. That's what
And
that
I'm
means.
even more aware of that because I've gone overseas enough times to experience it and see. Yeah, um, this is unique. What's going on here is unique, and like some of our esteemed PhDs have said, this is really plantation politics.
It is.
You know
It
what I
really
mean?
is. It
It
is.
really is. So
It still plays out that way.
it has always played out. We got the bucks, you know what I mean? We got the beta males, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
We have to be educated on it. We have to be aware of what's going on. Make an informed decision. If you choose to invest in it, fine, by all means, go ahead. If you choose not to, hey, we've trailblazed the path. Follow us on this path. You know what I'm saying? And maybe we can create something else. I understand that now that in American society, it's going to be labeled as people of color, whatever they want to call it, that's fine. But
Yeah.
as long as we have control over as much as we can, you know what I mean, we'll survive. We'll continue. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But with that, I really appreciate you having me on
Oh,
here.
you've been fun, man. This has been fun. It's been kind of the old style Coliseum, kind of raucous. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit.
This,
That's
But anyway, old nigga.
hey, I'm out. I'm
that's
out.
an
I'm out.
honor. That's an honor hearing from you. I'm only 29, so I'm still a
Oh
baby
no, yeah,
compared
yeah,
to
yeah,
you.
yeah. You haven't fully grown yet. You got one more year to be fully grown.
Shit.
You got one more year.
I don't know. My knees are starting to hurt. I don't
Yeah, yeah,
know.
yeah. Well, that's because I'm not even gonna say it. I ain't gonna say it. Had nothing to do with your
Lord
age.
in Christ.
Shit.
All right. Anyway,
Carter,
y'all.
All right. I'm muting it up. I'm muting it up.
Go ahead, El. Go ahead. You up?
another great one. Appreciate you. I'm over here NASCAR racing right about now.
Oh, okay. I was wondering what you're doing. Okay. I was wondering what you're doing. Anyway, y'all. I'm gonna jump off here, man. Take my old ass to bed. Right. Happy birthday, Art, man. I didn't wish you a happy birthday, so
I
happy birthday,
appreciate
though, boy.
thank you, sir. I'm off Monday. I only got one day off this week, so
Okay.
I'm off Monday. So
Okay. Just hit me up with a time, and
okay,
we'll
I'll
do
hit you
something.
at a time, and then we can go ahead
We
and
we either pre-record it, or you want probably better to go ahead and pre-record it and just get one done.
get it done. Yeah,
Yeah.
I appreciate. Yeah, I
What's the
appreciate
usual
you
time?
being patient with me, though.
Nah, man. Man? That ain't no big deal. I got so much shit I have to do anyway, so it's no big deal.
What's
All
the
right.
usual time now? Because I've been out of the loop for a while.
Usual
Well,
time for what? For this?
For our stuff too.
well,
Normally it's about 7:30, unless something gets dropped back. Like if Art's got to work or something like that, then it could be a little later. But right around 7:30, no later than 8.
yeah. With my stuff, with my job and how these people are running their story, I just been like trying to focus on trying to get the store in check. So I
Yeah.
haven't really been putting out a lot of content like that. But whenever I have like a Saturday night off, yeah, I mean I could work Saturday, but if I have a Saturday night off, I'll do the Coliseum. But it's
Yeah.
just depends on how they schedule, because before I had a set schedule and I could do the Coliseum every Saturday.
Yeah.
Now because I changed jobs because my other job was being bullshit,
Yeah.
it's just it's up in the
It,
air.
it depends. Like if it doesn't do it, then
Charles
Charles
will
will pick
do
it
it, or
up,
BJS,
or
and maybe
me,
AB.
or AB, or even Ed will actually jump in and do it. So somebody will be here.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, because
Yeah.
I did the same thing. I'm working 10 hours now in a secret area. I can't even get internet.
Man, you don't. Well, nobody. No, we can't even. You can't even speak on half the shit that you do anyway. So
Yeah.
you and Nameless and another guy, man, that can't even speak on shit that you. I don't even ask. Don't even tell me. Okay. Names, I know you hear, listen to us, man. Show back up, man. Tell us that you're okay. I know
Yeah,
that you
exactly.
hear us. Yeah.
He's
No,
listening.
he's listening. Just show back up one day and tell us that you're okay. All right.
Just put a ... That's
Yeah. Yeah.
There you go. I'll hit him on IG. Like,
Okay. Yeah. You or Lindy. You guys
Art,
actually know him. So
Art, you go do a little overtime, yeah, no.
Art taking his ass to bed probably.
Yeah, I gotta go to bed because I gotta get up in the morning. But I am gonna make a pre-recorded when I get up. I am gonna do that because I haven't done one in a while, so I can do a couple.
Yeah.
So I am gonna do
one. Okay, though. Happy belated birthday, young buck.
I appreciate you, bro.
What you turn? 18?
No. He's 41.
He
He's
18?
old. No, he's an old nigga now. He's 41.
I'm 41.
He's
hey,
old.
but guess what? I ain't got no grades yet, nigga.
That don't matter. But that body, them knees telling you old motherfuckers. It don't matter.
Yeah.
It don't matter.
Hey, listen, BGS. Fuck you.
No. He ain't old school till he makes 46. Goddamn. You gotta
He don't understand.
No. When I was 42,
you don't understand. Them grades come in overnight, and all of a sudden, in the numbers.
Well, he ain't got no woman stressing him out. That's probably why he still got,
Oh yeah, he's good.
He good. That's the only reason.
Because I was just talking that shit last year, and all of a sudden now I got grades.
We gonna send him over a witch, man, to actually give him some gray in his hair.
Nah, they fuck with me on the job with that because every time I get up, they be like, "Oh, why you up down there praying?"
So I don't shoot your ass. That's why. Anyhow, y'all, let me cut this off so I can get to bed. Right. Good stream, y'all, as always, and I appreciate y'all. All my cash app stuff like that, man. Just showing up, man. Keep the stuff alive and art stuff. So I appreciate you guys from the bottom of my heart. So I'm getting ready to take my flight.
Love you, old man. Love you, old man.
I love y'all too. So anyway, y'all, I'm gonna hit this button. So peace out.
Definitely salute.